Today's races are brought to you by Claiborne Farm. And we take a look at that fourth race. It begins the pick 6 carryover. And then we get into the stakes action. Race number 6, the Chelsea Flower. Race 7, the Athenia. And again, race number 8, the Grade 3 Bold Ruler. So to be able to have that here on a Friday afternoon is fantastic. Where are you going to wager? Where are you going to bet? You can sign up with Naira Bets and get a $25 free bet, plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. You can use that promo code CUP25 to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. Taking a look at the field here for the opener, it's a maiden special weight. It's 2-year-olds going 1 1/8, and it looks like favoritism down towards the inside, the 1 and the 1A. One scratch of the 6 in Classy Mischief. We're going to have a post parade. It's going to be on tape delay, but let's take a quick look at this field, guys, and we'll take you through some of those horses. As first one is going to be up as the first part of the entry. That's 1 to 5. They're coming out. That's Eliminate. Yeah, this is absolutely preposterous. This entry is 1 to 5. Everybody sees Curlin and sees distance ahead. He used Dam, so there's no guarantee this horse wants to go long. Ran okay first time out, and it was a pretty decent race, but the entry is massively overbet at this point. There's the 1A, Javier Castellano, Bort Sturdy. Surely the one who's taking much less money in the entry had some trouble at the start. This one's a Matoli. Chad Brown trainee, the number 2. The straight 2 there is going to be Domestic Product.
Yeah, blinkers on this one. Second-time starter, got the experience stretching out. I think this look for Manny to put this horse forwardly placed in the race.
There's the 2B Middle Market, Jose Ortiz.
Yeah, the second part of the Chad Brown entry, once again, stretching out. Like he had a bad start last time, and I'm expecting Jose to kind of try to get him into a good spot going into the first turn.
You saw the 3 Bounteous go by?
Bill Mott, not great stretching out horses. Second time out in the dirt, maidens.
Big number, the 4, that's Dangerous Driver.
Yeah, it's run about 5 times. It doesn't really have much speed, and I don't really see him being an impact early or late.
With a big favorite like that, now you get Dylan Davis, Shamrock Shakes, 16 to 1.
This horse comes out of a very live maiden race, only race in the dirt, and it's not impossible. There are way too big prices on the board because of the overbet entry.
There's the 7, another price, Golden Plate.
Was completely eliminated at the start, along with Sturdy last time out and took worse trouble, or first time out on the dirt. This horse is not impossible as well. This board is just... There are overlays galore here because of the ridiculously silly odds on the entry, the 1-1A entry. I actually prefer the entry, the 2-2B. I like the 2B Middle Market, but I think they're both dangerous.
Getting close to post time there. That was on tape delay, and we've got to get another member of our crew joining us here. Down there, trackside, Richie Migliore here for the first time. 2 turns, 1 1/8 for the 2-year-olds. Richie, what'd you see?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And listen, this is a marathon distance for these babies. The 1 Eliminate ran extremely well on debut. I agree with Andy. I believe overbet. Looking at him from a physical perspective, he doesn't look like a true distance horse. He's a beautifully balanced individual, but he doesn't have a lot of size and scope to him. The 2-horse Domestic Product does look like he'll really appreciate stretching out. He adds blinkers after being very green on debut, and he'll be my top selection. I like the way he warmed up. I loved everything about him in the paddock, post parade, and again, when we're looking at babies stretching to this 1 1/8, and it's a tough distance for young horses, I'm going to go with a horse that impresses me from a physical perspective, and that's the 2 Domestic Product. The 3 Bounteous also looks like he'll appreciate stretching out. Just a bigger, scopier type of horse that you kind of equate with getting more ground. And the 1A Sturdy out of the entry, and of course he's taking too much money because of the other part of the entry, the 1 Eliminate. Out of the 2, he's the one that appears to me that'll appreciate this distance more. So it's going to be interesting to see, again, a really kind of a marathon distance for young horses.
You're going to check out with Richie throughout the afternoon. And again, the entry here 1 to 4 as we're getting close to post time. But the money has come in for Eliminate, you would say here as the other part of the entry, 1A Sturdy, just kind of joins in that coupled entry there for that favoritism.
Yeah, I mean, the entry is still unbettable at this price, 5 to 2 on the 2 and 2B. And I hate entries. I just think it's disgraceful that we still have to bet one horse and get saddled with another one. Not that both can't win, but I do prefer Middle Market. A horse they liked a lot first time out. It's probably a lot better than that effort.
Well, the key to this race is going to be the first turn, the run into the first turn. It's a short run into the first turn, and Irad on Eliminate, he's on the inside. He has to come out to establish some position. But what might be a little tricky here, it's first-time blinkers, which could make a horse a little more keen than usual. So he has to come out and try not to set him on fire too much and get him too ranked and use him up too early, but also enough to get him to take his spot.
Don't you think he'll probably make that patented IRAD right-hand turn out of the gate to intimidate anybody outside of him. It's just amazing how many of his horses take that come out at the start.
I expect him to do it. I think he should try to do that, especially if he's not going to be penalized. So.
All right,
Yeah.
John Embrial, we'll have the
Doesn't
call
seem to
here as
happen.
we load the 1A. It's the opener here on a Friday. Belmont at the beginning.
And they're off. And it is Domestic Product who will go out for the lead. Quickly challenged on the inside by Bounteous. So it's Bounteous and Domestic Product. They are 1-2 into the clubhouse turn with Eliminate down at the rail and racing in a third. Middle markets on the far outside. In between horses are a Dangerous Driver along with Shamrock Shake. And then we come back to Sturdy, who's running in 7th, and Golden Plate is the trailer in 8th. The quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Bounteous by a neck. Domestic Product, hard held there in 2nd. Eliminate is down at the rail and moving up a spot from 3rd. Then comes Shamrock Shake next in 4th, followed by Dangerous Driver in 5th. It's a break of 2 to Sturdy. Another 2 lengths back to Middle Market and Golden Plate. Half mile in 48 and 3/5 seconds. It is still Bounteous who shows the way here. Bounteous getting away by a length and a quarter, with Domestic Product giving chase in 2nd. Eliminate is 3rd, almost 3 lengths from the lead. And now Sturdy makes a move on the outside. Sturdy with a quick brush. And now there goes Domestic Product to take over from Bounteous as Eliminate moves into 2nd and Sturdy moves into 3rd. Bounteous is back in 4th, and farther back it is Shamrock Shake. 3/4 in 1:14 and 1. They're at the top of the stretch, and it is Domestic Product with the lead. Domestic Product spurts clear here to lead by 4 lengths. And then it's the favorite entry, Eliminate and Sturdy. They are 2-3 with Bounteous farther back in 4th. But it's going to be Domestic Product. Successfully stretches out here to the 9 furlongs, breaks his maiden. Domestic Product by 4. Sturdy was 2nd, then Eliminate and Bounteous.
Minor upset there as the number 2, the straight 2 there. Domestic Product, Manny Franco board for Chad Brown. They've been doing a lot of winning this year, but the favorite goes down. But this was an impressive stretch run.
And Raj, you were right. Manny was looking to come out and be the speed. The Mod horse ran so quickly, he took the lead from him, but that horse abdicated. And, Raj, you said it to me at the 5/16 Bowl. You said the 2 is home. He's going to win for fun. And I said, I don't know. The 1 might have something to say about that. And, you were dead right. This horse crushed.
Well, looking at Manny's posture coming off the turn, even though the 1 was bearing down on him, Irad was nudging him to go forward, and Manny seemed like he felt like he had a lot of horse. He was just kind of holding him, waiting for the stretch. And, this horse did have an impressive finish.
And listen, we don't know how fast the track is. We'll see some other races today. But it's a pretty good time when you see a 2-year-old go under 151 in this situation, and a full homebred for Claravich Stables, who raced Practical Joke, but also raced the Damn Goods and Services, a horse even you remember, Raj.
Yeah.
It was right when you were around.
Yeah, I remember her. She beat me a couple of times. But,
Didn't everybody?
Domestic Product's first race, when I watched the replay, he got a lot of dirt in his face. So it was almost an educational race for him. They probably didn't think this horse was a sprinter. So he broke. He was in between horses. He got shuffled back when the dirt hit him, and he had to run wide in the stretch. So I was expecting if he got a clean face, he'd run a race like this. But he might have even exceeded the expectations.
No, he embarrassed the entry. It's not like the entry ran that badly, but he just destroyed them.
Right, and the 1A ran the best out of the entry because he made a wide move and he had a tougher post. And
The 1 probably wants a cutback. The way the 1 ran, don't you think he'd be a better horse going a bit shorter? He made that move, but he had no finish.
yeah, it could be something. Henny Hughes is
More Henny Hughes than
yeah.
Curlin. You see Curlin, but maybe it's more Henny Hughes.
When you
Yes.
take a look at that equipment change as well, both horses put blinkers on, right? The straight 1 had put the blinkers on, the 2. It seemed like obviously it benefited the 2 quite a bit here, but did it take away anything from the effort there from the 1 and the big favorite in Eliminate, or did, just kind of just the cutback is what you kind of take a look at?
Well, if the intention for Eliminate, for the blinkers on, was to get him more forwardly placed, it didn't really help that because he broke, he hustled him a little bit, and he got shuffled going into the first turn, and he never really got into a comfortable position. And when we were talking about the 1 hole going into a short run in the turn, if you don't get off to a good start and the outside horses come over, it's a tricky position to be in.
Nice start to the day there for the selections as number 2 domestic product Manny Franco, Chad Brown teaming up. They get the win together. We're going to take a quick break here and come back, take a look at the winner circle presentation, of course, here of race number 1. And we're going to talk about the Bold Ruler. Grade 3 run later today. Durante is going to be going after the Bold Ruler today, and also going to take a look at High Oak as well with a big opportunity later on in today's program. And a Pick 6 carryover. It's all coming up with more on America's Day at the Races.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of Dubawi standing in Kentucky. Dubawi, one of the world's most celebrated stallions, is now a sire of sires. This son of Dubawi brings one of the world's most potent bloodlines to America. Now his first runners are hitting the track. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. It's brought to you in part by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Taking a look at your winner here from the opener, going 2 turns, a mile and an eighth, and really nice performance here by the 2-year-old by Practical Joke and Domestic Product. Manny Franco, Chad Brown teaming up with the victory. Another decent price there at 5-2 here, so a nice return. We'll talk about some of that in race 1, but first we got to go to Richie as he's got Chad Brown, I believe, down there talking about Domestic Product here in the opener.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. And Chad, this was a very impressive performance. You don't see 2-year-olds finish the way Domestic Product finished, going a mile and an eighth usually.
No, it was a big jump from him, and I actually entered him into last minute there, looking at options here just to try to get some of these horses running. We loved the horse at Saratoga, and Flavian came back, and he was just so surprised how green he was because he'd worked so good in the morning for us. So he suggested a little blinker. We gave him some time, and I'll tell you, I was really impressed as well.
I mean, he was towing Manny Franco along. He had a really good hold of him. But when he asked him, he just found another gear.
He did, you know. He might have showed his inexperience just late near the wire over there when he was all alone there. So I'm swapping leads a little bit. But, you know, he's got a bright future. If we get him maybe a switch off just a little bit, those blinkers maybe did just a little much with him pulling down the backside. If I could just get him to switch off just a little bit and relax, I think it'll serve him well in these 2-turn races.
I mean, I know it's hard to say. A horse just ran. You want to see how they come out of it and everything. But I guess you'd have to take a long, hard look at the Remsen.
I think so. If he came out of it good and all, and, to run again over this track, get another mile and eighth into him before giving him a little breather like we like to do with our better 3-year-olds into next year, and who knows, maybe he can get on the trail.
Chad, how satisfying is it to train a homebred for Seth Carman? And by practical joke, how good he's doing as a stallion.
Yeah, it is good. We have we pretty much buy our horses at auction and such, and not too much in the breeding. But we decided to keep a few mares recently. We've had some really good ones. We saw Ways and Means as a homebred, and this horse. And I got to give a shout out to Delridge Farm. That's where we board the horses. Good friend of mine, Des Ryan, runs it, and wonderful place. He's bred a lot of good horses over the years. Great land, and it's a lot of work, a lot of teamwork to raise these horses from babies on up to the winner's circle, and they play a big part.
Congratulations, an impressive call here, guys, and teamwork makes the dream work.
Thank you very much, Richie, and thank you, Chad Brown, talking about domestic product. And yeah, you start thinking about 2-year-old, 2 turns, and just the way he opened up the stretch. A little green, even, as Chad pointed out there late, but very impressive.
I mean, the last 8th and 12 seconds, you and I talking before, that's a very quick time for him. Talking about homebreds, Surge Capacity, whose Ways and Means half-sister, is actually running at Keeneland later today, and she's another homebred. She's a Flintshire who's done very well, but this one a homebred, and I couldn't be more impressed by this one, and you can't be surprised to hear they're already thinking about the Remsen.
Yeah, we'll see if domestic product does take that route, and Rajiv taking a look at that race. I mean, was that kind of your main takeaway from this? It's just an impressive performance from the two, and then everybody else just kind of still learning the game.
Well, Chad talked about the horse being green and making the transition, putting the blinkers on and seeing improvement. And what I expect is actually more improvement, because when you see him coming down the lane, when he pulled away from the field, he tried to lane a little bit, and Manny got him corrected and hit him with the left-hand stake, and he came out a little bit. So he's still green. He's still not fully polished yet. So I expect that with more racing, this horse will continue to improve.
All right, we'll see if domestic product does keep that improvement coming along. We've got race 2 coming up next. We've got a big pick 6 carryover coming up a little bit later this afternoon, starting in race number 4. But we got some business to handle. But race number 2, we're going to go 6 furlongs, a claiming race. Scratch of the 1 in Good Penny. Other part of the entry, the 1A, Tommy Cinco does stay in, but mild favoritism right now to the outside here. I guess 2-1 would be fair on Hydra, the 6.
I haven't looked at the doubles to see who's actually favored. It appears that Hydra actually is favored. I thought it was a pretty wide open race in here. I actually preferred the number 3. Everyone loves Linda to try to wire the field in here. Raj, you look like you're interested too.
Yeah, everyone loves Linda. Seems to have a big tactical advantage, being on the inside, being the speed. Apprentice with 5 pounds off. I expect that he would be aggressive and try to secure that lead. And if this horse gets away with an easy lead and control the space, it's going to be hard to pass.
I agree, and that's why I took it on pop. We should mention, I believe, Eric Cancel running the number 4 to a T. Eric hasn't ridden, I want to say, I'm not sure he rode in Saratoga at all.
Okay.
I'm not sure we've seen him since Belmont. I ran into him early at the Saratoga meet, and he was having an issue with his foot. Going to be out a while, so we should welcome Eric back and wish him the best of luck.
Welcome back to jockey Eric Cancel. Race number 2 is going to be 6 furlongs. A race later on this afternoon is also going to be at 6 furlongs, and that's grade 3. Bold Ruler, and taking a look at the field, stage left to the inside. Durante was the horse that you saw before break there. Manny Franco at 5-2. One scratch of the 3 in Pirate Rick, and then High Oak with an outside draw. Irad Ortiz Jr. at that 3-1 morning line price. And Andy, quick thoughts here early, but let's take a look at Cowan and Durante here in this effort. And this was one where Cowan's there in the red blinkers. I remember this race quite well. Was tucked in right behind those leaders. The rail's going to open up over and off track.
Yeah, I think that was a very bad race call in this race. I have a vague memory of that. It's a guy we're never using again. There's a huge scratch near Pirate Rick.
Yeah.
He was a long shot to win the race, but he was a major player. With him scratched, Durante, who was so incredibly game in being second here, he looks like he's the controlling speed now, Raj.
Yeah, and I was talking to David Jacobson this morning about the race, and he was talking about Pirate Rick being the horse that could really hamper the chances of Durante. And to have that horse scratch, it gives Durante a little more breathing room. And he was dueling in between horses last time into a super fast pace, and Cowan had the perfect ground-saving trip, horses dueling, and get through on the inside. And I don't see the Cowan having that same kind of setup today. I think Durante has a tactical advantage of being on the inside with not too much pace present.
One thing that worries me a little bit with him is the Lasix off. Something we talked about a little bit yesterday in one of the races, talking about Unbridled Bomber, who's run so well with Lasix. Lasix off of Durante worries me a little bit in that race.
Taking a look at the number 9 as well, a contender to the outside. Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to be aboard. For trainer Bill Mott, coming off of an effort in the Forgo, an effort in the Vosburg, and now into this Grade 3 race in High Oak, and taking a look at this effort here. What do you think from this effort and a horse that just hasn't seen the winner's circle in some time?
This is 3 back when he finished second. Subsequent to that, he's been facing very, very tough company, so he gets a big drop down here. I don't like his non-effort in the Vosburg, better horses or not. And as much as you respect any rider switch to Irad Ortiz, this horse that really got his act back together when Katie Davis started riding him. I get it, but he's another one that's hurt by the scratch of Hiram Rick as well.
After we spoke about it yesterday, I went back and thought about what you said. And I think there's not much more that Irad can do for this horse today to improve it on Katie. Right. So I don't see the point of making the switch. I don't think the switch is going to help, but I do think it's not going to hinder the horse as well. And I believe that Irad, as a professional, he's going to look at it and say, look, I'm not going to reinvent the wheel. The horse runs good for Katie, letting him relax and making one run. So I expect that that's what he would do.
I agree. It's an interesting story because he's a horse that huge talent as a 2-year-old. Ran him in the Fountain of Youth off a layoff, and he got into a really, really difficult spill. And he was out a long time, and I think he physically was fine, but he ran back like he was scared in his races, and he didn't start responding and running well until Katie started riding him. That's the only reason I'm worried about the switch. I don't worry about Irad, but you're probably right. He'll sit quietly, but Katie had a way with this horse, and that worries me a little bit.
And you take a look at that effort in the Forgo. I mean, some big names in the running lines, and that's going to kind of move high. Only 5 lengths off of Gunite, and you take a look at also Elite Power in there. Cody's Wishes in the running line. So High Oak with a big shot there with that outside draw. We're going to take another break. We're going to come right back here and talk about the Mother Goose a little bit. Is that what we're going to be talking about here later on? Yes, we're going to look at Kigera. We're going to get that name right. Kigera there in the Grade 2 Mother Goose. That's going to be ahead tomorrow for some of that racing action. We'll talk about all the great stakes racing action up this weekend when we come back on America's Day at the Races.
Speightstown. Munning. Echo Town.
It's Echo Town for Joe Talamo, and Echo Town raced away.
And Echo Town is drawing away in the stretch. Echo Town wins the Alan Turkin Stakes.
A sire line so prolific, it repeats itself. Echo Town.
Dominant from day one. At $5 million, $5 million, $5 million.
The one and only Monomoy Girl.
Oh my goodness, right here. What do you ask for one like her? Here is Gamine, the $1.8 million 2-year-old. 9 career wins in 11 tries. She was off the board just once in her career.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. Fast horse, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gunrunner, same ability and talent. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
His name is Cyberknife!
Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. He could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
Just minutes from downtown Saratoga Springs, you'll find GMP Farm, a utopia of healing for equines and humans, offering revolutionary, customized equine care using state-of-the-art imaging and therapeutic technologies for horses of all disciplines. Immerse yourself in tranquility in our sacred spa, offering specialized spa treatments and holistic therapies to refresh and rejuvenate among tranquil mountain views. Start your journey to wellness. Visit gmpfarm.net and sacredspaandwellness.com to schedule a treatment today.
Turning for home, and here comes So Impressive, and contestants giving way. So Impressive and Disposable Pleasure, and Believe You Can is 4th. They're coming inside the final furlong. Contestant comes up empty. Believe You Can too. It's down to So Impressive and Disposable Pleasure. These two in the Mother Goose. So Impressive down inside. On the outside, Disposable Pleasure, and it is So Impressive.
That was a look at So Impressive, and that was back in 2012. Good race call there, but how about that ride? I believe
you won a race. Look how young you were back then, you know?
something about that race that a lot of people might not remember. There was a 20-minute inquiry.
Really?
Yeah. Ramon
Because you won
just
a race?
kept pestering me. He was outside, and I couldn't quite put him away. And it felt, you know, he always kept something extra. And every time I thought I was going to pull away from him, he kept shadowing me, and I ended up having to come out a little, do a little IRAD move, you know, hurt a little bit, you know, and I might have made some contact. And ultimately, we withstood and didn't get disqualified.
It's a little bit like your career riding against Ramon, right? He was always dogging you, you know,
Yeah, he's
and a lot
always
of times beating
dogging
you
me,
because you guys rode together a lot and finished close in standings quite a bit.
Yeah, it was a great competitor, but that race was special for me. You know, always winning the Mother Goose was always a race that I've looked up to. Being on the New York circuit, it's one of our big races every year for 3-year-old fillies. And having Believe You Can and some of these other, Believe You Can, I think, won the Kentucky Oaks that year.
Did you win this race with Zoftig as well?
No, but Zoftig is the family for Zo Impressive. Zoftig is the mom for Zo Impressive. So she came from a good family, and it was a horse that I was pretty much undefeated the first 3 times with Zo Impressive. So she was a top filly, and to be able to win that race, it was just everything came together. Other than having to sweat out that inquiry, it's so nervous whenever that happens, you know, and having to be on the phone, and then they're taking such a long time. You know?
Yeah, was it 20 minutes or did it feel like 20 minutes?
It might have been 2 minutes, but it felt like 20.
That was a look back there at the 2012 Mother Goose, taking a look at that ABR Race of the Week here, talking about the Mother Goose and talking about this year's field, and it's going to be America's Best Racing's Race of the Week. Field of 7 going to go post-word, and you take a look at a big favorite there with Kigera. Julien Leparoux is going to be at 6 to 5 in the morning alignment. You've got a Colt in there. You've got Defining Purpose. You've got Julia Shining. So it's a really nice field, and let's take a look at Kigera. From this race at Churchill Downs, this is back in September. Decent effort, but taking a look at this, what did you think?
Well, it was more than a decent effort. It was an extremely good effort, and she could easily be one of the best 3-year-old fillies in the country. But, Raj, the difference is she's going to face a lot of better horses in this race than she faced at Churchill Downs. But in the surface of things, this effort gives her a chance to be one of the best 3-year-olds in the country and a real player as we head into next year.
Yeah, she's a horse that's on the up and up. You know, just keeps trending upwards. And that last race, it showed that she has a great dynamic of running. She could sit close to a slower pace and sit back off a faster pace. So I think it gives Julien options. And being on the outside, he can see how the race unfolds. So the ball is in her court.
She's good, but she's got real competition in here. The horse inside of her, Colt, is good, and I also think that Julia Shining is an interesting wild card in here. I'm just not sure what you get from her.
Now let's talk about a Colt, and this is going to be coming out of a race at Pennsylvania. Taking a look at the Grade 1 Cotillion. Ceiling Crusher is going to draw away and win this race, but what did you think of the effort from a Colt who does go wide here as you see that run in the stretch?
You know, it's interesting. Chad Brown said some interesting things to me after this race. We were talking about it. He said, I'm going to take some of the blame because I told Irad, follow Pretty Mischievous. We knew that the horse in front was going to go to the lead, the horse who eventually won. It was a talented horse from California. But he said, Pretty Mischievous is a horse who usually puts herself in the race. She was right off the pace of Ducky Oaks. So Irad, he said, followed my instructions, but Pretty Mischievous got shuffled back a little bit in the early running, so he ended up farther back and too much to do by the time she started running.
What that video didn't show was earlier in the race, as they came out of the first turn, Irad had to steady in between Pretty Mischievous and the horse on the outside, so he got shuffled back even probably further than he wanted. And I'm thinking when I watched that race, it was one of those races where after the race, Irad must be thinking that everything that I thought about doing was the wrong decision. I got shuffled back, then I tried to go in between. I had to steady. Then when I decided to go on the outside, they floated me into the parking lot. So this horse had a really dirtied up trip. Tough trip.
And Pretty Mischievous, who finished second, is a very good horse. I mean, only a distaff win by Randomized will keep her from being the 3-year-old Eclipse Award winner. She's had a terrific season. The winner, a very effective California horse who won the race. And I think she's probably out for the rest of the year, or maybe see her in the La Brea at the end of the year. But I thought a Colt's very dangerous, and if the pace gets fast enough, undervalued asset, the other Chad Brown runner, you have to think she's going. I think a Colt is going to give Zajara the run for her money.
The Mother Goose is part of a nice stakes program tomorrow here, taking a look at 2 Grade 2s on the court. The 49er is going to be in there as well, and then the Awad, Julia Shining, you see there featured. But some nice races tomorrow on this action-packed stakes weekend. And some hopefully drier weather throughout the weekend, right? I always assume that it'll be sunny and it's going to be clear and everything's going to be nice.
It's going to be nice.
Everything's good.
Are you here tomorrow?
I am.
Okay, so it'll be nice. It never rains when you're here, right?
I love that. Race number 2 is coming up here. One scratch up the one. Good penny. Dame Cinco stays in as the 1A as the other part of the entry. And let's talk about the 1A. Manny Franco trying to go for that early double.
I never love to see a horse that's claimed and comes back over 6 months later, but she had very good form, lost her form off the claim, and maybe she can regain it for Rick Dutrow. I picked her second.
David Jacobson and Isaac Castillo teaming up with Royal Megan, the 2.
Yeah, got a good post in this race. I think, being able to sit on the inside and save ground could be to an advantage in this race.
Another one off a long
The 3 is going to be Everyone Loves Linda.
And Raj and I talked about it earlier. We both think she's a major threat to wire the field.
Taking a look at the number 4, To a T.
Yeah, Eric Cancel getting back in the saddle after an extended injury. This one coming off a win, but stepping up in class.
I'm Buzzy as the 5. Pat Reynolds sets up.
Just don't feel like there's enough pace for this horse. She's a horse, when she's effective, gets a strong pace to close into.
Current 2-1 favorite, Javier Castellano, will be aboard Hydra.
Yeah, bad race last time in a way higher class. 2 starts back, 1 at this level pretty impressively. But this horse runs in and out. Sometimes runs good, sometimes throws in clunkers. So, it's tough to look at her as a favorite and expect that she's going to give you her A race.
That's the field here for today's second. Follow along to get all the stats on the horses, trainers, and jockeys in today's races with free Equibase past performances. You can visit NYRA.com/TV schedule to download your free PPs on all the races on today's show. Taking a look at that favorite, currently at 2-1, that's Hydra. In this field, 11 lifetime wins, 6 seconds, 7 thirds, and now we take a look at this effort against a horse that this is going to face off again today. Everyone Loves Linda, and this is back in July there, and that's at Saratoga.
Yeah, I took the race, picked the replay because they both ran together. Hydra came back in the slop against Much Better and had no real chance. Hydra's very logical here. I don't have an argument with her. She's not that slow, so maybe she can get herself in position, but I just preferred Everyone Loves Linda out of this race because, unlike that field, I thought there was going to be less pace pressure. Now, you see that fast pace, 21-3, and 6.5 furlongs. It's a little deceptive because it's a long run-up at 6.5 furlongs in Saratoga. So 21-3 is a little like 22-1 at 6 furlongs, but still, Raj, I think you would agree that's moving.
Yeah, that stood out to me. 6.5 furlongs is a half a furlong longer than today because we're back to 6 furlongs. Plus, 21.44 was a fast pace, which in this race I expect that when the Rivera gets to the lead, he's going to try to ration that pace down. And I don't expect her going faster than a half in 45 and change or 46.
Oh, she should get 46 and change today. Probably not as fast as that. I agree. That's why I took her. But I'm scared of this horse. Very scared of this horse.
Rick Dutrow does send out the 1A here, and Dame Cinco and Manny Franco is going to be aboard here for the ride. Comes off first off the claim here, but we take a look at this after. This is back in March, so a little while back, but just from off the pace. Dame Cinco, talk about it.
Well, I just thought this was indicative of her form at the time. And if you look at her, she was in great form when she was in Rob Attras's barn. And then she got claimed, and her form just completely and totally fell apart. Claimed by Rick Dutrow, and obviously there seemed to be more of a reason that it fell apart than just the trainer change, because for whatever reason, Rick didn't run this horse back for almost 6 months. This is probably one of the first horses he claimed since he got his license back. I don't love it when they're claimed, and both this horse and the number 2 were claimed and laid off for a long time. But if she can get back to that former form, she's a big-time player.
All right, we're going to talk a little bit more about what's going on here a little bit closer to the rail track side there. Richie Migliore taking a look at this field for today's second race. What'd you see? Some horses coming off of some longer layoffs here, Richie, for today's second.
Yeah, and we'll start with that 1A, Dame Cinco, who, is carrying really good weight, but I went to my great reference point in Maggie Wolfendale and asked, is this, filly, this mare usually carry weight? And she says, always. And I love what I'm seeing from her. And the fact that she is a horse that usually carries good weight, I'm not as worried about her fitness level. I love her work pattern. I'm not a big guy about times in workouts, but spacing of workouts. And she's had very consistent spacing of works. Tells me it's a sound horse, a horse that's doing well. I like that she had one really solid 5 furlong work the end of September and then came back with all these nice kind of maintenance endurance, stamina building kind of work. She's my top selection, Dame Cinco. The 3-horse, Everyone Loves Linda. She looks terrific. Eddie Barker's got her doing really well. I agree with you guys. I do think she plays out to be controlling speed, and they're going to have to catch her. And the 5, I'm Buzzy, really made a nice impression. Pat Reynolds give her a little bit of a freshening after claiming her in Saratoga, and she's just really well turned out. Her coat's great. Nice warm-up under Dylan Davis. And guys, talking about Eric Cancel, had a chance to speak with Eric. He did have surgery on his ankle. He has 5 screws in his ankle now. Looks like he's moving good, walking good, fit, and he looks very excited to be back with his first mount here.
Thank you very much, Richie. And taking a look at Tua T and Eric Cancel, talking about coming off of an injury and getting, some of the surgery and the therapy and getting back in the saddle. And, when you get to that moment and getting back in the saddle and getting back aboard, what's that feeling like? Just kind of getting ready to go.
The most nervous I'm ever in any race in my life is my first race back off an injury. It's just, anxiety was something that affected me. I broke my arm, and I was out for 5 months, and my first race back was going to be a horse called Sky Blazer for Barkley Tag. And the day of the entries, I got so anxious and nervous, I run over to the barn, and I say, Barkley, I think we got to change. I can't ride this horse. He pulls too hard, and my arm isn't 100%. He goes, I don't want you taking a hold anyways. And I end up riding the horse, and I won.
Was that an off-the-turf race?
No, it was a turf race at Gulfstream.
Was it?
But I was anxious and stuff. But once the gate opens, then your natural instincts kick in.
Right.
And I think that's what is going to happen with Eric. He might have some anxiety, some nervousness about, being on top of his game. But I think once the gate opens, it's like riding a bicycle.
We'll see how Eric Cancel does on Tua T, the number 4, and Everyone Loves Linda. You both end up on the number 3 in this race, right, as your top selections. But Luis Rivera Jr., the apprentice, Javier Castellano towards the outside. Hydra, can Castellano kind of dictate things and kind of just see what the 3 does and then make a decision?
No, the 3 is the speed. Hydra's nowhere nearly as close as the number 3 in this race. She may be sitting second, but unless the 3 gets left, the 3's got to be in front of her. It's supposed to not make it close.
Well, and when watching this apprentice ride for the first time yesterday, I thought he rode a real comfortable race. He rode the 10-horse on the turf. Wasn't an ideal situation, but he didn't panic. He seemed pretty smooth. So I'm keeping my eye on him. I think this kid might have some good potential.
He's a good rider. I'm a fan. I agree.
Talking about the kid here, Richie Migliori, real quick, wanted to talk about, I think, the 3 and Luis Rivera Jr.
Yeah, I've been very impressed with Luis Rivera Jr. He's, very poised young man, a graduate of the jockey school in Puerto Rico. They turn out a great product. He really seems to me like he has the tools to make it. And I think this is a perfect horse for any apprentice, a horse with speed, less decision-making, get out of their way, let them do their thing. And then, Luis Rivera's dad actually rode Holy Bull to break his maiden at Monmouth Park.
Thanks, Richie. And talking about Luis Rivera Jr., just an apprentice that's emerging, getting ready for some of the winter time as we get towards that later time.
How about that trivia, though, for Richie coming up with the riding Holy Bull in his debut?
Yeah, that's impressive.
Yeah, but I noticed right away when Rajiv started talking about the horse that he came back on, you were going trying to transport yourself to that race.
Sky Blazer is a Bonner Young horse, and I always love those Bonner Young horses for Barkley Tag.
Yeah, well, he was a
good horse.
He was notorious for being a strong-headed horse. And, being my first ride back to ride him, I mean, I was really anxious about it.
We've talked about most of the runners in here, but any of the long shots, anybody kind of give you any kind of look to where you say, if they run a bang-up race today?
No, I picked a race 3-1-6, so I looked at the favorites. I didn't see anything about the others. And problem is that a couple of them are pace compromised.
I mean, all I'd be thinking about right now if I was Luis Rivera is breaking and just getting over to the rail and establishing the position. I think that's the key to the race, to kind of maybe put a little bit of a squeeze on the 2-horse and making sure that, you get to dictate the pace that you want to do.
Eric Cancel to a T right back in the gate here. Here's race number 2. John Embrial on the call with today's second here at Belmont at the Big A.
Number 6, Hydra, completing the 6-horse field. We are set for race number 2. And they're off. And it is Everyone Loves Linda, who is out for the early lead, with Dame Cinco racing in second. Hydra and Royal Megan are right together, third and fourth. Then comes Tua T, who's looking to advance in between horses. And I Am Buzzy up the backstretch. Everyone Loves Linda leads here by a length. with Dame Cinco on the outside in second, and Royal Megan is down at the rail, followed by Hydra, who's gaining some ground now. The quarter went in 23 seconds. As they go around the turn, Everyone Loves Linda by a half length. Dame Cinco now moving right alongside with Hydra on the outside. So it's three of them across the track. Royal Megan in behind, running in fourth, followed by Buzzy and To a T. They are at the quarter pole. Everyone Loves Linda closest to the rail. Dame Cinco on the outside. Now Royal Megan has racing room and is coming on through, followed by Hydra, To a T, making a run down at the rail, and Buzzy. They're moving for the 16th pole. Everyone Loves Linda, Dame Cinco, Royal Megan on the outside. They come on for the finish. Everyone Loves Linda appeared to hold on narrowly over Royal Megan.
Photo finish there in race number 2. Everyone Loves Linda appearing to just hang on there over the late closing Royal Megan coming up on the outside. Luis Rivera Jr. and you two gentlemen are pretty good at this handicapping.
Yeah, we're great getting home 5-2 shots. We'll see what happens if things get a little tougher. But this horse, the Prentice, did everything he'd want him to do, right, Raj?
Yeah, he did good. I mean, he had to switch his sticks a couple of times. She started running a bit erratically, drifting off the rail, and you can see him correct her and switch back to the right hand. It's good to see a young jockey have the technique of switching sticks smoothly without losing their composure, and it's a good sign that he has good balance in the saddle and he has the horse under control.
And a good ride by Isaac Castillo on Royal Megan, who got the absolute perfect trip, got position, saved ground, angled out, just came up a little bit short in here. And, you know, you mentioned before the race, and obviously I agree, Hydra, a horse who's inconsistent. And today was one of those inconsistent races because she ran horrendously today.
Yeah, she threw in one of her clunkers, and you might see her next time and she wins. You know, it's just one of those unpredictable horses that, yeah.
Kind of horses you want to bet at bigger prices, you don't want to take at short prices.
Exactly.
Everyone Loves Linda gets the victory here. We're taking a look at the head-on, and you know, drifts out a little bit here, but she got pretty competitive. Did she kind of sense those horses on the outside and get a little bit more gutsy there?
Really?
Yeah, you know,
1A's the one drifting badly here, actually. The 1A actually helped the horse win. I'm not sure the 1A didn't win the race for her right there, right?
Yeah, watching Everyone Loves Linda, the horse was running perfectly straight, coming around the turn early in the race, and when she straightened away, she started drifting towards the other horses, almost like she wants to engage them. She wants the company. Some of these herd animals, you know.
But I would say that if Dame Cinco hadn't come out like that in the 2, I mean, and I bet the 3, so I think we got a little lucky because Dame Cinco is the one that intimidated the 2 earlier.
Oh, like a blocker. It was running blocker. I think if Royal Megan, if Isaac had stayed on the inside, it would have parted like the Red Sea. He could have got through.
His instinct to go outside, I think, was right one. He can't do anything about the 1A drifting like that, though. I think he just got a little unlucky.
Everyone Loves Linda there. Luis Rivera Jr. and Richie down there, trackside here, talking about this effort here in today's second.
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. You got to give, if you had the winner, which you guys did, Everyone Loves Linda, an assist to Manny Franco and Dame Cinco. He absolutely cost the 2 that momentum, and when you get beat, you know, a bare margin the way he did, if he had gone straight, I think there's no doubt that the winner would have been the 2 Royal Megan, but a nice effort and a game effort from your winner, Everybody Loves Linda.
Luis Rivera Jr. aboard here for trainer Ed Barker, and coming off of that turf try, gets to the winner's circle and kind of matches exactly the same thing. Winner, winner, back to back. Look at that.
Yeah, 7:30, same price as the first winner.
Yeah. Going back to back there, getting that early double for the selections here at the desk on America's Day at the Races. And we got more as somebody's looking to get a double on the day and a training double. Maybe training double, triple. I wonder how many is the most he's won in one day. And he certainly will know. But Chad Brown with big chances in today's stakes racing action through all the weekend here. Back with more America's Day at the Races and Chad Brown.
They're off. Power pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Early, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and it gives you an opportunity to follow along with a young man whose career is starting to take off, Luis Rivera Jr. Really nice ride on Everybody Loves Linda. Got away from the gate clean. She was the speed, but she had a lot of fight in her, didn't she?
Yeah, at the end, she was trying to log out. She got scared of the Weaver left hand. I surprised her. So I got to change back to the right hand, and then she just took up again. Like, she was there for me. But at the end, the other one was coming, but I think it was too late. She was perfect.
You know, one thing that Rajiv Mirage is up on the desk and myself very impressed with, a lot of riders, especially young riders, are very good going from their left hand, from their right hand to their left hand, but not as adept at going left-handed to right-handed. And you did it so quickly and so perfectly.
Well, that's something we learned in the jockey school. The teachers, and especially my dad, was on top of me every single time I didn't switch my stick to the right hand, back to the right hand. And in this moment, like, I had to do it. You know, the horse was slugging out, so I got no other shot. I got no other chance. I got to do it. So yeah.
Well, you had a really good summer. Now you're dug in here in New York, and to me, you're making a really nice impression. How are you finding living here in New York and getting comfortable in this jockey's room?
Well, it's amazing riding with these guys. You know, this is the best riders in the country, and I feel comfortable here. Like, I think I behave here.
Well, you're riding extremely well, and guys, 19 years old and riding with that kind of poise and that kind of ability, we're gonna have a lot of fun this winter watching Luis.
Taking a look at that tight photo. Thank you, Richie. Thank you, Luis Rivera Jr. 19 years old. Boy, that's a throwback there.
He has no idea who Rajiv Mirage is. He thought Romero Mirage is on the show with those guys? What's he talking about?
Yeah. I tell you what, if I was Isaac Castillo, I'd be a little upset when I get back to the room and be like, come on, Manny, you cost me the race, and you didn't even win, you know? But, well, you know, so these are some of the things that happen behind the scenes that people don't see because, you know, he could have won that race without the interference.
Oh, I agree. I mean, obviously, we're not insinuating that Manny did it intentionally. I think that Manny's horse badly overreacted to a left-hand whip. She was probably tiring at the time, but no question. And we say it having liked the 3 and bet the 3. We were a little lucky there.
But in a game of inches, when you look back at it, a little more patience, stayed on the inside.
That's fair.
The horse came off the rail, and he would have got through in one. So, you know, it's kind of a learning experience. Get a little more patient. There's a long run to the stretch. You don't have to be tipping out right off the elbow of the turn and making that run when you could just wait it out and then angle out if the horses stay straight. But if the leaders fan out, you don't have to angle around.
So it's not Manny's fault that we cashed?
No, because Manny didn't tell Isaac to go around.
I'm still stuck on the 19 years old.
I tell you what,
thing
a few
here.
weeks up here, you're going to have no friends in that jockey's room.
Race number 3 is going to be coming up here. We get on the turf for the first time this afternoon, Bill, at the Big A. Allowance race going a mile and an eighth, and nice to see a nice big field here, a field of 10 runners. And we've got some stakes racing action as well, and that's going to be later in the Chelsea Flower as we take a look at some of the contenders in that one. And it's nice to see the younger horses getting on the turf.
I have a great trivia question. Chelsea Flower gave what trainer his only Grade 1 win on the turf when she won the Flower Bowl? Nick Zito.
Wow.
Correct.
It's a great one.
I want to thank you for answering your trivia question
Well, you
immediately
guys
after.
clearly
I know.
You've never heard of Nick Zito.
I do know Nick Zito.
I'm only 38 years old, and
yeah, we got to add some ages here.
And I know, and it's already over.
We're going
for
to
you.
find a 19-year-old
Sitting
picture
up
of
here
Andy
with me.
Sterling. Latte Lizzie here coming off of this effort at Kentucky Downs. Different type of turf course, but what do you think of this effort?
I thought it was okay. I mean, up until the stretch, she saved ground, and this when the rails came down, the inside was a big advantage. She angled out. It was a quick pace. They're a decent enough field. She's one of the ones to beat. I picked her second. She's okay. And the reason you're going to see maidens in these turf races, and you'll see a big favorite tomorrow in the maiden stake, is that they've just gotten rained off the entire summer. But she's one of the ones to beat, Raj.
yeah, and Chad showing confidence to take her from a maiden loss into Kentucky Downs into a stake race will definitely...
It's like a $6 million race, I think.
Yeah, but it shows that he had some high expectations, I think, for this filly. And yeah, she definitely... Ozara is one that I think is going to need the right kind of ride. When she won this race, you know, Tyler was patient with her. She got through, and she just hung on. One of the things that stands out to me about this filly is she has a very short run with a quick burst of speed. But if you try to make her run too early, she will flatten out. So I think Dylan is going to have to really put her in a spot and be patient.
She beat a horse for Chabran Klarovich and weigh the risk. They're very high on a broker made the next time. This horse Gavea came in from Europe to win last time. Now, I don't love the field she ran against, but she got a little bit bothered early in the race, which took her a bit out of position. And she held on gamely for the win. The horse who finished behind her, I think in third in her debut, is a promising Juddmonte runner. So she has some talent. And it's interesting to see Al Stahl to ship her in. He doesn't ship into Aqueduct too often.
Yeah, I mean, and she overcame a slow pace with a wide post and still fought on to win. So today, again, she's on the outside, which would be the only thing that I would knock against her. But I think this is a top contender.
Very interesting horse, too, coming off of that effort at Chantilly, a German bred, and then now comes over to Churchill Downs and gets the victory there and has a big shot there in that stakes race later on. The Athenia is going to be a mile and an eighth as well, and not 2-year-olds, but a little bit older horses that have had more experience, have had plenty more wins, and taking a look at this field, scratching the number 5 in Mr. Karras, but we've got the favorite in the 6th technical analysis in Jose Ortiz.
And a tremendous scratch for her with Mr. Karras coming out. We talked about it yesterday, Raj, and you were saying how she could get in her way. Even though Fluffy Socks finished ahead of Technical in this race, Think Technical ran the much better race. She got caught with a runoff, long shot speed in here and did amazingly well to finish 5th, beating just a length. On the other hand, you couldn't have gotten a better trip for Fluffy Socks and a better ride, and she frankly should have won this race.
It's almost impossible to think that Fluffy Socks could get not get a worse trip than she did this day. I think tactical analysis is going to be such a benefactor of the 5-horse scratching and controlling the speed here.
And I think this could be technical analysis' last race. I believe that she's in the sale in Kentucky after the Breeders' Cup, and so maybe the last, I don't know if she's a broodmare sale or she could race for somebody else, but I believe this could be her swan song. I've been a big fan of hers, and she's always just been like a cut below the very best horses in her generation. But her second to Diana at a mile and 8 suggests the mile and 8 today should not be a problem.
Top 2 contenders there in the Athenia later on, and then you got Sparkle Blue here, Trainer Graham Motion. Javier Castellano is going to be aboard off of a 2nd place finish at Kentucky Downs, and then that win over at Laurel. But taking a look at that last effort, the Grade 3 Ladies Turf, a 2nd place finish, finished a length behind the leader.
She seems like an improving horse for a trainer in Graham Motion, Raj. I know you've ridden for quite a bit.
Yeah, definitely a horse on the up and up as well. And, you know, she lays a little bit off the pace, which would have been a great spot if there was a speed duel in here. So I think this is one that is impacted by the scratch.
And Javier's needs to do needs now in this situation, he can't rely on the pace. He's going to have to try to get her more in the game. How much speed she has right now is a little debatable.
Well, earlier in her career, when she ran close to the pace,
she used to have more speed.
Yeah, but it would take away from her finish. And knowing how Graham Motion thinks and the way he does his training, he doesn't like to change horses' style too much to adjust to races. That's one of the things that I've learned riding for him over the years. So even though the dynamics of the race might suit her to be a little closer, I don't think that's going to be their plan.
We'll see what happens a little bit later on. We've got that pick 6 carryover coming up. Trainer Chad Brown's got some favorites in those stakes races. He's got a favorite coming up as well. He knows that favorite role very well there, Trainer Chad Brown, as he is saddling his runner right now in the number 8 and overacting. Off of that third and a win prior to that, we're going to come back and have that third race. First race on the turf this afternoon when America's Day at the Races comes back on FS2.
It's a domineering display by the ultra-talented McKenzie.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
1,200,000 right there. 1,200,000. 25, 550. Mitchell, 550,000.
And now 500. And 500,000. Thank you.
450. 75. 475,000.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing, with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The Factor, a perennial leading sire of winners. He was third in the nation by winners in 2021 and 2022. His progeny include Grade 1 winners Sistron and Noted and Quoted, Grade 2 winner Charmaine's Mia, and Millionaires Bound for Nowhere. And factor this, with dozens of six-figure yearling sayings, he's a proven sire on the track and in the sales ring. The Factor, standing at Lane's End.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
America's Day at the Races. Welcome back, and we've got some standardbred action coming up later on this evening. It's the Breeders' Crown.
Call the standardbred.
I have not called a standardbred race. No, it's going to be over there at Harris Hoosier Park there today and tomorrow. That coverage is going to start at 9 p.m. Eastern on FS2. Acacia Clement, Paul Bettarosa will be in studio. Gabe Pruitt, Jessica Otten, they're going to be on site. And I even called the track announcer. You know, track announcer, we can once in a while call each other. I called Michael Chamberlain.
Really?
Yes. Got a little insight. He's fired up. He's excited. But let's take a look at that action here that's going to go on tonight. The Breeders' Crown on FS2. You've got those 2-year-old, the Philly Trot, open pace. Nice purses there as they get set for a big night. The Breeders' Crown, and we've got all that great coverage here on America's Day at the Races. And again, that coverage begins at 9 p.m. Eastern. So looking forward to all of that standardbred action later on. Race number 3 is going to be coming up, and we get on the turf, a field of 10, one scratch with that outside runner in the 11 in Boardwalk Fries. And we got Richie Migliori, of course, down here in the paddock as he gets set to take a look at these turf runners in our first turf race on this Friday afternoon.
Yeah, guys, we're going a mile and 1/8 here on the turf, and this time of year we start looking at horses' coats and how they, kind of progress through the year, especially fillies and mares. You'll see they get to a certain point of the season, their coats start to come in, and you want to see that rich, hydrated look. You don't want to see that kind of dull, drier look. Horses that stood out from that physical perspective and make sense on paper as well, starting with the 2 smoky eyes from the Christophe Clement barn. Just making a really nice impression. I think she'll appreciate the 1.1 miles, and I like what I'm seeing from her. I think she's checking the boxes, as is the 3 Snowy Evening. just really had a chance just now to visit with Steve and Robin Christ, co-owners with Phil Gleaves of this horse. She's got dapples popping out over her hind end. Not a very big filly, but really well made, very proportionate kind of filly, and I think another one that the Mile and 8 should be fine for, making a nice physical impression. The 6 Burnt Again would absolutely be the paddock check mark. Nobody's better turned out than her. Her coat is resplendent, rich, hydrated, making a really nice impression here. Is bred and owned by Jan Derschmidt. Actually, Jan has the old Jimmy Cagney estate about 20 minutes from where I live, and she does really well with her homebreds. And man, this filly looks fantastic here. Every time she walks by me, she's just making me gravitate to her. And then the 8 Overacting. Listen, it's a Chad Brown runner. She's only had 2 starts, really good efforts in both. She has speed, and she looks terrific. I guess it would be more to report if she didn't look good being a Chad Brown runner.
Thank you very much, Richie. And there is Overacting here at 7-5. Talked about Chad Brown with favoritism later on in the stakes races. He's got Overacting in here. And now let's watch this effort here as we've got similar rivals. You get Snowy Evening. You got another one in there. Talk about this one.
Well, just look at the horses that ran behind her. Snowy Evening finished ahead of her. She came from far back. Crimson Princess, she came from far back. This is a race where the pace basically fell apart. And Overacting was not only on top of the pace the whole way, but she was also 3 wide the entire way, and she still managed to finish a very, very competitive 3rd. She's supposed to be the speed. We'll see how aggressive Smoky Eyes is in this race. I know it's a 1 1/8, but to me, she's run very, very well in both her races, and she's a deserved heavy favorite.
Yeah, and I think the speed dynamic of this race seems a little bit soft, so she won't have too many challengers early. And when you look back at her first race, the way she just ran off on the lead and just kept going, I think that would be the kind of tactics that I would be using. And she seems to be a little bit of a temperamental filly. So I looked at her pedigree and saw Melodramatically, which I rode that mare for Grand Motion that we're talking about, and she was even more temperamental than this filly. One of the most frustrating horses I rode in my career because she had so much talent, but she would cause her own problems, leaving the gate.
She was
badly.
melodramatic.
She was melodramatic, aptly named. And I guess some of those tendencies or some of those traits passed on through the genetics.
Well, they do a lot, right? I mean, you see that a lot.
Just like her mama.
There is the number 8 in Overacting. Irad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard at 6-5, and taking a look at some prices in here, and we'll have a post break coming up. But did you feel like somebody was too high of a price in this race as you're taking a look at it early?
Myself, I had nothing clever to say. Yes, I will tell you the one worst thing is too big a price, the 9 Stella Mars. I don't love Stella Mars. I picked her 4th, but she's been running out of conditions, and she is dropping back into a non-winners of 1, so she's getting theoretical class relief.
Let's talk about the 1, Russia, Trevor McCarthy.
She is not too big a price at 33-1. She would have to run the best race for career to be competitive.
The 2 is Smoky Eyes.
Yeah, always runs pretty good. Got a nice post here on the inside, so it looks like it has a decent shot.
Jose Ortiz, David Donk teaming up with Snowy Evening.
But all Robert Frost fans will be loading up on Snowy Evening, who's been a very consistent runner, but got a great trip and ride last time.
There's the Todd Pletcher trainee, Monroe, the 4.
Yeah, first time along on the turf. Kendrick Carmouche in the saddle. I think he's going to be hustling this one, trying to get
this horse could be a little bit of a thorn in the side of the favorite, possibly.
There's the 5, Lady Jasmine.
She ran okay last time, but this is a tougher bunch.
Yeah, taking a look at the 6 and Burnt Again.
Yeah, running against restricted state breds, drops in back into the allowance. A horse that's really been consistent and kind of on the up and up.
Sal's Dream Girls, the 7.
She was more forward last time than normal. She'll probably go back to her prior running style, try to close into it.
The favorite who we talked about, Overacting.
Yeah, and deserving favorite. There's a lot in her favor here. 3rd start, more experience, the tactical speed advantage.
13-1, Stella Mars.
This horse shouldn't be this big a price. She's run fast enough that she's a competitor in here. 13-1's a big overlay.
Outside draw, Javier Castellano. Crimson Princess, the 10.
This is my sneaky long shot. Really got bounced around a lot coming out of the gate. Bad run going into the first one. A brutal trip to say. Only got beat a length off a long layoff. So this horse might be a horse that's trending upwards.
Race number 3, showing about 6 minutes away. And don't forget, fans, that you can earn a $25 bonus today by playing with Naira Bets. You can bet $100 each at Belmont, at the Big A, and also Keeneland today. You can earn that $25 bonus, win or lose. All you have to do is opt in. Visit NairaBets.com to opt in. Win or lose. Win or lose. Just opt in. You're in. Talk Talking about the 3-horse in here, Snowy Evening, David Donk, Jose Ortiz teaming up. One-time winner, 4 seconds and a third, but a horse at 5-1. If you like this one, did you feel 5-1 is pretty fair?
I think it's a fair price on her. You know, she's going to have to get a little bit more pace she gets, but she's been a consistent runner, and she usually puts in a good run.
I don't really like this horse too much at 5-1. I feel like there's so many more horses with some angles, and I feel like what you see with her is what you get.
All right, there is the 3 in Snowy Evening, and Overacting continues to hold this favoritism role here at that even money. Off of those 2 lifetime starts with the 8 in Overacting, or at Ortiz Jr., Chad Brown, you know, these two teaming up all the time, and that's going to put Chad Brown at the top of the trainer standings. You take a look at the trainer standings, 23 with Chad Brown at the top, Linda Rice, Todd Pletcher, Rudy Rodriguez, Mike Maker, and some nice meets for all, but Chad Brown continues his good run here.
Well, I mean, he's got a strong barn, and he's a very good trainer, and they run to their expectations. And I think it is impressive, really, for both he and Linda Rice to come off that demanding Saratoga meet where they're really sort of firing on all cylinders, and to come here and not skip a beat. Either one of them, really.
Yeah, sometimes, you know, coming off a meet where you have so much success, it's almost like you shoot all your bullets, you think, and you have to kind of reload, and you lose conditions and stuff, and kind of find a new set of horses, but they just keep it going.
Yeah, Chad Brown atop the standings there. Linda Rice, they're going to try and continue that as the money just continues to come here on the 8 Overacting. Are we getting into where the price is too short at this point at that 4-5?
Yeah, 4-5 is a bit of an underlay. She's got to get the mile and 1/8. I think you and I both think that Monroe is a potential little bit thorn in her side if Kendrick is aggressive with her. She hasn't shown a ton of speed, but she's coming out of sprints. The 2 could be forward. I think she's way the horse to beat, but I'm not sure she's supposed to be under 6-5.
4-5 is a big underlay. I mean, this horse, I think a fair price in the 2-1 range. The horse that I think is an overlay is the 10. She has had a bad trip, got a big run off a layoff. Yeah, bad trip last time.
We'll agree to disagree.
No man's land the whole way.
No, she wasn't.
Yes, she was.
She was too wide around the track. Get out of here.
Rajiv and Andy are going to talk about that trip there for the number 10 in Crimson Princess. And Richie, you're going to be trackside here. I'm sure Richie's smiling right now as we get set to send to trackside. What'd you see Richie here for today's third?
Well, first of all, I welcomed Rajiv to the team yesterday. Now really welcome to the team, Rajiv. Listen, not a lot changed from my opinions of what I saw in the paddock. I continue to like the 3 Snowy Evening. Made a nice impression in the paddock. Liked the way she warmed up. Light on her feet, kind of filly. The 6-horse Burnt Again. She's going to be my top selection, guys. Listen, I know it's not a beauty contest, and all you can kind of discern from looking at horses is how well they're doing. And I just think this filly has really touted herself, and I've got to go with my instincts there. And then the 8-horse, your favorite. Listen, she's going to be tough to beat. I have no false illusions about that, but I'm not helping anybody by picking a 4-5 shot. I am going with number 6, Burnt Again.
Thanks, Richie. Likes the number 6, Burnt Again. We've talked about Snowy Evening, and when you pick 2 5-2 winners back-to-back, and you guys team up once again, 4-5. Money keeps going in.
You know, as a child growing up, my father frequently used to read the poem Snowy Evening. What is it? It's not. It's part of the name of the title, the Robert Frost poem. Which these are, I do not know.
I have no idea.
Probably did not read that a lot around the.
No. But what I will say is this: if I knew this horse was Overacting was going to be 4-5 in this race, I would have not picked her.
I expected her to be 6-5.
Temperamental horses.
I think she's supposed to be shorter than you do. I think she's supposed to be in the 6-5 to 8-5 range. I do agree 4-5 is an overlay. They can't resist Chad Brown and Irad Ortiz. Yeah. Think about that ridiculous maiden we talked about yesterday. It was even money. How does this horse look at 4-5 versus that horse at even money? This horse should be 1-5 if that horse was even money.
This one does look like a way better odds-on favorite.
But she's overbet. I agree with you.
She's overbet.
And you talked about the number 10 in Crimson Princess, and you guys were going back and forth here about whether the trip was good, whether the trip was bad. But as a rider, are there things that we're definitely not noticing, maybe just watching a replay or two as far as the trip is concerned, that there could have been something a bit more to it?
It wasn't Dylan's fault. When he broke out the gate, he got slammed on the inside, slammed on the outside.
You're hoping that one guy's still talking to you in the doc's room?
And shuffled back, right? It wasn't his fault. But he got put into positions where, you know, he just couldn't really navigate. He had no options. He had to play the cards that he was dealt. And the horse still ran a very credible race. He was 10th at the top of the stretch. He was pretty much last and got beat a length off a long layoff. So if this horse takes a little tiny step forward, which she should with a run under her belt, she could threaten to win this race.
I don't like her, but you know, I think the other thing you say is I thought she had a very good trip and she was sucking up and a race was falling apart. But having said that, forgetting about my opinion that it was the best race she's ever run. There's no question it's the best race she's ever run. Or it might be that she's just an improved horse and now she's second off a layoff.
Yeah.
So at least you're talking about a race that whether you're right or I'm right or wherever the truth lies, she absolutely ran better than she had ever run before, which can't be a bad thing.
Right. And, you know, you were talking about Stella Mars, which is something to look at really in this race. She's been running out of her conditions the last two races. She's been eligible for our first level allowance, and she's been running against second level allowance, so way more established horses.
And she was second in this condition the last time she ran it. I worry she's losing her form a little bit. I don't love her low-profile connections. I just don't think she's supposed to be 13-1. So what did I do? I bet a couple dollars to win on her, and I bet an 8-9 exacta.
Yeah, without the 10. You should just go 8, 9, 10.
Now you and Greg Wolf. If Greg Wolf was here, he'd be back here with the 10. He likes the 10.
Still 4-5 here on the 8 overacting. We've talked about quite a few runners here in this field. We'll see if it's going to be an upset in this race. Controlling speed, the 8. I mean, do you get back to that trip where you open up 6 lengths on the field?
That's not the way Irad rides, but he's got to look to be forward, and I think potentially there's 2 horses that can be forward. Smoky Eyes certainly can be forward, and the 4 Monroe potentially can.
Do you remember the Man of War? And Romero being 20 lengths in front.
It's a great ride.
And almost
third.
winning.
Yeah, finished third.
That's how I would ride this horse. I would not get in her way.
Wow.
And I think she has that speed.
Relatives that lose by 10 lengths apparently are almost winning races.
Armor on.
Again, like
overachieving.
No, that was a great. I agree.
Definitely overachieving.
Yes, that was a great.
It would be what I would be looking to do with this horse. I would not take any hold of her.
Same trainer as the 9, by the way.
Same trainer as the 9.
It's all coming full circle.
It all comes full circle. It all comes
but
together.
That's just. But you would agree that Irad doesn't really ride like that.
He doesn't ride like
rarely
that because it could be criticized. You have to have a lot of guts to really go out there and do something like that, because if it doesn't work, you look like an idiot.
So now you're saying Irad has no guts. Man, you're going to be barred from the jockey's room by the time today's over.
If he does that, then
let's watch it all happen here. We're having a blast up here. Last one to go in is Crimson Princess. John Embriall with the call of today's third.
All set for the third. And they're off. And it is Monroe who shows first. Down on the inside is Smoky Eyes. There goes Lady Jasmine and Overacting as they straighten away now. And it is Monroe who has the lead. Lady Jasmine running in second, the favorite Overacting on the outside with Smoky Eyes, a headstrong horse down at the rail. And they continue along with Monroe, Lady Jasmine 1-2, Smoky Eyes, Overacting right together third and fourth. And then it's Snowy Evening next in fifth. On the outside is Crimson Princess in sixth. Burnt Again is running in seventh. Followed on the inside by Russia, Russia, Russia. And alongside is Stella Mars, and Sal's Dream Girl is the trail of the first quarter, 24 seconds. And it is Monroe by a half length, with Lady Jasmine on the outside and second by a little more than a length. Smoky Eyes is in third, only a couple of lengths from the front, with Overacting to her outside. The half mile in 50-1. Snowy Evening is looking to advance now. In between horses. Then comes Crimson Princess, who's gaining on the far outside. Followed next by Burnt Again, then Stella Mars and Russia, Russia, Russia. It's Monroe, Lady Jasmine, Overacting. They are heads apart, going around the far turn, 3/4 and 1:15. Monroe by a head. Lady Jasmine in between. Overacting on the outside. Smoky Eyes just in behind the front three. And then comes Snowy Evening and Crimson Princess. They head for home now. And here is Overacting on the outside up to challenge Lady Jasmine. Monroe continues to battle on. Smoky Eyes is looking for a way through. Snowy Evening is kicking in now on the outside. And here comes Snowy Evening now to grab the lead from Overacting. They come on for the finish. And it is Snowy Evening, the winner. Overacting held on to second over Burnt Again.
There is the 3. Like poetry there. Get Snowy Evening getting the job done there in the lane. Overacting, and some to unpack there as we went through the race and listening to you guys take a look at the race. Overacting gets beat. Snowy Evening gets the victory.
Listen, for all I know, these are the instructions from Chad Brown, but in my opinion, you're not supposed to rate horses that are successful being aggressive. And Raj, this horse was barely ahead of Snowy Evening in the early stages, and I just don't think she's as effective trying to rate, but give Snowy Evening credit. She always shows up.
Yeah, a horse that I really thought was just a cut below today she proved me wrong. But Overacting, I think it's a horse with a high cruising speed. Doesn't have a quick turn of foot, so kind of overrating a horse like this maybe takes away from her weapon.
If you like Snowy Evening there, you got that 5-1 return as Snowy Evening comes back and gets the victory off that second place finish in front of Overacting. So if you liked that effort last time, you definitely liked it today because you got 5-1 versus 4-5. And Bert again runs up there for third for Richie Megaloria, like the sixth. Completes that trifecta.
Yeah, and I just want to say, okay, they rated her 9. I don't understand that. She's got to go 9 furlongs, so should we have to rate her in here? I think you're more likely to not get it by taking her out of her running style. We've learned that this horse, Overacting, is a better horse when she's forward. Next time she runs, they need to send her, Raj.
Yeah, and you know, the story wasn't quite out on her yet because she only had 2 races, so maybe they decided, let's see if we can get her to relax.
Right.
But I think it's more definitive today that this is how she runs. So I would expect that the strategy would be adjusted for the next race.
Because it's not like she had a bad trip.
No,
she just didn't run her better race.
Yeah, but every horse has different style. And, you know, I guess the more the horses run, you get to figure their style out and make the adjustments.
I read the first time he was aboard the horse. Castellano was aboard for the first 2 starts, and, you know, whether that was a change in tactics, who knows. But they get the win there in today's third. We got a nice pick 6 carryover that's going to be coming up in race number 4. Still plenty of stakes racing action on the program on this glorious Friday afternoon here, Belmont at the Big A. Jose Ortiz teaming up with David Donk. Snowy Evening. They get the big victory here in today's third race at a little bit of a price at that 5-1 on America's Day at the Races.
What's better than 1 fill? 2 fills.
That was a keen turn of speed.
2 stakes wins at 2.
And it's 2 fills.
2 5.5 Ragozins.
And the son of hard spun.
2 105 buyers, including the Kentucky Derby.
And a passion run by 2 fills.
In the last 15 derbies, no horse has been faster.
This is a serious 3-year-old.
And at 12.5, you'd better book fast. 2 fills, this year's fastest 3-year-old around 2 turns.
At Keeneland, a horse will always be measured in hands. Hands that see, that sense, that speak. Hands that hold our sport to a higher standard. Not for our sake, but for theirs. For the love of the horse, for generations to come.
America's Day at the Races, as we're back, is sponsored by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Winner's Circle, Snowy Evening gets the prize here. 3-year-old filly Bifrosted gets the victory and didn't need to turn the tables because finishing in front of Overacting last time, but Snowy Evening gets the win.
She's a really nice horse, and Dave Donk, as usual, has done such a good job with her. And happy to see my friend Steve Christ and his wife Robin Foster in the winner's circle.
Speaking of those folks, they're down there with Richie Migliore talking about winning connections here in today's third.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. I'm thrilled to be joined by Steve and Robin here. And Snowy Evening just really worked out a beautiful trip, but she really helps herself, doesn't she? She kind of puts herself in the right spot, and she seems very nimble on her feet.
Yeah, and she finished very well. I mean, she's picking up ground into a last, fast last 3/8. This is a filly, she's a half to My Boy Tate, and we thought she was going to be a real nice little dirt sprinter, and she can't get out of her own way on the dirt, and she's turned out to be a very nice 1 1/8 grass horse, so you never know.
You don't know, and Robin, you know horses. You're a horsewoman yourself. Well, no, listen, I know you come up to my neck of the woods, and but it is interesting to see horses kind of what they excel at, even, depending on what they look like. She doesn't look like a horse that typically would get a 1 1/8.
No, she's always been kind of small. Actually, I'm impressed with how much she's grown and muscled out, and her coat looked great today, very dappled. Could you just tell that she's in great shape?
She really did look good. And how did this partnership come about? I mean, you're involved with Phil Gleaves, and somebody who was a terrific horse trainer. But it's been fun watching you guys and all the success you've been having.
Oh, thanks. It's really been great. It is a partnership of Phil and I and my partner Ken Durrett. And, Phil is our stable manager. We bought this filly as a yearling. Phil picked her out. I liked the pedigree. And it's turned out great, just not the way we expected.
If I can interject about how the partnership actually started, was that Ken got in touch with you because he was a fan, and then it turned out they were both San Francisco Giants fans, hence the colors. And I don't know if you were looking at the new silks, which are black and orange with a baseball diamond on them. So, yeah, even when the Giants go in the tank, we've got our racing stable to root for with the orange and black, always fly the colors.
That's fantastic. Now, Steve, you've worn a lot of hats in this industry, and been somebody that's been a great advocate for our game. How satisfying is it compared to working in the industry to be an owner and have this kind of success?
It's very cool, and it's actually more fun than I expected. And it's the team and the partnership, and you end up in the winner's circle with 6 or 7 people sometimes, and it's just a great feeling, and it's good fun. And the New York bred program is so good. This filly still has multiple allowance conditions in front of her, state bred and then open. She continues to develop. Maybe she's a state bred stakes filly next year.
This is fantastic. It's so great to see you guys. Congratulations. And I would like to say that this is a feel-good win for everybody.
Thank you so much, Richie. And Andy, I got to stay out of the way. There's some people that you know very well there, and congratulations.
Well, the feel-good win also, and Richie's right, was Steve and then the partnership winning the first ride of the Harvey Pack this summer. And Harvey and Steve, of course, very close as I was. But the interesting thing is that Steve and Robin met back in the early 80s, when Steve was writing for the New York Times and he was covering Devil's Bag, who at the time was considered one of the potentially great horses of all time because he was so incredible as a 2-year-old. And Robin was working, I believe, for the Thoroughbred Record at the time. Yep. And so they met when they were following the horses and down in Florida. And Phil Gleaves, at the time, was the exercise rider for Woody Stevens, and he was Devil's Bag's exercise rider. And that's how they all became friends. Wow. And of course, that's how Steve and Robin got involved. And that friendship stayed through the years. And then Phil, they had the horses together with Phil and Ken Durrett, as they mentioned, who's a good friend of Steve's, and they all got together. But the relationship with Steve and Phil goes back a long, long time. It's also intertwined with Steve and Robin's relationship as well.
Yeah, to be a fan of the sport, it's fun for me to see these moments too, because like I said, I've seen Steve's picture forever, but I think that's the first time I've probably even seen him live in person.
Yeah, I mean, I think tend to think of a lot of people in the racing, Steve, with the Racing Forum and the New York Times, don't realize that we're all racing fans. It's like you being on this show. You rode horses, but I think people sometimes don't realize that at heart we're all racing fans. We love the game.
And some of us are so obsessed with it, and I think Steve and you and I, we just find ways to just be involved in horse racing in any different aspects that we can because we just love the sport. One of the things that I don't want to get overlooked that we don't talk about is how good Jose, the ride that he just put on this
Perfect ride on this horse.
It was phenomenal.
Got position early.
Did all the right things, picked all the right spots. Just an absolutely flawless ride.
Got to come to Belmont at the Big A to find the San Francisco Giants fans. How about that?
Yeah, I think, Steve, it's got to have something to do with them being a New York team and his father or something going way back. I don't quite get it.
Pick six carryover, over $20,000 in that pick six, and that's coming up here in today's fourth race on the turf one more time. We're sprinting this time. Some scratches in there, but still a nice field as you take a look at other parts of the entry, and with the weather, we got nice weather, so we got a nice field.
And I think starting out this pick six, because there are some favorites people may want to lean on later, but the first two legs, the fourth and fifth races, in my opinion, Roger, they're wide open.
Yeah, it is so competitive. There's so many different angles that you could take, and I mean, it seems like anybody's race.
And we'll talk plenty about race number 4 as it does start that pick six. Again, that carryover over $20,000 to get involved there. Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, he looks to stay elite in the Breeders' Cup Sprint as he sends out Elite Power, looking for another victory in that race. And we'll talk about that and plenty more with the pick six coming up on America's Day at the Races on FS2.
Catholic Boy, a Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, including this romp in the Run Happy Travers Stakes.
He's so impressive today, the others didn't even have a prayer.
This 6-time graded stakes winner was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first runners are hitting the track. Dual Surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Any success that we've enjoyed is directly attributable to the men and women who first bring horses to us to sell. It's not a chicken and the egg situation in the thoroughbred industry or in the auction industry. You got to have good product. If we're able to attract quality horses to our sale with quality men and women selling them, we're going to have good sales.
We provide a platform for the auction of thoroughbred horses. Our mission is to do that with the highest level of integrity and service. We are the oldest thoroughbred auction company in North America. The stops at Fays Tipton are circled on a calendar and are not to be missed. The product that our customers are able to provide is sought after throughout the world.
Well, I believe the future of Fays Tipton is extremely bright. Everything that we do is going to be to achieve success tomorrow by doing things right today. It's a commitment to get up and do the right thing every day in a consistent and a professional fashion, and that's a great recipe for success long term.
Introducing Venezuelan Hug, the tenacious, towering son of Constitution, now standing in New York. After breaking his maiden at Gulfstreet, he dispatched Cityman and Allowance Company at Saratoga, going on to 6 wins in 10 starts, finishing with 3 straight stakes victories, including the Grade 3 Canadian Turf. Now a versatile sire, complementing any mare with size, looks, and athleticism that's been called the best-kept secret in New York. Venezuelan Hug, standing at Mill Creek Farm. Visit millcreeksaratoga.com to book your mare today.
Elite Power is still 8 lengths from the lead. They turn for home. Super Ocho with the lead. CZ Rocket to the inside. Jackie's Warrior to the outside. Elite Power has to go toward the center of the racetrack, but still fourth. Super Ocho, Jackie's Warrior, CZ Rocket. Maniwa runs toward the rail. Elite Power from the outside. CZ Rocket, Elite Power coming on. Elite Power, Iran Ortiz Jr. to win the Qatar Racing Breeders' Cup Sprint.
There was Elite Power winning the 2022 Breeders' Cup Sprint, looking to win the 2023 Breeders' Cup Sprint. Elite Power coming from off the pace, going to look for that same journey again, trying to go back-to-back.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't started to dig into those races yet. I'm actually going to start doing it this weekend. And he's another horse, obviously, who can win. I imagine Goodnight will be in there. I normally tape videos, handicapping the Breeders' Cup races. I will not be doing it this year, but I'll be doing I think they call it a Twitter Spaces Thursday night to go over the Breeders' Cup races.
Well, that sounds fancy.
I know, you'll be excited for that, won't you, Rush?
Yeah.
I'm going to bar you from it.
Breeders' Cup taking place over there at Santa Anita. Taking a look at that spotlight here as we look at the elite sprinter in Elite Power and Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott. Over the $2 million in earnings. 8 for 12 lifetime is very strong, and Elite Power has had a really nice record. He's done nice work.
This horse is a jockey's dream to ride. He has enough tactical speed where he's always going to be involved if you want him to. But if the pace is too fast, you can sit back further and he'll still give you his run.
He's no Caleb's posse.
And if the pace is slow, you can let him sit close and it won't take away from his run. So it gives the jockey all the options to ride however the pace develops.
And let's talk about one of those recent runs, and Gunite's going to end up winning this race, but talk about this effort in the forego.
Well, I would argue that he's more vulnerable in a 7-furlong race than a 6-furlong race, because 7-furlong races are often one wire to wire because they feature slower paces. And a horse like Gunite in there was able to get away with a very tepid pace, whereas in a 6-furlong race, the paces are usually a lot hotter, and they're going to be helping a closure like Elite Power. I don't think it's a distance question. I think it's a pace question.
Yeah, you said it exactly the way I see it. At 7/8, you anticipate that the pace is going to be a little bit slower. At 6 furlongs, you'll sometimes have a horse that's really a 5/8 kind of speed horse that will be in a 6-furlong race, and those horses don't necessarily even get entered in the 7/8 races. So you'll have the speed develop, and then he'll come running. So that race, Gunite got away with stealing it on the lead.
We'll find out more about Elite Power. Let's find out more right now with Hall of Famer Bill Mott talking about his runner.
He won in the mud in the Vanderbilt and then came back against the same horse that he beat in the Vanderbilt and got beat, but there wasn't a lot of pace in the race. A little slow, nothing to close into. The horse that was on the lead just kind of kept rolling, and he's a very good horse that beat him. But he seems to be doing well since then, and we're going straight into the Breeders' Cup off of the forego.
There is Elite Power, Hall of Fame trainer Bill Mott, and holding form over that long time to keep top class like that and to come back and try to repeat. I mean, that's got to be one of the more difficult things to do.
And I think that's a real credit to Bill Mott and his team as well. The fact that these horses, you look at Cody's Wish, how long he's held his form, because that's not an easy thing to do.
I mean, it sounds like a cigar kind of thing, right, Bill Mott? He's over the years of him training, I mean, he's just been one of the trainers that could consistently keep horses running at a top level for many years, consistently, you know.
And the other thing I like about Bill is he's not afraid. He's not one of these trainers that's looking in the paper, looking at his win percentage. He's not afraid of taking shots. A lot of guys might have said, I'm not going to run Cody's Wish in the Whitney, even though he's a big favorite. Bill's not afraid to lose. And I think to really be successful in this game, you can't be afraid to lose.
Bill Mott's got a big shot here to kick off the pick 6, race number 4. He's got the number 9 in Chewing Gum, and Irad Ortiz Jr. is going to be aboard currently right now sitting at 7-2. It looks like a wide open field, though, to kick off this pick 6 sequence, which had that carryover over $20,000.
I agree. I think that Chewing Gum is a massive underlay because Irad's riding him.
Yeah, and another 8-year-old for Billy Mott here, right?
All right, we'll see what happens in this turf sprint. We go to 6 furlongs, and when we talk about some turf racing, and now we bring in Maggie Wolfendale. She's down in the paddock here this afternoon and ready to join us on this Friday. It's a turf sprint. It's the start of the pick 6. Maggie, let's hear what's going on in the paddock.
Chris, as you were mentioning, turf sprints can be one of the more chaotic races, but good to see, my man. I often think about Chewing Gum, and then he just pops up in the entries. The 8-year-old back here on the NYRA circuit and coming in here in good form, as he typically does physically and on paper, too. But I do want to talk about some layoff runners that this race does feature, including number 1, Run Curtis Run, who will come back as a 4-year-old, this New York bred, who going back to the Carl Place, well, he won that in a fashion where nobody was expecting it from off the pace. Now, it'll be interesting to see what they do with him today. Now, he's one that when he made his debut, and this is going back, obviously, over 2 years ago, I just didn't think he looked that fit. He was hot and washy and carried a lot of weight. Well, it's the same thing once again, but the fact that he was able to win off the bench and thereafter he has run well enough off of layouts to suggest that it doesn't really affect him that much. Look, if I was just observing this horse without any previous knowledge, without the PPs in my hand, I would say it looks like he needs a start because he looks heavy and he's hot, which is an indicator usually of a horse needing one. So we'll see if he runs typical to his form or if he does actually need this start. As we'll move on to an interesting runner from the Graham Motion Barn. That's number 10, Suzak. When I first looked at this race, I was kind of like, well, what is Graham doing here? Actually, he's just kind of going back to what this horse has proven in France that he wants to do, and physically he looks just like a turf sprinter. Upon looking at him here in the paddock, I'm more convinced that this is the right kind of spot for him. Now, maybe you want to make the argument that they're just using this spot to kind of get things going here heading into this tail end of this 3-year-old season, but he's small, he's short coupled, but he's really strong and developed behind the saddle, and he looks incredibly fit here. I mean, it does not look like he's missed this much time. I mean, it looks like he ran last month as opposed to February. And furthermore, watching his races, while he doesn't have much speed, or he didn't in those Gulfstream efforts, he's also one that is a bit pace dependent, so maybe he does get that quicker pace, but it feels like he has that short run where in a turf sprint, he can capitalize on it. He doesn't have to sustain his run, obviously, quite as long. So I think he's really intriguing here, breaking from the outside with Kendrick Carmucha-Bor. Number 8, Fluid Situation. Just a little bit of a freshening here for this John Terranova trainee, sitting at 9-2 on the board. This is maybe the best I've ever seen this guy look. Carrying the weight and conditioning I've been longing to see him do. He will add a very, very short cup cheater blinker today for this return, but Chris, I usually don't like Fluid Situation, and today I do.
Thank you very much, Maggie here, taking a look at the 8 Fluid Situation. Maggie likes Fluid Situation coming off of this effort here in August, and a little bit of layoff off of that third place finish.
He's getting sorry to interrupt. He's getting badly steadied at the point we came on, and you can see him sort of getting shuffled back here. And Raj, don't you feel like he's a horse that's supposed to be much closer to the pace, and that Jose would be better served getting him forward today?
And with the blinkers on, I think that's going to be their plan. He's been so unlucky, this horse, not because of the horse's fault. He's always just been unfortunate to be in a spot that gets tightened up on him. With the blinkers should give him some tactical speed, but also a little more bravery, I think.
I agree. I think he and Legends Can Die are supposed to be the 2 8 horses in here that are forward, and that's one of the reasons I picked them 1-2, but this is a very competitive race.
Race number 4 is going to kick off that pick 6, and again, over $20,000 into that carryover. And we're going to take a look at the field here. Some scratches again as part of those entries, but here's the one, Run Curtis Run, who runs in.
He'll come down from his 9-1. He's a crazy overlay because arguably the best horse in the race. Not good numbers for Mike Maker off of extended layoffs with turf sprinters, but 9-1?
Yeah, Legend.
Number 2 here is going to be Legends Can't Die, Junior Alvarado aboard.
Yeah, getting back to the turf here. Had some good races in his early part of his career, and looks like a major contender.
Isaac Castillo's aboard the 3, Cazadero.
I don't love Cazadero, but I think he's not supposed to be almost 30-1 in here. He gets back to a turf sprint, which is what he does best.
The 4 is Nolo Contesto.
Yeah, cutting back in distance first off the claim. A horse that is stepping up in class, but might be able to get a piece of it at a big price.
Dylan Davis aboard the number 5 in Comedy Town.
He just feels like he's lost his best form.
Manny Franco is going to be on the 6, Chessmaster.
Yeah, it looks like a horse with some good tactical speed in a race that should put him in a good position to be in a striking range.
Jose Ortiz is on the 8. That's Fluid Situation.
Chew.
Oh, yeah.
Divided by 2, number 8.
Yeah, but the same horse that keep getting in trouble the last couple of times, blinkers on, and I think he's going to be a lot closer to the pace
You
today.
saw the 9 Chewing Gum go by.
We'll talk about him afterwards, but he's a contender, but overbet.
There was the 10th Suzak, the Grand Motion trainee.
Yeah, off a layoff, first time gelding, first time Lasix, getting the whole complete makeover package.
And the 11th, that's Vacation Dance, Javier Castellano.
He's overbet off a big win last time where he got a supersonic pace to close into against weaker.
That's the field here to kick off the pick 6. Still 5 minutes to the start of the pick 6. You can sign up with Naira Bets and get that $25 free bet plus a $200 deposit match bonus just in time for the Breeders' Cup World Championships. Use promo code CUP25 to experience the excitement of the Breeders' Cup and bet on any track, anywhere, anytime. Sign up at NairaBets.com for your free 25.
I just want to quickly say, I don't particularly like Cazadero, and I think his form may be declining, but he is an insane price at 34-1. I'm not sure he shouldn't be a third of this price, so I have to bet a couple dollars on him. And I don't even really like him, but I think he's too big an overlay.
Right now, you've got 3 horses on the board currently at 4-1. I mean, you get Run Curtis 1. You talked about that price, and now Mike Maker off of this layoff. Going back 5 years here with those 13 starts, the percentages say no.
It's a small sample size, which is crazy. It shows he has less than 3 horses a year coming off a long layoff in turf sprints. Now you think of Mike more with routers in the turf. The over 13 bothers me, and only 4 hitting the board. But Rajiv, 9-1 on this horse? I mean, he's a horse that on his best day, he might be the best horse in this race.
I mean, yeah, exactly. But is he going to show up with that top performance off the layoff? That's the question here. And you do have some horse with some recency that's knocking on the door, which I think it's why his odds have floated up. It's not because they don't think he's capable of winning. It's just because there's some more recent horses.
Yeah, taking a look at that win, this is back in October, and this is back a while. I mean, you get that long layoff, but what do you think of this effort here?
Oh, I thought this effort was very, very good. This would make him very tough in this race. I just don't know that we're going to see it. Maybe the board's saying we're not going to see it, but he's still an overlay in here. And, he's going to come down. The three's already come down to 25-1. So we'll see the board getting more normalized. They're massively overbetting Chewing Gum right now. It's just another IRAD horse. He hasn't won in a while. I know he was more forward last time, which is unlike him, and he's certainly a horse who can win. But I think he's supposed to be about 6-1 or so, at least.
That is the 9 you're talking about in Chewing Gum, but right now we got the 2. Junior Alvarado aboard Legends Can't Die off of a second-place finish, beating the nose last time.
Yeah, and like you can see with this horse, he's back on Lasix, back sprinting on the turf. His only bad races in his career was off Lasix.
And this is just going back and take a look at this replay. This, a main track effort, a race that was over a wet track. I mean, what do we take from this?
Well, they intended to run him on the turf. The race got rained off, and he still ran a credible race. So I expect that he got some fitness out of that race because he was coming off a layoff. He should be making a move forward out of that race. And it was almost like he won the race. He just lost by a nose bob. So definitely a horse that seems to be doing good form.
On paper, it looked like a really nice effort. The replay looked like a really nice effort. Maggie, what more on the 2 trackside here before today's 4th?
Now, caveat here, Chris, I have not seen Legends Can't Die in a while. I didn't see him for that comeback race, but as you mentioned, I too really liked what I saw from the replay. And today, second off the bench, he looks incredibly fit. I mean, this is a horse that is so well defined. I mean, you can just see every muscle highlighted on him. And typical of what I have seen of him in the past is that he's sharp. He was, keen, but not doing too much back in the paddock, but did get very headstrong out here on the racetrack with Junior Alvarado aboard for the warm-up. That's pretty typical of him, but I love to see now that he's nice and settled, got kind of that nervous energy out of his system. Now it's go time. So I think he's a really logical horse. Though getting back to the turf, he seems to be one that's kind of talented on either surface. So I'm not opposed to the surface switch, as the connections do seem to want him on the turf. As we'll check in with a big long shot down on the rail. Now, there's 2 high-priced horses in here. Certainly, Nolo Contesto is the one that I would want to fool around with, as opposed to number 3, Cazadero. But Nolo Contesto, doesn't have many turf races, and he's probably a little bit slow anyway. But I'm just talking about for an underneath. And Fernando Abreu is one that I kind of pay attention when he claims these turf horses, these turf sprinters. He's done well with them in the past. And I just thought that in his last turf sprint, he did not get away that cleanly, and he was just so far back against a pretty tough field. Not that this one isn't tough either, but I thought he ran well. He was kind of swapping leads, so jury's still out on really, is this the best surface for him? But I like the impression that he made, at least from a long shot perspective. Chris?
Thanks, Maggie. Talking about the 2, talking about the 4, Nolo Contesto, who's a huge number here, longest shot on the board, and the horse that Maggie did talk about kind of liking a little bit. I mean, what you're seeing, it seems like, it's just tough to really make a case for anybody, a strong opinion.
Well, it's a wide open race. What I would say is, I think you're supposed to bet this race and bet against the 9 Chewing Gum, because he's never supposed to be 3-1 in this race. I just don't think he has that kind of form right now.
Yeah, when you see that there's so many different angles you can go with it, this is the perfect race to say, step outside of your boundaries and take a long shot. And the long shot that Andy's been showing me that it's starting to bring some attention to is the number 3, Cazadero, who was 8-1 on the morning line, comes in off the also eligible, and he's off at 25-1. This horse has some good back class sprinting on the turf, gets to his optimal situation. He might be a horse that could sneak up and make this race interesting.
He's a little bit suspect, his form, but the last time he sprinted in the turf, and Rajiv and I were just looking at this is the last turf sprint, and he's in his turf sprint. He beat him 2 lengths by Arzak, who came back and won a stake at Keeneland with, I think, around 100 buyer.
Arzak is going to be one of the top contenders for the Breeders' Cup turf sprint.
Once again, I didn't pick this horse anywhere, but I think as a bettor, especially when you look at this race, which is wide open. This is a wide open race.
You're not getting much value on the top contenders. This is a good Hail Mary race. You go with the long shot, because this horse is nowhere near impossible.
When this pick 6 blows up, this is probably the most likely race to be blowing it up.
Yes.
And I was thinking about that. The Chad Brown with possible favorites, the going to be well bet in the latest sequences. is this a race where you say, now I'm going to start adding more horses, I'm going to spread a little bit in the first leg, or I got to try and hone in and have some sort of opinion?
Well, every decision you make in a pick six is incumbent on decisions you're making in other races. You know, someone will say, oh, that was the next horse I was going to use. Well, if you add every next horse you were going to use in a whole 6-race sequence, you might you're taking from 400 to 4,000 or 5,000.
Getting ready.
And every decision that these jockeys are going to make is going to make the difference in such a close-knit
Don't suck up
race.
the jockeys now. It's too late for you.
We'll see who gets...
My brothers and sisters in the jockeys race.
There you go. We'll see what happens here to kick off that pick six. John Imbriel with that carryover coming in. Will it be Chewing Gum or will it be a Price? It's all coming up right now. Race 4, start of that pick six.
Has to move in. He'll break from the extreme outside in this field of 10. Ready to go as we start the pick six. And they're off. And it is Fluid Situation and Legends Can't Die. They are right together here in the early going. And then it is Chess Master, and on the inside is Comedy Town. Those two are right together, 3rd and 4th. Then comes Vacation Dance on the outside in 5th, followed by Run Curtis Run in 6th. Suzak and Nolo Contesto, they're right together. And at the back are Cazadero and Chewing Gum. Fluid Situation gets away now to lead by 2.5 lengths over Legends Can't Die. It's another 2.5 to Chess Master in 3rd. Comedy Town down on the inside runs in 4th, followed by Vacation Dance in 5th. Then farther back, it's Suzak and Run Curtis Run. Half mile in 45 seconds as they come into the stretch. And it is Fluid Situation, challenged here by Legends Can't Die on the outside. Vacation Dance has moved into 3rd. Legends Can't Die right alongside of Fluid Situation. The two of them are heads apart. Legends Can't Die on the outside, now with a narrow lead. They come on for the finish, and it is going to be very tight at the end. Was it Legends Can't Die, or was it Fluid Situation?
Ended up a very tight finish there in the photo. Andy and Rajiv were taking a look at who they saw got up. It looked like Legends Can't Die is home, and then the 8 does come back on the inside. Tight photo.
And it's funny because Jose Ortiz was so confident coming in the stretch with the number 8 Fluid Situation. And, I mean, he didn't do anything wrong. I'm not in any way knocking him. But the number 2 laid off him. Seems like Legends Can't Die got it done. It's pretty close, though, Raj.
Yeah, I think the two got it, but both horses, neither one of them stopped. They were both fighting. Even when it seems like Legends Can't Die was going to pull away, and then the Fluid Situation started battling back.
Yeah, the outside got it.
And I outrode you, Andy. My pick and your pick, nose to nose. I think that's what made a difference.
Ooh.
That hurts me deeply. It hurts me deeply. I fortunately, in my fooling around with the number 3, I did save the exact with the horses I picked 1-2 in this race, the 8 and 2. No excuse for the 8. They both ran well in this race. And, you know, once again, to getting back to it, the juice in this race was betting against Chewing Gum at 5-2. That's a crazy underlay only because Irad was riding.
Yeah, I mean, that's pretty fascinating for me to see this day in and day out, race after race. Irad's horses keep getting better. And there's no jockey out there that can make a horse run faster than their capabilities.
No, I've said this. I've said this before in the show. There are times that Irad has come up to me and said to me, "Why is the horse I'm riding in this race favored?" And I said, "Because you're riding him." And he's like, "But this horse isn't good enough to win."
Watching this replay close up now,
it's a bad angle.
The 8 got a
bad angle.
Because this angle looks like 8 got a good bob, and they haven't posted anything
yet.
You're
awfully confident there that you got him home, the two. You know?
I was confident until I just saw the slow-mo, and now I'm not.
I'm confident the 2 won.
The photo did end up a lot tighter than you do look. The one thing, it was making when I saw the 8 break out of the gate, Fluid Situation, the blinkers on, we talked about in the first race, but that horse broke very well on top and was out in the center of the course, and now you got the camera on the 8, taking a look at the 8.
This reminds me of the Tampa Derby when I thought I lost on Odysseus and I got put in the winner's circle. This 8 horse got a massive bob just now.
It's almost not dissimilar.
The 8.
Oh, Raj,
Andy, come back and beat me.
Say it. I'm the man.
Oh, my.
Wow, I can't believe it.
Right here. There's the bob right there.
This is the bob. It's almost reminiscent because it's also George. It's actually George Weaver losing in this case. I'm thinking of that bob that George Weaver, they won over at Ascot with John Velasquez when that horse won. Crimson.
I had a winner for George Weaver one time at Belmont, and I thought I won. They put my number up. We went in the winner's circle. Then they switched it over.
Bettors love that.
I mean, we're going to take a look at that stretch run there, but fluid situation. Jose Ortiz is going to come back.
Even he's surprised.
Yeah.
Look at him. He's got a little smile.
Jose Ortiz. Jose Ortiz here getting to the winner's circle. We'll talk plenty about this as it is fluid situation. Who gets up at the wire here to get the win? Back with a lot more on America's Day at the Races.
Number 1 is Mo Donegal by Uncle Mo. And they're off in the Remsen. As they come on for the finish, and it's going to be tight here in the Remsen. Mo Donegal. Mo Donegal bearing down on the outside. It's Mo Donegal and early voting, and it is Mo Donegal to win the Wood Memorial. And it will be Mo Donegal to win the Test of the Champion, the Belmont Stakes.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. It was a thriller in today's fourth race as Legends Can't Die passing fluid situation, but game as they come was a John Terranova trainee as he stands with me now. And John, we were just talking about the blinkers for this guy. Obviously Simon Harris, who longtime exercise rider for you, valet here. He made this suggestion. Why did he kind of come to that conclusion of putting the blinks on today?
You know, he did. He knows them very well. On them every day, breezes them every time. He just thought he's getting a little smarter, a little lazy in his breezes and stuff like that. Just something to just keep his mind on his game right now. So we put a little pair on him last week. He breezed fantastic with them. So I said, all right, we'll go with it. So.
Now, did you think you'd won?
You know, I didn't know. At first I didn't know, and then I watched the replay, and a couple of guys upstairs were telling me, yeah, I think he came back. I said, we'll wait. We'll just walk down slowly. But that was nice to see, for sure.
You do have the most laid-back demeanor, I think, of anybody I've ever met that trains horses. But we gotta Rajiv upstairs. He'd stopped by the barn, and you told him you liked this horse.
A few hours ago, he said, "Give me something." So he wanted to talk about something. I thought he said he was going to pick him. He was looking at him. So I said, "We're live today. I think we're going to run really well." And well, I guess he went with the 2. So we love him.
Just gonna rub it in his face a little bit more here. He actually got Andy up, so congratulations, John. Really well done here with Fluid Situation.
Thanks, Maggie.
All right, Fluid Situation, a horse that's always shown he has some talent and really putting it together today with those blinkers on. Chris?
Thank you, Maggie. And we get, oh, look at that photo. Oh my goodness, look
wow,
at that.
That's about as close to a dead heat.
That is very close.
There's a little bit of air there.
There's a little bit of space.
John just proved the statement right. Jockeys don't listen. He told me, and I didn't listen to him.
Correct.
I picked the 2 to beat him.
Correct. It's a game of inches, as you said before,
More hate
Reggie.
the Jocks group. How was Jock group hate for Raj just rising each day?
That armorage. Yeah.
They're going to ban me.
They're going to like me more than you very soon.
Yeah.
My equipment
Fluid
is gonna be on the
situation gets the win here, having a blast once again as we kick off the pick 6. A decent start there if you kick off your pick 6 there at 5-1. Jose Ortiz gets back up for the victory, and we get a nice sequence the rest of the way through. Going to take a look at race number 5 here. It's going to be the pick 5, and now you also take a look at another field with Buston Bay, 6-5, and you're already shaking your head, Andy.
Well, Irad Ortiz is riding her. She isn't even supposed to be favored, and she's 6-5.
Yeah, 6-5.
Look at her. How is she favored here?
Yeah, well, it's a good Linda Rice, Irad Ortiz combination. That's a solid combination right there.
That's a nice race coming up here. You guys are going to be here for it. I am not. You guys doing a great job here on America's Day at the Races. I'm jumping out of here. Greg Wolf is going to be in here. We're going to talk about more. You got some great stakes racing action, some great stakes racing action tomorrow. New York Showcase Day on Sunday. It's all still coming up on this beautiful day. I will be here tomorrow. Excellent. Looking forward to it. Julia looks to shine in the Mother Goose as you come back. Greg Wolf will be here on America's Day at the Races.
They're off. Power pretty close up in the early stages as the field approaches the quarter pole, and it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside, and Elite Power and Gunite. Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Curling, the classic sire.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
We watched his career. You know, the speed he had was tremendous. So we bought 2 or 3, underbidder on several. Really nice volatile colt in his last sale that I think maybe $600,000. Beautiful colt.
Tom, $600,000. Thank you very much and good luck.
Perfect sire for the 2-year-old sales, and so we'll be bidding against some of our peers, no doubt. So we're looking forward to it. We like a little competition. You know, it's fun.
Volatile, Victoria. In the Vanderbilt.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
And this Todd Pletcher 2-year-old juggernaut just continues. What an exciting filly this is. Dreaming of Julia by 15 lengths.
Dreaming of Julia is one of our most accomplished broodmares at Stone Street. She was the broodmare of the year, Kentucky bred broodmare of the year this year. She's had some great babies, including Malafat, who was the champion 3-year-old filly and champion older dirt filly this past year. Malafat actually beat Clairiere in the distaff.
Blue Stripe, Clairiere, Malafat, maybe!
She has a foal by Into Mischief, and then she will be bred back to Curlin. Her race career was also spectacular. One of her best races was the Gulfstream Oaks, where she won it by 21 3/4 lengths. She won the Frazette.
Dreaming of Julia. Oh, what a finish this is. And the victory goes to Dreaming of Julia narrowly.
She won a number of other races, and she was always so much fun to watch.
Live coverage continues on FS2 here, closing weekend. Belmont at the Big A. Greg Wolf stepping in for Chris Griffin. Chris did a great job. Andy Serling, Rajiv Mirage. Good to be here for a segment or two with you two before we swap out. Pick 6 underway. I still don't know, looking at that finish, how that horse got put up.
You hexed the 2. You just said you won. You gave me a hard time.
Yeah, I mean, watching the race live, it definitely seemed like the 2 got there.
Well, we move on. We're going to get into the late pick 5 coming up. Of course, Saturday program, 3 straight graded stakes, including the Grade 2 Mother Goose for 3-year-old fillies. And defining purpose, Grade 1 winner, Julia Shining, was in that race as well. Such high expectations for her with that pedigree, not quite panned out yet.
Yeah, I mean, she's the kind of horse that you feel like she's either a really interesting bet or she's a terrible bet. Because what do you do? I mean, after this excellent effort, she doesn't get in the Kentucky Oaks. She ran a winning race behind Defining Purpose and finishing 3rd. She doesn't come back for 5+ months, and they try the Alabama, a crazy spot. She's virtually eased. But I do think you have to ask yourself the question about whether or not you're confident she can really run anymore.
Well, I don't even think her A race that she's shown so far could win this race.
Well, she's got to improve off her best form.
She's got to improve off her best race ever to win this race, and I'm not expecting that because she's coming off a layoff and coming off her worst race. So that combo factor, I mean, I wouldn't expect her to show her A race.
You could forgive not winning that Alabama. It's a tough spot to come back in a mile and a quarter, but yeah, she did not run at all in that race.
Sometimes, though, I think when you bring a horse back in what's sort of an overly ambitious, that's an unusual thing, especially for the Pletcher barn. And you feel like it was more than just them coming back in there. It can blow up in your face, and they run really badly. But you're right, Rush. She not only has to win this race, she's going to have to run better than she's ever run before. And at 5-1, is she really a good gamble at that?
Yeah, I don't think so.
Saturday stakes schedule, not just the Mother Goose. We have the Awad and then 49er for the boys, Grade 2. That's race 10 on the program, 4:53 Eastern, when they'll break from the gate for this one with a purse of $300,000. And Accretive for Chad Brown in this spot. It's going to attract a lot of attention. The fact this horse was second to Cody's Wish in the Bosberg last time out.
Yeah, we were talking about it. Who would be favored? Would Accretive be favored? Would Ever So Mischievous be favored in this race? It's going to be interesting to see. Accretive really had the run of the race. It wasn't a particularly fast pace. Cody's Wish didn't break. He had to rush up in the pace. So the difference in the finish, it's not as, the margin is shorter than it should be. But listen, Accretive got beaten a photo to second start to Gunite last year. So he is a very, very good horse, and he's probably the one to beat. But I think a lot of money is going to go to Ever So Mischievous inside of him.
That's a horse who's won 3 of his last 4, with the only one being a head defeat for Brad Cox. Christian Torres will be in town to ride. He'll be just inside of Accretive. Is he a horse on the improve? What do you think of the race he's coming out of that Harrods Creek?
You know, you and I have talked about it earlier, Greg, and it was a good effort, but this is a much tougher field. This field he's meeting is full of horses that are considerably better than who he beat this day.
I think this horse, though, they do have some high expectations for him. You can tell he's on the upswing, but he still has something to prove, especially against this caliber of horses.
This will be his first time in graded stakes company, so it will be a step up. We'll see if he's up to the challenge. That's on tomorrow's card with back-to-back-to-back stakes races, 2 of them graded stakes. It begins with a Mother Goose. Late pick 5 coming up next on our Friday coverage. Belmont at the Big A. This is the only one in today for Linda Rice. Got to make the most of her opportunities. Now 4 back of Chad Brown for this training title.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 7 millionaires. With over 10% stakes performers, his recent top runners include Tarabi, placed in the Grade 1 Spinaway and Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies, Grade 2 winner Plum Ali, plus these standout performers. A proven value sire, First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Welcome back to the program here on FS2. It's America's Day at the Races, and we are proudly brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Well, coming up here in today's fifth race, as we do kick off the late pick 5, we have some nice fillies and mares traveling over a mile in this upper level allowance optional claimer. And while Buston Bay is your favorite, and she looks sensational in the paddock, as she typically does, she is taking on tougher company than what she's faced. But there's nothing to scoff at her recent record, as she has won 5 of her last 8 races, which is something to commend. But let's take a look at some of those horses who arguably have been facing some better company, including number 3, All-American Beauty, though she's been doing it mostly on the turf. How's she going to adjust to only her second try on the main track here for Shug McGahee? We don't know, because it's the first time she's been on the fast track as well. I don't see this filly as predominantly turf meant from her physical form whatsoever. She looks great here. I like the one-turn mile. She's sharp. She's but not doing too much. I think she's really intriguing getting back to this surface here. So she certainly has enough pedigree too. A daughter of Into Mischief. She's a half to Blue Devil, who once they switched his career back to the dirt, he has been on fire, winning 2 races up at Saratoga and then 3rd last time out in a graded stakes. So I think All-American Beauty makes a good deal of sense. Now, the likely pace setter, there are some horses who can show pace, but number 4, Missy Greer, has consistently been fast, as she was embroiled in a fairly, although the times were adjusted that day, it was a quick pace for her, because she's one that 7/8 is a bit too sharp. She needs longer so she can kind of get into her stride. Now, she's coming off of a layoff here, and she looks really different. She has filled out a ton. Now, she's always been a bit wonky behind. She kind of has those peaked hindquarters I don't necessarily love, but this is by far the best weight and conditioning that this filly has ever shown me from before. Greg.
Maggie, thank you. We start our post-parade with Sweet Wilhelmina. Big effort at Mountaineer last start.
She has won at Aqueduct before, but she's got to bring that out-of-town form to be competitive here.
Frosty O'Toole, Mike Deeney trains.
Doesn't seem to have a lot of speed, so should be coming from way off the pace.
Here's All-American Beauty, just that lone dirt start way back in the debut.
She was a short price, and she had trouble that day in a weak 4-horse field. I thought she was very interesting, but she's overbet in turf races.
And it was a muddy track, first time on a fast surface. Here's Missy Greer, lone speed and positive signs for Maggie.
Yeah, stretching back out to a mile with the speed is going to be trying to control the pace and see if he can hold on.
First to Act had faced some really big-time names, but where's the form gone?
If they all ran their best races, she's won the 9 to win this race, but her last 2 races disastrous.
Pretty extreme, ran huge against softer company 2 back.
And good tactical speed, should be just tracking the pace and hoping to get the first run on the closers.
Toned up, it was almost 30 to 1 last start, nearly nailed Portage for Linda Rice.
The problem with her, and I think she has a chance, is that she doesn't have any speed in a relatively paceless affair, but she's certainly a contender.
And here's the only Linda Rice entrant on the card this afternoon. This is Buston Bay. Again, Linda trying to chase Chad Brown. It's got considerably more difficult with him winning earlier on the card. She's 4 back.
Yeah, stepping up to face open company, but with the trajectory she's on, she definitely deserves a chance to see where the ceiling is.
Little shocking, though, to see this short a price on Buston Bay, the 8.
As a friend of mine was just saying to me, at least she's consistent. You can know she shows up. I just don't think she's good enough and someone to run better. I know you like this horse, Greg, and I'll tell you one thing about Missy Greer. Win or lose, she is the speed in a relatively paceless affair.
Getting a big warm-up here under Javier Castellano. Let's go back to December 1st of last year, and this is showing what she can do on the front end. Now, she wouldn't win this race at 4 to 5. She got beat by Tap the Faith in the end, but she was competitive to the end.
But Tap the Faith was an expensive Christophe Clement horse that was coming into form at the time, and she got a very good trip to Just Nail Her. Toned up, ran well to be 3rd in here, right behind them, finishing 3rd. I think that you have to be concerned that she's a threat to wide of the field. She's 11 to 1. I think there's some concern that she's still the same kind of horse, Rajiv, but at 11 to 1, you do worse than find out with a horse that's supposed to be the controlling speed.
Yeah, and Javier took her from the pony, gave her a good warm-up. Usually when we want a horse to break well and be engaged early, that's one of the things that we try to do, get them warmed up and on the bridle. So I'm expecting that he's going to try to employ those tactics, try to control the pace and see if he can take them gate to wire.
I just think this is a board that is filled with potential overlays because of how much they're betting on the number 8, Buston Bay. And Pretty Extreme is the one that I picked, Greg.
We're going to take a look at her now. She had this out-of-this-world performance this race at Saratoga. Now, it was for just 32,000 claiming, but she dominated this field.
And she ran a figure that she's run before, so it's not the only time she's run fast. We talk about First Act having big races. Besides First Act, she's the one who has the other one who has big races. And last time out, she was chasing at a big speed, a speed-friendly track. That was a very fast half, 46-3 for a mile. While she faded, Tough Street, Olga Isabel, those are pretty good horse compared to these. And the other thing about her is she's got enough tactical speed that she can put herself in the game, so I don't think she's going to be compromised if the pace turns out to be slow.
Yeah, I think the slower the pace, it actually benefits her. But she could be the thorn in the side for Missy Greer. I think she could be the horse that could pester her on the front end and kind of soften her up.
You even go back, you talked about who she faced. 63 Caliber she was competitive against, who's with our colleague Tom Amos now, had a big win at Saratoga this summer. She's faced some good ones. So, yeah, it's not a standalone race, that one 2 back. Let's go back to Maggie.
Yeah, Pretty Extreme. I've always kind of been a fan of hers, and she seems to show up a lot of times. But the problem today is that she came in really kind of wound up and on edge. She was washed out, and I heard trainer Rob Falcone kind of mutter under his breath as they were saddling her, I feel like she's already run a race. It's just not something I typically see from her. She can get wound up, but not to this extent. So she has been kept with the pony, which is probably the right move by Dylan Davis here, and she, as you guys mentioned, certainly has the credentials to be a major factor in here. Just wish she was a little bit more settled. And then what do we get from the longest shot on the board with number 5, First to Act? Completely outrun going the 6 furlongs last time out, but before that she was a no-show in the Molly Pitcher, but coming back off of a long layoff, and this is a horse that at times has run races to be very competitive here. It's just, has she lost the will? It seems like after that 4-year-old season, which albeit she did get a late start to her career, she just seems uninterested kind of in her races now. Now, looking at her in the paddock, I couldn't fault her one bit. I really liked what I saw from her. But based upon the recent efforts, I can understand her being the longest shot on the board, Greg.
All right, thank you, Maggie. Pick 5 pool. Again, late pick 5 starts here. Nearly 170,000. On the final Friday of this Belmont at the Big A meet closing weekend, with this rider title really getting exciting. Arad leading the way with 28. Manny tied him yesterday. And then Jose with 2 wins today is just 1 back.
And Manny has a win today, though. He won the first race.
That's what I said. Yeah, so they're tied at 28.
So tied today. Okay, going in there. No, it's sort of fun. And Manny's throwing in a monkey wrench in that battle of the Ortiz brothers. Also, by the way, John Imbrial will be heading south after this weekend.
Yeah.
And he'll be back for the for what would be the Belmont portion of the Aqueduct meet a little bit later. But looking forward to him coming back. But we wish him a good winter. And I'm a big John Imbrial fan as a announcer
job as always.
and as a person.
All right, we'll see what happens here. This money is not moved away from Buston Bay on the outside.
I just can't get enough. Even money on a bad Chad Brown maiden yesterday, 5-2 on Chewing Gum. There's an endless supply of money for Irad Ortiz horses.
Yeah, I mean, but this horse genuinely has a really good shot. 2-1 is an on delay, but what would you think would be the fair price on this horse?
Personally, I think 9-2. Honestly, I think the one thing you can say about her is in a field where there's a lot of question marks about these horses, you know she's in good form. She's reliable. She always seems to show up and run reasonably well. It just feels like there are too many horses in this race that have better races than her for none of them to show up and run that race. So that's why I'd bet against her. I'm not a fan. You liked her more than I did, Greg.
Well, this
not
price,
that you love her.
No,
but
I didn't pick her on top. I like the 4, and to me, she doesn't have. It looks like an ability to take a forward move. She's going to run a race, as you said, and for most of these, if they run a race they have in them, it's not good enough.
And I think First to Act is one that I expect to trend back into form. She was off a long layoff when she ran in July in the Molly Pritchard, which is a way tougher race. Then she sprinted last time, which is something, and broke slow, which is something that she doesn't want to do. So third off the layoff, stretching back out to a flat mile. I think this is the horse that, at a big price, could run a big race here.
And it's a reclaim for Linda Rice. People will look at that and say, oh, she went back in for this horse. Other trainers have gotten the horse to run about the same as she has.
Yeah, no, she's a consistent runner that just seems to run well all the time, but they're buyer figures in the mid to high 70s. There are too many horses I feel that can run a mid-80 buyer in this race for none of them to show up and run that race and be better than her. And I think like the price on the horse I like, Pretty Extreme, is ridiculously high, 7-1.
Almost a must for Linda Rice. Well, really is a must if she has any hopes of staying in this training title race and trying to keep that streak alive of 5 consecutive training titles on this circuit. The 8 Busting Bay, her only entrant in this afternoon. She's now 4 back of Chad Brown. Closing day Sunday. I believe only 3 in tomorrow as well.
I'm never counting her out anymore.
See what happens here. Late Pick 5 begins with this one. Let's go to John Imbrial.
And they're off. And that was a quick beginning there for Buston Bay from the extreme outside. Missy Greer now coming on through. Missy Greer takes the lead. Buston Bay is in second. And then it's Pretty Extreme in third. Sweet Wilhelmina rallying now down towards the inside. Then comes All-American Beauty, who's running in fifth, followed by Frosty O'Toole in sixth. And the trailers are Toned Up and First to Act. Missy Greer is the leader here by a length and a half, with Buston Bay and Sweet Wilhelmina right together, second and third through a quarter in 23 and 3. Pretty Extreme and All-American Beauty there, heads apart. Then comes Frosty O'Toole, who's running in sixth down at the rail. A break of 4 lengths to First to Act, and Toned Up is at the back. The leader is Missy Greer. Missy Greer in front by a length and a half. And Buston Bay running in second, the half in 46 and 4. Sweet Wilhelmina down at the rail. Missy Greer maintaining the lead. It's 3/4 of a length. Buston Bay now getting closer on the outside with Sweet Wilhelmina just in behind the front 2 and third. All-American Beauty is next in fourth. Toned Up has begun to pick it up now from the back of the pack as it has advanced into fifth, as they head for home now. And now Buston Bay has taken over the lead. It is Buston Bay in front. Sweet Wilhelmina moving up on the outside of Missy Greer, and then Toned Up. Buston Bay has a 3.5 length lead. Then Sweet Wilhelmina and Toned Up. They're coming on for the finish, and it is the New York bred Buston Bay to win by 2.5 lengths. Sweet Wilhelmina was second. Toned Up finished third.
So Buston Bay, Linda Rice, only runner she has in today, crosses the wire first, but we need to go back and look at the start of this race. Did she break the gate before the rest of this field came out? Outside post, keep your eyes on the 8.
She clearly, her gate opened early.
This is going to be a real close one here. This might be a non-starter.
And Ortiz Jr., you see him look back.
No, I know. He didn't do anything wrong. Her gate definitely opened early. I mean, you'll see them because you could see it on the pan that she broke. But sometimes you see that, and it's just because the horse broke really sharply.
And it almost caught Irad off guard because he fell back in the saddle a bit and looked to the left. Like he wasn't expecting the gate to open, and all of a sudden it pops through.
And I'm not certain of this, but I believe this horse will be declared a non-starter because she got an unfair advantage. And listen, if you bet her, and I didn't like her, I feel bad because she clearly ran a winning race. But I'm not sure it's not a rule, and I'm not 100% sure of these things.
So I think what happened was when the horse was standing at the gate, it attempted to jump out before the gates open, and her face nudged it, and it triggered it to open. And it looks like that split of a second gate did make it open.
How is there no inquiry posted?
That would mean non-starter. We'll keep you posted here. Unofficially 8-1-7-2, but this victory very much in question as we now get a look at the pan
view. This angle might give us a better. Oh yeah. Oh, this is clearly ahead. Well, that's got to be frustrating for the jockey and the connections, you know.
Has that happened to you before, Rajiv?
It has happened. It has happened, and unfortunately, there's nothing he can do because he's sitting in there waiting for the gate to open. But the horse anticipated before the gate opening to jump out the gate, which is something that doesn't happen all the time, but sometimes, you know.
I'm baffled as to how there's no inquiry posted. I can't understand how the stewards haven't seen this. I mean, everybody saw it. You could see it on the pan. You knew at least on the pan that you had to look at the head-on.
And I think Irad felt it because he looked back and he's almost knew. Oh, man, this isn't good.
One more time for the pan view, far outside post with the 8.
Yes, you could see her get up onto her legs there.
It's no question that the gate broke before they came out. I mean, listen, I feel bad if you played and she ends up being a non-starter because she clearly ran the best race. I'm not 100% sure of the rules, but I don't understand how there's no inquiry. There we go. There's the inquiry.
Now it is up. And again, a look at the head-on. Looks fairly clear-cut. And there it is, the look back from Irad Ortiz Jr., knowing, what just happened.
I mean, technically, she got an unfair advantage. But this wasn't going to change the order of finish. This wasn't going to change the outcome. So.
But this is not, just to be clear, and Richie's outside if you want to nod your head in this. I don't think it's it's not like a bumping incident where the stewards say, well, it didn't affect the order of finish. I believe if she's given cut and dry, that the horse has to be declared a non-starter. I don't believe a disqualification. I believe a non-starter. And listen, I feel for people that are involved because she did run the best race, but you can't just bend the rules.
So the stewards don't get to interpret this the way they want.
I don't believe so. I mean, I don't. But luckily, we get to spend a little extra quality time together, you and I.
Yeah, definitely.
So frustrated. Look, only one in today for Linda Rice. Man who's tied for the meet lead is rider Irad Ortiz Jr.
When you're the last guy in there, you always want to take that advantage because usually once you go in and the gate guy is all set, the gate flies open. So I don't know what happened in the transition with putting the horse's head straight and not making the gates open that caused for the horse to jump before the gate open. But it's definitely, sometimes you try to thread that line and getting a super fast start, and it ends up something like this happening.
You rarely see this, to be honest. We run a lot.
Rare.
I mean, I can't remember, frankly, the last time I've seen this happen where a gate popped like that and stuff. And unfortunately, it's in a tough situation. You'd feel better for people, for the bettors, if the horse ran fourth. You know what I mean? So that nobody's getting punished in that situation, but a tough situation. I mean.
So if
wait.
And here's the call. And has been disqualified.
She's disqualified, so she's not a non-starter. They're saying she's disqualified. That's what Johnny I just said. I'm a little surprised.
There's a big difference with that.
I don't know the rules on this, so I don't want to.
The bettors wouldn't be refunded on a disqualification. Is that the difference?
Well, if it's if it was a non-starter, they take the horse out, and the one would even be about 5-2 or 3-1.
So Sweet Wilhelmina is going to be named your winner.
Johnny Brow is saying clearly disqualified. Like I said, I don't know the rule.
I mean, I don't know what the rules are, but that would be an atrocity to make this horse a disqualification instead of a non-starter.
I don't know the rules. Are they? I guess the suggestion would be that she forced the gate open, and I'm guessing here, as you were saying, that maybe it was a result of her forcing it open.
Yeah, I don't know the rules.
Well, you'll know by what price the one is, because the one pays 5 to 1.
I'd
she was
never
disqualified.
seen a horse break through the gate and not be declared a non-starter.
I am baffled
There was
how...
a Clement horse in the stake that happened, Misty something, years ago, like Sheepshead Bay.
I can't think of a sensible way how to justify this being...
They're going to say that she caused it by breaking the gate and giving herself... that's the only thing I can read into it. I'm confused too, to be honest.
Yeah, but if she had won with the unfair advantage, you can't disqualify her to last, because then it doesn't really add up for me.
I'm surprised. I would have thought she was a non-starter. I'm confused.
So with that, Sweet Wilhelmina now named your winner at 5 to 1. That gives Jose Ortiz the win over his brother, and now ties his brother with that back into victory atop the rider standings. Three-way tie.
And talk about the Puerto Rican jockey school. How much of an impact does it have on the riding column?
I believe they only refund if the gate malfunctions. And the decision here is the gate didn't malfunction. The 8, in fact, is the one who created it. I believe that's going to be the interpretation.
Okay. Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Well, Sweet Wilhelmina, she always seems to show up, and this time she got a little assist from Bustin Bay busting the gates open today, but pleased to be joined by her connections, Scott Lake and Rich Chivadone, as she is something else.
16 wins for us. 16 wins. It's unbelievable in 2 years. 16 wins. At 16, how about, it's got 33 races under us, 28 in the money, 29 in the money. It's amazing. So 9 different tracks, 9 different distances. And now at a flat mile, she's 9 for 10.
She doesn't care.
Put together a resume and send it to Scott. Tell him.
It just seems like she's... Rich, I love your enthusiasm. It's fantastic. But it doesn't matter who she's... I can't get a word in edgewise here. But Scott, it doesn't matter who she's running against, as Rich said, where she is, what distance. She just shows up. And you can see, even when she's untacked and in the winner's circle, she's just proud.
After 2 years of training her, even in the morning, every day she goes out and she's so happy about her job. She just trains like a beast. She ships anywhere you want her to go. She's amazing. Absolutely amazing.
What's it like to have a horse like that?
Oh, they're the best, especially the filly mares. I've always done very well with them, and for a filly to carry her form the way she's done, it's just a fantastic feeling to go to barn.
Now, you're wearing a Mountaineer shirt. You going to get an Aqueduct?
I'm 3 for 3 in the Mountaineer shirt. I won Capital Conquest the other day with it. You know, now I'm 3 for... I called Scott this morning. I said, I'm going to wear my Mountaineer shirt. I'm 3 for 3. Because he won at Mountaineer. I'm going to get an Aqueduct shirt, all right?
All right. He's going upstairs to get an Aqueduct shirt, guys.
Belmont at Aqueduct.
Ooh, I don't think we have those.
Probably don't have those.
Yeah, just get a big A one. Yeah, it'll be a relic, actually.
It probably will be.
Sometimes, guys, it's been such a fun time catching up with these guys, and you got to give a lot of respect to Sweet Wilhelmina.
One of the all-time leaders in the history of this sport in wins, Scott Lake, backs into one here, gets a little lucky in the official word with the disqualification of Bustin Bay that she opened the gate herself and caused that issue. So as a result of that, she disqualified herself. And
Miguel Clement had texted me and pointed out the horse I mentioned, Mystical Star, the star horse in the Sheepshead Bay. She finished 3rd after popping the gate, and they disqualified her because they felt that she caused it to happen. So that's why it's a disqualification. It's a frustrating. There's a lot of ways to lose in this game, and that's a frustrating one.
We see new ways every day.
And I didn't like that horse at all, but I feel people who bet.
Raj, Andy, enjoyed the short time I had with you guys. Terrific job last couple of days. Andy was so-so.
Thank you.
So-so's good for me. I'm shooting for so-so, Greg.
Mig going to join me after a short time out, and we'll see him on the desk here after this with a lot more to come. We have the late pick 4 still ahead. Drama in this first leg of the late pick 5. We'll be back.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe.
Spandarella could not have been more impressive.
The sun shines bright on this value sire.
Fair down 25, fair down 25, fair down. Thank you. Right here, 525,000.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
There are more than 3,500 reasons buyers came to Keeneland November last year. Because as you look to the future, this is where you'll find whatever you're looking for. And then some. And then some more. The place you have to be to find the one you have to have. Join us as the world comes to Keeneland, November 8th through the 16th. Browse the catalog at november.keeneland.com.
This is the horse.
Is just too good.
This is the horse who became only the second champion 2-year-old to win the Travers in 3 decades. This is the horse who is the only Breeders' Cup juvenile hero ever to lift the Belmont Stakes. History-making brilliance. That's his essential quality. Essential quality. This is the horse.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Chelsea Flower threatening to go all the way on the lead. Privity is getting closer as they make the turn into the stretch. Electric Society coming with her rally now on the far outside. Miss Carleona toward the rail. Ampula not today. Tough Broad continues to close. It's still Chelsea Flower with a 4-length lead and a furlong from the wire. Electric Society trying to reel her in. Chelsea Flower is still there. Robbie Davis full out, and Chelsea Flower will do it. Chelsea Flower's going to win.
Gate to wire, grade 1 win. Chelsea Flower in the Flower Bowl. That was back in 1996. Robbie Davis aboard for that victory.
Tremendous rider, Robbie Davis. I love this look back, walk down memory lane. And if you closed your eyes or didn't know that was Robbie, you would go, isn't that Dylan? Dylan Davis looks so much like his dad riding. It's just like Lane Leslie looks so much like Mike Leslie. Chelsea Flower, real good filly, and nice to see Robbie getting that win.
Well, Chelsea Flowers coming up next, and Robbie Davis going to have 2 of his kids competing against each other in a race named after this one, who early in the career won the Miss Grillo, grade 3, and then added, that was really the career-defining moment for Chelsea Flower in that career.
Oh, absolutely. Take down that grade 1.
Real quick. This is the MIG, Richard Migliore, winningest rider in the history of this racetrack. Good to have you on.
Yeah, it's good to be on, and I really enjoyed watching Rajiv make his broadcasting debut yesterday, and just so comfortable immediately, and not an easy thing to do. So I'm very proud of how he began.
Yeah, he's done a great job. We got the Chelsea Flower, so coming up next in this spot, mile and a 16th on the turf for these 2-year-old fillies. And right now it is Ozara coming out of a Group 1 in that Natalma north of the border, where we're going to see probably that winner. She feels pretty, I would think, take plenty of support in the Breeders' Cup for Cherie DeVaux. Now 2 for 2 with that impressive win. There were 5 next out winners coming out of that race.
Yeah, obviously a very productive race, and Ozara was very professional and good on debut in Saratoga. Took on grade 1 company. This is actually a drop in class to the listed Chelsea Flower, but it's competitive. There's some other directions to go as well.
Ozara, Robbie's son Dylan will be aboard. His daughter Katie will be right next door on Tricky Temper. But Ozara right now with Dylan Davis, the one to beat, is the 5-2 favorite on the board. Chelsea Flowers next.
Jackie's Warrior quickly in front here by 2 lengths. Here comes Jackie's Warrior up the inside to take over the lead from Life is Good. Jackie's Warrior remains undefeated here at Saratoga, and he wins an unprecedented Grade 1 stakes at the Spa for the 3rd straight season.
happy. Take care of this old man. You had to have a very understanding woman that is behind you and will support you 110%. And I prayed, God, please, there's got to be one out there. And she was at the roller skating rink. She said she climbed the tree in 1973 and watched Secretariat win in her backyard at the quarter pole at Belmont. I was like, wow, you climbed a tree? We got married and we had 2 little girls. And I said, I don't care if you have a dozen. We had 3 boys and 3 girls.
I have an older sister with 3 lovely little girls, and my sister Jackie that rides here at Finger Lakes. I have a brother, Robbie Jr., and then Eddie that is working for Billy Mont right now. Then it's me, and then my little brother Dylan. Big family.
I'm the oldest of everybody that's on the track.
The younger daughter says, wow, she can do it, I can do it, I know I can.
I'm the youngest in the family. I was second one. It was a pretty easy choice because knowing that Dad rode and I had my own little personal coach to teach me along the way.
My dad wasn't exactly thrilled about being in racing.
Jackie, you're 99 to 1. You'll never make it. You're this big.
So he was really, really hard on me.
She went to McCarran's jockey school. I said, Chris, look, you know, it's just a whim she's on. You know, she'll fall off once or twice. And then, so he calls me at Christmas, says, Rob, she's good. She's really good. I said, Chris, come on. He was like, no, Rob, she can ride. I'm going, oh, brother.
We're very competitive, so we tease a lot.
There was bragging rights, you know, and sometimes some people don't take it better than others.
All of us have ridden in a race before, and I've won most of them.
We will do anything to beat each other for any position we're in. It doesn't matter if it's last.
Yeah, it's hard. I don't know who to root for, you know. I'm just like, get across there and say, the winning is everything.
If I can't win the race, I want to beat my siblings.
It's kind of like they're in the backyard, but they just moved over here. And this is their backyard.
I look over, I'm like, wow, this is pretty cool. Like, I never thought that we would actually be here together, you know, enjoying the moment.
We want to beat each other, but we wanted to see each other do well.
It's always tough competition when we're out there, and we have a lot of fun.
They are having a great time. They are absolutely love every bit of what they're doing. They absolutely love it.
I think my dad is proud.
To be able to follow in his footsteps, he's really proud. He kind of paved the way for us, and he knows that we love doing this sport.
It's beyond proud. It's just beyond it. They have outshined me and everything that I ever dreamed of. It's grateful, you know. I'm grateful.
Such a terrific story. It's so unique to see 3 siblings competing against each other on the same circuit. There's Dylan Davis, Robbie's son, getting a leg up on still the favorite right now. His sister Katie's going to be right next door, and Katie's husband could be the speed of the speed from the rail, Trevor McCarthy.
All in the family. I love that feature, and having a good relationship with Robbie for many years and competing with him. I honestly don't know how he can be so calm watching his children compete out there, but you know what? They're really good.
So here is Katie Davis's husband on red burgundy, Trevor McCarthy for Horatio De Paz.
Yeah, I absolutely think the speed of the speed here, and especially with that inside post, has to take advantage of it.
Coming off a win at Belmont and Aqueduct on the turf. Here's Gold Lightning, Brad Cox. This was the morning line favorite.
Yeah, listen, real good on debut and ran well in the Miss Grillo. Certainly a contender.
Living Magic, big price at 17-1.
Yeah, this is a horse that could kind of, bug the one, Red Burgundy on Elite. She has speed, and Ruben Silvera, who we know is not bashful about using speed.
Stablemate to Red Burgundy. Here's Awesome Check with Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, nice compliment to her stablemate, uncoupled stablemate, Red Burgundy. Awesome Check coming from off the pace on the turf last time.
The favorite with Dylan Davis coming out of that Group 1 Natalma and had a troubled start as well.
Yeah, and absolutely dropping in company to illicit sake.
Tricky Temper, Dylan's sister next door for Jeremiah Englehart.
They've been trying to get this filly on the turf. They finally get the opportunity. I thought she was very game last time in the Matron, coming through tight quarters.
Tom Morley took this filly to Royal Ascot in the Queen Mary in start number 2.
Yeah, and then came back to Kentucky Downs, a little bit of a difficult place. I can forgive horses' races there.
Latte Lizzie for Chad Brown, who was beat by one we're going to see in the Breeders' Cup.
Still a maiden, but a contender.
Flowers for me, second in the stake at Laurel in the Salima.
Yeah, moving to the grass there. A nice effort. Should be stalking from the outside.
And Gavea, she won her debut in Chantilly. France came to the U.S., won that debut as well, but it may have been a soft field.
May have been a soft field, but she doesn't know how to lose yet. And both times she won in fights. She won by a nose. She won by a head. I like horses that show that kind of grit, determination. But she's also tough post for her, right? Far outside in a full field.
Jose Ortiz aboard. 3 wins today. That would give him number 4. You can play all the action, including this race, which kicks off today's late pick 4 by getting signed up with Naira Bets. Bet $100 each on those 2 tracks. You get a $25 bonus, win or lose. Opt in. Do that to take advantage of that offer at NairaBets.com. Belmont and Aqueduct and Keeneland, those tracks to play to get that offer. We head back downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we'll check in with the favorite hero, Zara, who does come back, well, this side of the border after trying in Canada and catching up with her trainer, Christophe Clement, yesterday. He had thought that she was a bit too aggressive in the early stages of that race. Now, if she was, I didn't necessarily observe it in that it must have been more subtle than dramatic, but he just felt that, you know, that first to second start, they can get a little bit too keyed up, too on the muscle, and that with more experience they settle into racing and kind of understand it and take it a bit more in stride. Well, all things look good for her. She is a little bit more awake than what she she's a little less awake and revved up than what she was in the debut when I saw her. She was actually pretty keen up in Saratoga, but she settled in nicely out in the racetrack. All things good for your favorite today. It'll be interesting to see where they place her. She certainly has some tactical speed to get that good forward position. Now, number 6, Tricky Temper, New York bred, one of several in here, but I know they've been trying to get her on the turf. And first time out, I noted that she does have a turf hoof, so this is probably her preferred surface. The problem is I'm not sure about going long with her. This mile and a 16th might be stretching her just a bit here. She's built a little bit more like a sprinter with that really round and powerful hind end to her, but she's acting well. She's not, too keyed up, so that's always a good thing. She's nice and relaxed. And she has developed quite a bit more since that debut race. So definitely the right surface. Question mark on the distance. Moving on to a horse who is a major contender, I think, in number 2, Gold Lightning. It was kind of same thing as Christophe Clement said about Zara, in that I thought she was a little rank last time, especially early on, and she kind of got bumped around while in this inside, kind of ping-ponged off the rail going into this first turn. And you know that she is adept at the distance. Now, I just think she expended too much energy early on, so therefore she didn't have enough left in the tank. She's a little more settled today, which I think is a good thing in the preliminaries as opposed to last time out. So I think Gold Lightning is a major player in here. As we'll jump to the outside with Gavea for Al Stall. Early on, and she wanted to run quite freely, but then others kind of went up and quickened the pace just a bit, so she had a little bit more cover. And then she settled in nicely. And then it took her a while to switch leads. And when she finally did to her outside right lead, she kind of leveled off and was game to the wire. I agree with you, not sure about the quality, but she certainly fits with these physically as she tries this Chelsea Flower. She does wear a nasal strip last time. She's wearing one here again today. But really, really calm for a filly who has done so much traveling. She really takes it in stride and certainly is a classy individual, Greg.
Something to be said for, being 2 for 2 on 2 different continents, but the field she did beat, she was it was a 49-1 maiden special weight winner at Colonial. 3rd place finisher, came back to win a 25 maiden claiming race at Colonial. It's going to be much deeper waters here.
Well, no doubt. And again, it's not a terrific post for her being drawn 10 of 10. But I like the fact that she finds ways to get it done, right? Winning by a nose on debut at Chantilly. Then this effort here, she hit the front, almost looked like she was kind of waiting on horses a bit, felt the pressure and reasserted herself. And I like that. I think that she was going to be tough to get by.
She's got the right rider on board today. Jose Ortiz looking for number 4 on the card on this Friday afternoon. Certainly got a little lucky backing into one in a race that he was not going to win, did not win, but earned that victory with a disqualification. Still, he's been the hot hand with a 3-way tie now atop the rider standings. As we look at Latte Lizzie, the man who'd been leading the meet pretty much gate to wire, Rad Ortiz Jr., Jose's brother, riding here for Chad Brown, who still is a maiden at this point after 2 starts.
Yeah, still a maiden, but I think it speaks of the confidence that Chad Brown has in her. She's already stakes placed. You see her coming out, extracting herself from behind horses, and she finished with good courage. And listen, Kentucky Downs is an interesting place, right? A lot of undulation to the course, a little bit left-handed here, a little bit right-handed in spots. And some horses don't handle it at all, and some horses handle it very well. It's a racetrack that I can forgive negative form from. I just think some horses don't have the same confidence on that kind of going. Listen, she's a player here, no doubt about it.
7-2 right now. You can say that from just about any filly coming out of Chad Brown's barn, especially in a turf race. Favoritism, though, is not wavered. It has been the 5, Ozara, throughout. And, you know, we talk about the race she's coming out of, that Group 1 at Tolma, that was so productive. 5 next out winners. A 6th runner came back and was only beaten a half length in the stakes race. Coming out of a pretty key race in the debut as well, where she beat 2 next out winners from the Chad Brown barn.
You like to see with young horses, the horses they competed with come back and have success. It gives you a better overall view of the quality of the fields they're coming out of. Maggie and I both landed, surprise, on the same horse in the 2 Gold Lightning. I just thought she was very keen last time. There wasn't a lot of pace on. They wound up going a half and 50. I think with the presence of Red Burgundy, the 3 Living Magic, even potentially Tricky Temper stretching out, Sinane also can have speed. I think there's going to be enough speed where she's just going to get comfortable in a really good pocket position without having to fight with Manny Franco.
It's our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day, home of 4-time reigning champion General Sire Into Mischief. Chelsea Flower, 1.16 on the turf. There is Latte Lizzie for Chad Brown, just stepped in. Gavea, the 10 to the outside. We'll get to in a moment. There's your favorite. Ozara, Dylan Davis, Robbie's son. See if this one can win for the 2nd time in 3 starts. Big drop down in class off a tough field. This one entered in. There's Gavea trying to remain perfect. 2 wins in 2 different countries. Let's go upstairs. John Embrial with the call.
And they're off in the Chelsea Flower Stakes. And it's Red Burgundy from the inside post. Living Magic is up close. Flowers for Me's on the outside. And Ozara will sit in 4th here in the early going. Kinana is next in 5th. Gavia on the outside in 6th. Then Gold Lightning saving ground down at the rail in 7th. It's a length and a half to Tricky Temper, who's running in 8th, followed by Awesome Check. And trailing the field is a Latte Lizzie in 10th. As they round the clubhouse turn after an opening quarter mile in 23 and 4/5 seconds. So it is Red Burgundy by a length, with Living Magic giving chase in 2nd. Now almost 2 lengths. Back to Ozara down at the rail. Flowers for Me is on the outside and in 4th. Gold Lightning is 5th, 5.5 off the lead. Then comes Kinana, who's alongside of Gold Lightning. Now steadying there just a bit was Awesome Check. Awesome Check looking to come through there from 7th, had to steady. And then comes Tricky Temper on the outside. Followed next by a Latte Lizzie. And farther back in the field now is Gavia. The half mile in 49 and 2. Red Burgundy leads by 2 lengths. Ozara now on the move and up into 2nd. On the outside is Living Magic next in 3rd, followed by Flowers for Me and Kinana. Gold Lightning is down towards the rail with Latte Lizzie out in the middle of the course. Here comes Ozara. Here comes Ozara now to grab the lead. Living Magic on the outside, moving into 2nd. Red Burgundy is next in 3rd, followed by Gold Lightning and Awesome Check with Latte Lizzie. Living Magic on the outside is now taking the lead in deep stretch. Living Magic to win it here at a price 16-1.
First time going beyond 6.5 furlongs and a huge long shot with Ruben Silvera takes the Chelsea Flower.
Wow, it looked like Ozara was on her way to victory. She worked that beautiful pocket trip, eased out inside of Living Magic. Living Magic wasn't able to hold her position and hold her in behind the leader, but then re-rallied. Right here, it looks like Ozara's going much better of the 2. kind of creates that path for Ozara, and you go, wow, it's basically, is anybody else running from behind, because she passed the 2 leaders. But Living Magic just refused to go away and just kept finding. And, Ozara had a perfect trip, kind of shut down when she hit the front, and Living Magic with a relentless drive to the wire, the daughter of Triple Crown winner Justify. Man, talk about an impressive stretch out here.
That was something else. And you would have thought this was when it was going to be out in front on the lead doing her best running. About a length and 3/4 win in the end, fairly easily getting by Ozara. One more look with the 3 here. Living Magic at 16-1.
You see, she was lingering on her left lead. She got over to her right lead. Now Ozara's still on her left lead. And I think this could be the difference right here. The fact that the other filly got to her right lead, the winner, Living Magic, and found more, and Ozara stayed on that left lead and basically couldn't find any more energy. That's why it's so important to change leads. You find more. And Rubens Silveira is a guy that really has emerged over the last few years, particularly at Parks, but he's been coming into New York and he's showing people that he can ride. And what this does for his confidence and his business, showing people that, hey, I can win big races on a big stage.
Certainly get him some notice from everybody on this circuit. Big price of the Chelsea Flower, Living Magic, trained by Phil Schoenthal. Again, Ruben Silveira aboard for the ride, rolls right on by the favorite Ozara for the win. 3-5-2-8 finish prices when we come back. We'll have our Breeders' Cup spotlight on that man right there, Bob Baffert, and Arabian Night. Gate to wire win, and he did it against older company in the Pacific Classic and his final tune-up for the Breeders' Cup Classic.
Connect, a Grade 1 winning millionaire, now making his mark as a sire. With Grade 1 winner Rattle and Roll in his first crop, along with Grade 3 winner Hidden Connection, and stakes winners The Alice Look, and Implicated in his second. With a full book bred last year, there is more quality in the pipeline. Connect, a proven sire in the making, standing at Lane's End.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with NYRA Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with NYRA Bets.
Respect the law. He's earned it. A Grade 1 winning juvenile.
'Tis the law, pops the cork in the champagne.
A classic winning 3-year-old.
'Tis the law, and is going to win the first leg of the Triple Crown.
5 triple-digit buyers.
Respect the law, 'tis the law.
The best son of Red Hot Sire Constitution.
He's left the others behind. He's going to win the Run Happy Travers.
'Tis the law.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.TV today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. And a treat for some, a trick for a lot of us with Living Magic in the Chelsea Flower. Not many had this one at 16-1. Ruben Silveira just celebrated his 1,000th career victory last December. And now coming up with a big stakes win on the big circuit.
Yeah, native of Panama. Gave this filly a never say die ride. It looked like Ozara was going on the way to victory. Ruben Silveira and Living Magic had other ideas.
35.80, and all of a sudden now these multi-race wagers going to look very healthy. Justify filly, the Triple Crown winner. And this one now, this was the first turf win in just the second start for Living Magic in our Spendthrift Farm 2-year-old race of the day. That was fun to watch. Ozara looked like it was all hers, not to be. As we move on to more stakes action, the Athenia for older fillies and mares. Mile and an eighth. This will be over the outer turf in a race that just completely changed with the Mother of Dragons being Scratcher Mr. Karas coming out. That was the other speed to try and challenge technical analysis, and it looks like she's going to be all alone on the front end now.
It really does look like technical analysis has run of the race. And I was commenting to you that we're seeing a little bit more cut in the ground on this turf, just getting used. And we had a lot of moisture, obviously, all fall here. But still tough when you're loose on the lead.
Let's get back downstairs to Maggie with more on what we just witnessed with this big upset at 16-1.
Trainer Phil Schoenthal. And Phil, I think she was probably dismissed based upon her lone turf start. Really wasn't that good, but talking with Marietti from our press office, she had a valid excuse.
Yeah, she had been a little bit sick the week leading into that race, and all the blood work came back well and positive and healthy, so we shipped her anyway. After the race, she scoped full of mucus again, and it was just a toss-out race.
She certainly looked as though, from a physical perspective, that longer would be better for her. And boy, she was hitting her best strides late.
Yeah, a lot of credit to Antonio Gallardo. I hope he's watching, but he really, the last couple of races he rode her, he kind of taught her how to relax a little bit, and she did that today on the backside. And, when she turned for home and he looked like he had horse, I got pretty excited there. So.
Homebred for your owners. I'm sure this has to be extra rewarding. I know your owner was already calling Adam Coglanese to order all the photos.
Oh, he's a super guy. He loves the game. I don't know if I have an owner who loves the game more than Hank does. And even with the aftercare, I mean, he follows all his horses, make sure they have a good landing at the end of their careers. And wonderful guy. And to do it for a homebred for a breeder like that is really rewarding.
Well, congratulations. You should be so proud.
Thank you.
All right, Living Magic pulling off the upset, but yet a feel-good story with this win in the Chelsea Flower, guys.
Look at this. I mean, 5-1, 5-1, and now 16-1 through the first three legs of a pick six, which could be headed for another carryover.
Yeah, tough sequence if you could come up with, especially Living Magic and obviously the incident that happened in race 5. But I love what Phil Schoenthal said there, giving credit to the rider that rode Living Magic the two previous starts, Antonio Gallardo, who's a terrific rider. Sometimes with young horses, just kind of teaching them, schooling them, and even in races, learning how to do things properly. And they're works in progress. And, the fact that he had the presence of mind to thank the former rider, I just think that speaks volumes of the class that Phil Schoenthal exudes.
Yeah, no question. We're going to talk Breeders' Cup, and as we mentioned during the break, shine the spotlight on Arabian Night for Bob Baffert, who, off his debut of Breeders' Cup weekend last year, kind of stamped himself as a Kentucky Derby favorite. Stayed that way after his 3-year-old debut in the Southwest in January, and then he went to the bench, and we didn't see him. He's still very lightly raced. Just his 4th career start coming in that Pacific Classic where he beat older horses. He did it gate to wire. What'd you make of this effort when Go Rocket Ride was right behind him for second?
Well, I thought it was a terrific effort. And again, the conversation is the 3-year-olds this year holding such a strong hand going to this Breeders' Cup Classic. Like most of Bob Baffert's horses, they don't run out of training, right? This horse had speed. And I just feel like he maybe getting even better at the right time, right? This was a big effort. Now, I thought Go Rocket Ride might have been best in this Pacific class. You see, it took Mike Smith just a little bit longer than maybe you'd like to kind of extricate himself from behind horses, and he was getting to the winner here, but
never, ever got by him past the wire.
Well, and listen, I put credence in that. Some people feel, well, it's after the wire, it doesn't matter. Gallop outs don't matter. I do think they matter. But more to the point, this workout is scintillating. It is nothing short of sensational. Arabian Night to go 7/8 and 24, and look at him. Does he look like he's doing anything? He's doing it with minimal effort. He galloped out a mile in 1:37 and change. I mean, if a horse ever signaled that he is doing good at his home racetrack, home court advantage, right? I judge workouts on a lot of things. Time isn't one of them, but time matters, Greg, when they don't look like they're going fast and they actually are going fast.
This was Monday, 7/8 of a mile, and courtesy of XBTV. I guess a lot's going to be determined, obviously, on intent and post position in here. Is Saudi Crown, is this is he going to show up in this spot? Who's going to be the quick of the quick between these two, because they are both so quick?
They both are fast. I mean, listen, it's all opinions and conjecture. The horses have the answers. We have opinions. I do think Saudi Crown is just maybe a little naturally faster, a little bit. Then it comes down to, like you said, post positions and intent. The way he trained at Santa Anita, though, Arabian Night, wow. That's the workout of the entire Breeders' Cup so far from everything I've seen.
I feel like he might be a little natural, but it's an interesting question. It's going to be debated until they break from the gate. And Bob Baffert never wants to give up an edge if he can get it. But if those two have to duel too, do you try and see if the horse can rate? I mean, obviously you want to try and get the lead if you can. It's going to be fascinating to watch those two go at it.
No, it really is. And again, post positions. If Arabian Night draws post one, I think it's clear what he's going to do. If Saudi Crown draws inside of him, it's clear that they've got to try to hold their position and go forward. And then it sets up for horses that'll be stalking or coming from off the pace. Go Rocket Ride. We're talking 3-year-olds right now, more of a stalking type. Archangel, more of a closer type. It's fascinating. The 3-year-olds are holding a really strong hand in this year's Classic.
And it's really just those two that want to be on the lead and want to be forward.
And it's not like one, sometimes you have a horse that has speed that's a long shot. And you don't worry about him. You just ride your race. You stay away from ride the race like you're in front. They're two quality horses that you have to respect. So it's not like you can give one too much rope. You've got to keep them in your sights.
Yeah, interesting too, because Brad Cox, he passed on the Travers because he just didn't feel with as lightly as he raced out at Crown. He was ready for that 1.25 miles. Sure. He now believes at 1.25 miles he has as much ability to get the distance as Knicks Go did, who was a horse of the year, who won the Classic.
Listen, and I like when trainers take that kind of conservative approach. Say, wait, he comes off a hard race in the Jim Dandy. Do I want to come back at the 1.25 miles right now? I've got an end game. I've got a long-term goal.
Be part of the action November 3rd and 4th. Get your tickets to the Breeders' Cup and see all these stars in action. With that tremendous background for racing, what was it like to compete there?
Absolutely loved riding there. Ride out on the track in those mountains. And one thing Santa Anita does, I think, better than any racetrack is embrace the history of the game so much. It's a wonderful place just to walk around.
Athenia up next, and things made a little bit easier for this one here. Technical Analysis, who wants to be on the front end with the scratch of the primary other speed in here. She might be all alone in front.
A Grade 1 winner of nearly $2 million, Silver State hails from the sire line of legendary Claiborne stallion Danzig. And his second dam is full sister to Kentucky Derby winner Monarchos. After winning the Oaklawn Handicap, Silver State defeated Knicks Go in the Grade 1 Metropolitan Handicap. Now his first foals have arrived. Grade 1 winner Silver State, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Adelphi Racing Club, offering a truly personal thoroughbred ownership experience.
Again, I have to point towards the success, which has been great, but also the communication and having firsthand access to all levels, the trainer, the barn, get to go see your horses. It's been great.
We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors, we are partners. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference.
They turn for home, and up to take the lead is Pianist. Pianist is now in front. Assateague, no response. Abaco's coming, so too Scimitar. But Pianist has gotten away to lead by 3. Abaco keeps on coming at her in Scimitar too. But it's a 3-length advantage and only 100 yards to go. And it's going to be Pianist.
Did you see that rider on that horse? That was the first of 7 wins in this race for Chad Brown. That was a 20-year-old Jose Ortiz. Going to plan B, wanted to get to the front, didn't break the way he wanted, so made the move to sit outside. Assateague followed him all his way to the winner's circle.
Both Irad Ortiz Jr. and Jose Ortiz had tipped their hand early on just how talented they were. And to think here we are 10 years later, and they've become the dominant force in racing, as has Chad Brown. I mean, some of these turf races, he's just stamped as his Chad Brown. It's just remarkable.
6 of the last 7 Athenias have gone to Chad Brown, including the last 3 in a row. And Jose Ortiz, yeah, that win back when he was 20 on Pianist. He'll be aboard the heavy favorite here, this one. For Chad Brown, technical analysis, who with the scratch of the 5, looks like she is absolutely going to be alone in front of the lead. They tried to gun for that lead last time out in the Boston Spa and just couldn't get it and had to back off.
Yeah, and it looks to me like she has an easy time of it. Now, they had to go to a plan B 10 years ago. I don't think they're going to have to go to a plan B today.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
Yeah, we'll start with technical analysis, who I just heard this is her last race, I believe, before going into the Fasig-Tipton Night of the Stars sale. And she does need to finish second here to become a millionaire. But as you guys said, she more or less has things wrapped up. But stranger things have happened. That's why they go out there and run the race. She is one that does carry a lot of weight. She's also one that does tend to get a little bit hot. She's just kind of that hot-blooded type that is indicative of a horse who has speed, and that's exactly what she is. So she is coming off a little bit of a freshening. She does look as though she's carrying a little bit more weight, especially around her barrel, than what she had in her last 2, where she was stringing them back-to-back up in Saratoga. But then again, her job is just very easy today, as we'll move on to one of her stablemates. And while Fluffy Socks, if you just asked me which Chad Brown horse looked the best, it would be Fluffy Socks, but she is what she is. She just kind of shows up if she gets the right kind of pace set up. But Beau Cachet is one who is very tricky to ride, and this will be the first time that Manny Franco will jump aboard her. Now, Nick Juarez was able to get the job done in the Violet Stakes, but I mean, he was bouncing off the back of her several times in the first 1/8 of a mile because she is so incredibly light-mouthed. Now, typically horses are brought over in a covered kind of lip chain just to give the handler a little bit more ease of controllability. She can't even have that on. She just is she doesn't want any pressure in her mouth at all. So it's kind of like Manny Franco just needs to grab a fistful of mane with both hands and let those reins kind of loop a bit to stay out of her way. Hopefully she will settle for him, as we'll move on to a horse that's a complete wild card, and sitting right about at her morning line is the Brazilian import Evidencias for Christophe Clement. And reading the articles on DRF and whatnot, he seems to be on the positive end, that he's given her ample time. She's adjusted well, and that he really thought her last work heading into this was quite good. Now, we don't know. It's hard to determine where she stacks up from a class perspective, but what I can tell you here in the paddock, she's nearly a standout from the physical perspective. This is a very good-looking filly by Drosselmeyer, just really nicely put together, is well composed here, looks incredibly fit given the time away from the races as well. Like I said, she could run well, she could not here, but she is making the right kind of impression, at least in the paddock, Greg.
Yeah, and her second dam as well. I mean, there's big-time pedigree there. It was a multiple Group 1 winner. That's Fiji. She won the Yellow Ribbon out on the West Coast and the Gamely as well.
Yeah, she was very good. I remember her quite well.
So 15-1, State's debut for Evidencias coming in from Brazil. a little chilly. There's Andy Serling making an appearance on the program, saying hello to Kendrick. Technical analysis, with the pace edge you expect her to have in here, 2-1 is a little chilly on the board.
It is a little chilly. I think there is some question here, though. It is 1 1/8 miles, and I really think this is stretching this 5-year-old mare by Kingman to her outer limits. She was second in the Queen Elizabeth, beaten 5 lengths. She had another second going 1 1/8 miles. I just wonder if that's maybe why she's just a little bit colder on the board.
She was second in a grade 1 in the Diana, too, to be getting beat by her stablemate in Italian in a 1 1/8 miles contest. She should have the run of the race in this spot. Now, she's not the same filly, or she's 5-year-old mare now, that she was last year. She's slower than she was last year. But if she's able to control up front and do it easy enough, even with the slower races she's running compared to last year against this group, she still seems to be faster than anybody in this field.
I agree with you wholeheartedly. And horses will carry maybe a little bit further distance than they naturally want when they get to control things, as long as she's settled enough.
So what's the job for Jose Ortiz in this spot in terms of trying to open up on this group?
Well, you're on a horse that you're expecting to be on the lead. The key is braking sharply, because you don't want to break a step slow or get bumped around at the break and then either set her off or have to ask her a little bit to go forward to hold your position. You want to, boom, break like a whisper, float to the lead. And then once you've established an advantage, use that advantage at some point.
How do you gauge how fast is too fast when you're out there on the front end by yourself?
Well, it's a feeling. It's not like you're counting poles, or you're just the rhythm and how your horse is traveling underneath you. And if you get to the 3/8 pole and gone comfortable, now start spreading the field. Let's go. Stretch it out.
Sparkle Blue inside post for Graham Motion with Javier Castellano.
Yeah, certainly a player here. Good post. Gets the 1 1/8 miles quite well.
Big long shot with Katie Davis, 8 Danzas.
Would be a big surprise in this spot.
Fluffy Socks, 1 of 3 for Chad Brown. Just missed in that Ballston Spa.
I'm a really big fan of Fluffy Socks, but she's a deeper closer in a race devoid of speed.
Butte Cachet, another Chad Brown filly.
Yeah, listen, Maggie talked about it. She can be a little difficult. You don't want to get her a little too keen.
Potentially the swan song here for technical analysis, who everyone expects to be in front by herself.
Yeah, should have the run of the race here.
Evidencias, that big pedigree we talked about, state's debut for Christophe Colmont.
Yeah, she's already a Group 1 winner in Brazil, and she's coming back from a 1.25 mile race back in January.
Favored Todd Pletcher, he got her on the turf for the first time last start. She ran 3rd against Messidor.
Yeah, has shown speed at times on the dirt. Her turf debut was okay.
And another long shot outside Uncorked for Brittany Russell.
Yeah, she just have to really kind of improve to be a contender in this spot.
So let's look back at the filly who's going to break from the rail here, Sparkle Blue. Javier Castellano will be aboard for Graham Motion. She was a winner at Laurel 2 back, and then she just got beat by Regal Realm. We go back to Kentucky Downs. Could be a strange race course to fillies won 4 of her last 5.
Yeah, and you saw she was a little bit awkward and late changing leads there, that very long stretch at Kentucky Downs. And she bore down and finished quite well. I do think that she'll appreciate having this more level ground here at Aqueduct. It seemed to me like she kept kind of bobbling and losing her footing a little bit on that undulating ground at Kentucky Downs. And the winner that day, Regal Realm, speed was really good at Kentucky Downs at that time, and she just got such an easy time but on the lead. And the only horse that was closing was Sparkle Blue.
And 1 1/8 miles, she's won at it before. She's been effective even going 1.25 miles in the past. So distance should not be a problem for her today.
No, I think the 1 1/8 miles is perfectly within her wheelhouse. She's going to get to save ground in behind the pace. And one thing about it, Greg, when you're on a horse like Sparkle Blue and you look up and we're assuming, and I think she should be, technical analysis is going to be in front. If you can get that pocket position in behind technical analysis, you don't have to worry about finding a place to run. Just follow in her wake. She is going to make the room for you. If you follow her, you'll be able to work it out. It's like the fullback and the halfback, right?
You think she can be that close sitting behind the lone speed?
I don't think she'll be very far away at all. I think she's going to be sitting 3rd, 4th in the pocket.
We mentioned this a lot during the summer because we see it so often from this Chad Brown barn. He's got 3 fillies going in here, and we see so many several races where he runs 1, 2, 3, or it's sometimes like it was in the Diana this year, biggest price on the board winning. That was White Beam. He doesn't enter these other fillies in a race just to enter them. He believes they have the chance to win these races.
They belong. They've earned their right. Different ownership groups and horses that absolutely. Listen, I like Fluffy Socks a lot. I'm a huge fan. I just think tactically she could be up against it. And boy, is she making a nice impression on the racetrack, huh? Man, she's got such elevation to her trot and just looks like she's. I love that animation of a horse when they're kind of touting their energy level. I honestly am looking for an upset here. I'm going under the premise that Technical Analysis could be a little bit vulnerable going the mile and an eighth.
And I think the board is somewhat telling you that too. Proceed with caution, that she's not a shorter price.
Yeah, because again, tactically looks like she has run of this race. Now, I was going back and forth between the 1 Sparkle Blue and the 3 Fluffy Socks. And ultimately, I'm going to go to Sparkle Blue because I think she's going to be placed a little handier. I think she's going to be a little more forward than Fluffy Socks and maybe work out that kind of trip that could enable her to upset.
Well, there she is, Sparkle Blue. Find out what kind of trip Javier Castellano can get. Can she be forward enough to sit behind the pace setter in here? Chad Brown, 2 others. We showed you Fluffy Socks, Butte Cachet. Manny Franco will be aboard, and she's just a neck away from being undefeated since she's come to the States.
Yeah, now, it's interesting. Maggie talked about how light her mouth is. You've got to break so quiet on horses like this. And like Maggie said, rely more on the mane. You don't want to put the bit up in her mouth and pick a fight with her. And you're just inside of your uncoupled stablemate horse from the same barn, Technical Analysis. The last thing you want to do if you're Manny Franco is get hooked up in a duel with a horse from the same barn.
So 6-1, that's the biggest price of this trio from Chad Brown as he tries to win for the 7th time in the last 8 years, win an 8th overall. Quickly back to Fluffy Socks for a moment because I wanted to ask you this question. Did you downgrade her a little bit from not being able to seal the deal in that last start? And do you think getting a little extra ground, that was a mile and a 16th, at a mile and 8 could help her?
Yeah, I don't downgrade her at all because she hooked a very in-form and tough Evie Jets. Evie Jets is a fighter.
She is.
She has proven over and over again that her desire, she's an overachiever as far as I'm concerned. She just wills herself to do it.
Let's get final thoughts from Maggie as they get set to load.
Yeah, the horse that is contesting for favoritism with Technical Analysis is down on the rail for Grand Motion and Sparkle Blue. I thought last time it was a valiant performance at Kentucky Downs, but I'm on the same page as Mig when it comes to Kentucky Downs races. But let's talk about, she was wide the whole way, probably didn't where you didn't want to be. Yeah, the rails were up, but still, you probably didn't want to be out that wide. But she kept coming behind a gate-to-wire winner in Regal Round. I just wish she made a little bit better of an impression on me here in the paddock. It just kind of has that long, wispy coat to her. Winter's coming, even though it's like 80 degrees right now. But she's definitely thinking winter's coming. We'll see what she does. I don't have that big of a problem with her, and she ran well and is in good form. But I just couldn't get over how well Fluffy Socks looks, Greg, though I know she's a little against it from a dynamic standpoint.
And there she is, loading up the 3 with Orion Ortiz Jr. Going to be pretty far back. Jose Ortiz, 3-win afternoon already to make it a 3-way tie atop the rider standings. Won the first of 7 of these races for Chad Brown, trying to deliver him number 8 on Technical Analysis. Let's go to John Imbriao for the Athenia from Belmont at the Big A.
And they're off. From the extreme outside, it is uncorked. Technical Analysis is there. Technical Analysis grabs the lead. Uncorked, a close-up second, and Favor is a close-up third. Butte Cachet has made her way down to the inside and is racing in 4th. And a break of 2.5 lengths to Sparkle Blue in 5th. 8 Danzas alongside in 6th as they go around the clubhouse turn. Fluffy Socks has 1 horse beaten at this point, and that is Evidencias. The quarter went in 23 and 4/5 seconds as the field makes their way to the backstretch. Technical Analysis, the leader here, by a length, the favorite on top here, with Uncorked running in second and Butch Cachet next in third, followed on the outside by Favor in fourth. Sparkle Blue runs in fifth, almost 6 lengths from the leaders. And then comes 8 Danzas, Fluffy Socks, and Evidencias. The half mile went in 49 3. It is Technical Analysis by 3/4 of a length. Long Shot Uncorked on the outside in second. Butch Cachet is next in third. And then comes Favor in fourth, followed by Sparkle Blue, 8 Danzas, and Fluffy Socks. All still chasing Technical Analysis, who takes the field around the far turn. Technical Analysis by a half length. Uncorked on the outside in second. 3/4 up in 1:14 1. Butch Cachet is next in third, followed by Favor and Sparkle Blue, who begins to come alive as they come off the turn and enter the stretch. And it is Technical Analysis who has the lead. Technical Analysis. Down on the inside is Butch Cachet. Fluffy Socks is coming on now. And on the outside, it is Sparkle Blue with Favor. Technical Analysis is still there. And Technical Analysis has done it in front-running fashion. And it's a 4-win Friday for jockey Jose Ortiz.
And with that victory, he takes over sole possession in the jockey standings with his 4-win afternoon. He so gently put her to the front in this race.
It was a really beautiful thing to watch, how he let her float to the lead without asking her at all. You don't want to set a horse off like her, make her too keen. If there was any doubt about the distance, you want her to be as settled as possible. And she just floated to the lead. The first fraction was a little bit quick, and then the 49 3 after going the first quarter in 23 4. That was the race right there. 3/4 in 14, and then they went 23 and change. He started spreading the field, and it was Katie bar the door. That was a sweet front-running ride by Jose Ortiz. Listen, she was best. I still think that she got a mile and 8 despite the fact that it might not be her best go. Nice run by Butch Cachet. Am I saying that properly? Anyway, kind of not in the most comfortable position to the stretch. She had room, but not a lot of room, and it looked like she was a little bit intimidated in there. But a beautiful ride and a nice effort from Technical Analysis. Fluffy Socks looked like she was locked and loaded, turning for home. Got a beautiful trip under Irad Ortiz Jr. Just didn't have the kind of kick when they come home in 11 and change, which this filly did 11 and 3 basically. Hard to get caught.
And maybe if we get the opportunity to go back to the start and see how Jose Ortiz just kind of let her get into this without rushing her up. It had to be, the 2 of the last 3 starts had to be really frustrating because they gunned for that lead last time out because they know they want to be in front and they couldn't get there. And before that narrow defeat to Evie Jets. Let's look at how he did things from the outset here. Keep your eyes on the 6.
Well, keep an eye on his hands. Look, just quiet, hands back at her withers. He's not touching her mouth. He's just allowing her, right? He kind of then perches up. And now she just floats quietly to the lead, but the position of his hands never changed. And when a rider asks a horse, you'll see some movement, and they'll put their hands more forward in their neck. His hands were always quiet back at the withers. That was really pretty to watch.
Able, obviously, to be able to do that because they knew they were the fastest in this race, and the other speed scratch. Look, complete dichotomy to what happened last time out if you look at the start of that race.
Absolutely. I appreciate and admire that so much because when we talk about hands with riders, that's what we're talking about. The ability to get a horse to float to the lead without, riling them up, right? And putting their hands so quietly and that long hold down by their withers. To me, that embodies, like when we talk about it, that's a perfect reference point.
Masterful. If it was indeed the finale from Technical Analysis, seems like the finale for these connections with this mare. Mother Goose preview coming up. That man right there, Phil Bauer, Rigney Racing, toyed with going to the distaff off a huge switch to dirt for Zajera. We'll talk about her chances on Saturday next.
Consistently versatile with 26 Grade 1 winners on every surface from 6 furlongs to 1 1/4 miles all over the world.
Switzerland in the Dubai Golden Shaheen. Switzerland wins.
Churls fight on the outside at the wire. Photo for the win.
And Prince of Monaco takes the lead. Prince of Monaco too good.
All purpose, all places, all power. Speightstown.
Reach for the unreachable. Race to new horizons. The artisan's quest for beauty burns in the heart of Japan, forging strength like no other, with love and honed to perfection. Noble, authentic, and only here. The legacy of strength.
And it's Gunite trying to fend off Elite Power, who's motoring like a big chestnut tank on the outside. And Elite Power and Gunite, Elite Power got him right on the money in 109.22 seconds.
Curling, the classic sire.
Spine-tingling, jaw-dropping, awe-inspiring, Secretariat-like.
Thanks for tuning in to the program. America's Day at the Races returns here, and we are proudly brought to you by Hillendale at Alapa, standing such greats as Curlin. Well, the Athenia went to a man that's very familiar in winning it, getting his 8th, as we see technical analysis go gate to wire in fantastic fashion today. Chad Brown. And Chad, this is her swan song, right?
Yeah, she's going to be sold actually at Keeneland here in a couple weeks, and you know what a nice horse we've had, you know, from age 2 yearling. We went over to Tattersall's and found her with Mike Ryan, who finds these horses for us, and my staff's really done such a great job through the years, and she's had a few breaks here and there at the farm and a few little things along the way, and my team always found a way to bring her back and keep her nice and healthy, and really just a really consistent, durable horse to have such a great career from 2 to 5.
And winning now over $1 million is quite an accomplishment.
It is. I really wanted to get her over that million mark, and I think she really deserved it, and she's going to go on and retire nice and sound and safe, and hopefully be a great broodmare for somebody.
Talk a little bit about that, though, as you have bought and brought so many horses over from England and Europe, but giving that kind of English or European blood into our kind of crops.
Yeah, I mean, we're lucky enough to find a lot of horses over there that we don't have access to over here, and as you can see, they're versatile horses, and sometimes they perform a bit over the American bred turf horses. You get to see as many as anybody in the paddock every day. And then when we, the Klarovich model is really to sell at the top mares and really focus on the racing end of the industry. And this horse is going to be, you know, attractive to any international buyer, though. Yeah. She might stay here, or I could see her ending up anywhere else in the world, really.
Yeah, it's so fascinating when you go to those sales to see where they end up. But Chad, you've done an excellent job, you and your team. I do want to ask you, she is not the easiest sometimes to control. So when you come to the conclusion that you just got to let it roll with her.
You do, and I'm glad to give me an opportunity to say one more thing. Jose Ortiz has ridden her for most of her career, and she is a tricky horse to ride. As you've noticed, we've changed the bit. At times, she runs in a cage bit to keep her straight, and I thought Jose did a remarkable job once again. In the first pass by the wire, he eased her to the lead instead of kind of jamming her and pushing her to the lead to make sure he got it. He trusts that she'd glide up there. If you put her on the bit too early, then she'll try to run off sometimes. So kudos to Jose Ortiz really playing a role in that $1 million she earned.
Oh, well, congratulations. Job well done with her.
Thank you.
I unfortunately probably won't see her around much more, but she goes out a winner in fine fashion with this Athenia win. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. And as she mentioned, goes over millionaire status in the process in what looks like it's going to be a final start of her career. 8 wins, 16 career efforts. Had an opportunity for a grade 1 at Saratoga. She got beat by her stablemate in Italian. She had a great career.
Oh, great career. And it is a cool thing to get over that $1 million mark in her final career start. And Chad Brown not only won, not only was second, he was also third.
How about that? Just amazing. Pick 6, and that was one that I think a lot of people were going to lean on, especially with the scratch the other speed in that race, technical analysis. So you would think few tickets still alive to this point, even though we've had that $35 horse, 2 5-to-1s to start it. We still got 2 legs remaining. Bold Ruler next. Grade 3, 6 furlongs, main track, in another race similar to what we just saw with the primary other speed coming out of the race in Pirate Rick. That makes Durante's job a lot easier today.
Yeah, it looks like he is going to make the lead. Now, Pirate Rick might have been a thorn in his side, but he doesn't have to deal with that now.
We'll talk more about this Bold Ruler coming up in a moment. We're going to talk Mother Goose tomorrow. 3-year-old fillies, mile and an eighth. And we just saw Chad Brown win an 8th edition of the Athenia. He's going to have 3 fillies in the Grade 2 Mother Goose. Race 8 on the program tomorrow, but it seems like everyone in this field, including those 3 from the Chad Brown barn, got a deal with Zajera. Switched back to dirt for Phil Bauer, and she was sensational in the Seneca overnight at Churchill. So much so, they considered going to the Breeders' Cup Distaff off this performance.
You can see why. I mean, she won with consummate ease. I mean, she was just always in position under Julien Leparoux. And when he asked her, I mean, she's just putting separation on this field quite easily. He looks around, he says, oh, I got this one. And watch how he puts his hands down on her neck. He starts to ease up. His posture comes up. Her ears come up, coming to the wire. She just glides to the easiest kind of victory by over 6 lengths.
And Phil Bauer was questioning himself afterwards, saying, why didn't I move her to dirt earlier? But she was running so good on the turf. You could see why he didn't. See what she can produce tomorrow. Maybe a really exciting filly going forward in potentially to next year. A colt for Chad Brown, one of those 3 he will send out. Daughter of Into Mischief, who's coming off a big effort in the Grade 1 Cotillion on that wet track.
Yeah, and it looked to me like she was kind of spinning her wheels on the sloppy surface at Parks until she got way out in the clear. And then she finally leveled off. I think they probably kicked back. Look at the horses that were behind. They're all covered in slop. And it's just difficult for some horses to run through that. And I think when she got in the clear, she finally found her best stride. But she ain't going to have to deal with those kind of conditions tomorrow. But she is more of a closing type in a race that doesn't feel like it has a tremendous amount of speed. I think the 4-horse undervalued asset from the Chad Brown barn probably is the speed because she's stretching out in distance, and Zajera should be sitting second just off of her.
Well, there's only one Grade 1 winner in the field, and that's Kenny McPeak's defining purpose. It was in the Ashland in a lead up to the Kentucky Oaks. Julia Shining was in this race as well with that huge pedigree that she, to this point, really hasn't lived up to.
Yeah, no, I mean, she really hasn't gone on since then. Now, listen, the Ashland, she beat Punch Bowl, Julia Shining, who kind of, you know, she's back in here, but after the layoff, didn't run very well in the Alabama. Maybe she was just a kind of a filly that was good at the right time and got her Grade 1. I can forgive her last effort in the Cotillion because I don't think she handled the track whatsoever. And people say, well, she won in wet before. Every racetrack is different when it gets wet. And Parks was a whole nother level of sloppy. We actually had canceled racing here that day in New York. So I think if it wasn't one of their big days, Pennsylvania Derby, Cotillion, potentially they would have, you know, canceled the races that day themselves.
The filly she beat in that race, too, in that Grade 1 win, that's Julia Shining with that monster pedigree. She was precocious early on, even though not huge figures. She did, you know, rattle off back-to-back wins, and so much was expected of her. I mean, it's just a little bit unfair to put all those expectations on her. Potentially, is she one that can get better as she gets a little bit older? That was a tough spot to come back at 1.25 miles off the layoff in the Alabama.
It really was. I mean, the problem with the Alabama is she got beat 57 lengths. I mean, she was eased, right? So it's one thing if she got beat 10 lengths, 12 lengths. You go, well, you know, yeah, it was very difficult. I don't think that was a true barometer of her or her ability. Obviously, something went amiss that day. With her pedigree, she must be training very well because her value is already established as a broodmare. They're not going to take a chance with her. So she obviously is trained properly up to this.
That is coming up on Saturday. It's race 8, first of 3 consecutive stakes races on our Saturday card. This is the current favorite in the Grade 3 Bold Ruler, High Oak for Bill Mott, owned by Lee Einsiedler. And a rider change to Arad Ortiz Jr. 9-5 on the board right now. We'll talk more about High Oak and the rest of the field when we come back.
Introducing a stallion as top class as they come. In 22 career starts, he won or placed in 12 graded stakes, competing in 15 grade ones, earning over $1.7 million. His undisputed speed is evidenced by 7 100-plus Beyer speed figures, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, Raging Bull.
Now more than ever, it's time to get with the program. When shopping for your next race prospect, consider that New York breds start with an advantage. Our New York breds run for serious green. At Saratoga Race Meet, New York bred maidens run for up to $88,000. New York bred allowance horses run for up to $100,000. And New York bred owners can collect awards of up to $20,000 per horse per race. So get back with the program. Seriously.
Bull Driller along the inside in second position. Here they come, spinning out of the turn. Sixth period now by 5 lengths.
Few horses have stood in esteemed stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and all of them champions, legends of the sport.
And down the stretch they come, unbridled takes command.
Who influenced the generations that followed. Today, stall number 1 belongs to Run Happy, who is looking to create champions in the generations to come.
Bold Ruler, Secretariat, Easy Goer, Unbridled, and then Run Happy. Each of those horses were North American champions at one point in their careers.
All in line, and they're off.
Secretariat by 7. Secretariat 8 lengths.
Fente just hand-riding him under the wire. He takes this to Travers by 2.5 lengths.
You got to be basically be a champion to live in that stall, and certainly Run Happy was. Whoever's after Run Happy will have to make sure he was a champion as well. Hopefully Run Happy will be able to keep his name on the door and add to the list of great horses that live in that stall.
Your name is on that famed stall number 1 at Claiborne. You've done something special in your career. Our program brought to you in part by legendary Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. Bold Ruler, foaled at Claiborne. Bred known by Wheatley Stable, trained by Sonny Jim Fitzsimmons, was the star of the Phipps family stable. And we'll have this year's edition coming up next, where that horse, High Oak, seemed like it was over for him. He just seemed like he couldn't run anymore after he had won the Saratoga Special back as a 2-year-old. Fell in a race and just was never the same. And all of a sudden, Katie Davis gets aboard and he finds life again. But now they're making a switch from that rider who'd been aboard and helped him kind of get back and find his form. hard to pass up going to a Rod Ortiz Jr., but that's what they're doing here.
You know, listen, that's a part of the game. You know, just like when riders get to a certain position, they have the opportunity to ride a better mount, and they'll jump off a horse. You know, every owner and trainer has a right to reach out for the rider they think gives them their best opportunity. But Katie Davis really did have a big hand in High Oak finding his form again.
There he is for Bill Mott. Rod Ortiz Jr. will hop aboard for the first time. Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And just to kind of expound on what you guys were just mentioning with this jockey change from Katie Davis to a Rod Ortiz Jr. aboard number 9 High Oak, in that, you know, Katie never rushed this horse. He never, I feel it too when I've galloped horses in the past, where there's some horses that just don't want to be quote unquote manhandled. They don't want to be necessarily told what to do. They feel that pressure, and either they resent it and, you know, try to run off with you, or they just kind of shrivel up underneath. And I think High Oak, because of what happened to him, is one where he doesn't want to feel that pressure. So Katie would just kind of let him do his thing, and then he would respond when she asked him. Now, last time, I do think it was a slow pace, and she was just letting him do his thing, so therefore he couldn't really overcome that slow pace that was unfolding in front of him. He looks sensational, as he has throughout this entire year. This horse has looked exceptionally well, but again, you're getting hurt by the presence of a Rod with his price, and not that he's going to do anything necessarily different with Katie, but there is that kind of thought in the back of my mind where he is a fairly aggressive rider. Is that going to play well with the demeanor of High Oak? Moving on to his main rival, that's number 2 in here, Durante. And you see him hot here in the paddock. Don't worry about that. That's kind of typical for him. Though last time he wasn't. I know he finished second that day, but he still ran really, really well in defeat. But he is a horse that does run a bit hot. Otherwise, his coat looks fantastic. He's maintaining his weight well, considering that he has been running quite a lot as of late. And I think he's a horse that could be very well finding himself in the winner's circle, as he has kind of gone through the ranks quite rapidly in the David Jacobson barn and could be on his way to getting a grade 3. As number 6, Twisted Ride, I think, you know, at times he's hinted at being this caliber of horse, but last time he was unable to show his best weapon in the Maryland Million Sprint, in which he kind of broke a bit awkwardly, and then the horses folded over on him, so therefore he was checked back, and he was way behind the pace, more so than what he wants to be. He's a big, good-looking type here, and I love the job that Michael Moore does. Every horse that he has ever brought to the NYRA circuit usually represents themselves well, so I would like to see this horse more forward, because I think that's when he does his best running, Greg.
And he's a horse who can be forward, certainly much closer than he was last time, and potentially sitting just off of Durante and Jeff Fafa, that long shot, the 8 coming in from out of town. Legitimate trouble, and he's got a few races, including one back here in New York at the Run Happy. He was running figures fast enough to be the absolute best in this field. We look, though, now at Durante. He's coming back fairly quick off 2 really big efforts.
Yeah, I mean, 13 days since that big effort. Last time he was beaten ahead to Cowan in the slop. And listen, when horses throw it down like that, sometimes they do regress off of those big efforts. And he's a fighter. I mean, you see him in between horses here. He doesn't want to get beaten. He's digging in, he's fighting. He's just beaten by Durante. I mean, excuse me, Cowan. Who had kind of the run of the race, right? Came through on the inside, unencumbered kind of trip.
Yeah, got to save ground all the way. And, you know, the race before that, he ran a lifetime best effort. Then he has to fight for that performance where he comes up just short, and it might have been a tail of trips. And now the quick return. So some question marks with Durante. He's obviously very talented, though. And, you know, even with Pirate Rick coming out, who is going to hound him and be a problem, there is this horse right here. Jeff Fafa. I don't know if he's good enough to win this race, but he's quick early.
He's fast. Listen, he's been running up in Western Canada, and he consistently shows really good speed. So maybe he's not facing the quality or doesn't have the quality, but he's going to be fast that first half of the race.
Here's stage left. Isaac Castillo for David Jacobson.
Should be sitting in behind the pace, lurking, uncoupled entry for David Jacobson.
Jacobson Barn with this one. Here's probably the horse to beat, Durante.
Yeah, he's quick, he's speedy, he's in good form. It depends how much pressure he gets.
Bill Mott, Junior Alvarado with Provocateur.
Has a race or two to go back to that would make him a contender in here. When he runs his best, he shows speed. I think he gets outfooted here.
Here's Cowan. He beat Durante last start, but had a much better trip doing it.
Yes, I mean, you saw he got the run of the race coming up the inside.
Twisted Ride. We talked about his ability for Michael Moore.
I think he's very interesting. I think he's going to sit a good trip.
Would be a 5-win day for Jose Ortiz if he can win. 5 Dreams went by at 31-1. Here's Jeff Fafa, the other speed.
Hard knocking, consistent sort. This is the kind of class test, but he's in good form and he's got speed.
And graded stakes winner at Saratoga as a 2-year-old High Oak rider switched to Irad Ortiz Jr.
Listen, this horse kind of refound his form. Looked like he didn't want to be a racehorse anymore. His last couple of starts are good. I think he's helped by the outside post because at least he won't have to deal with kickback or being put in tight, and horse that's had a bad experience before.
And there's the 7. We had skipped him over. 5 Dreams. Miguel Rodriguez, a 7-time winner who has at least been competitive against Twisted Ride in the past.
Yeah, listen, this is a hard-knocking, consistent type. His last 2 races, but they came on. One came on turf, one came in slop. His fast-track races are better. So sometimes you get a horse that the form, if first glance you go, oh, no, this horse isn't in good form. Kind of a little dirtied up. He's actually better than his last 2 races.
Stage left you're looking at, 9-1. He just left our screen. Isaac Castillo will be there from the inside. And back to him here. He's a winner 2 back. That was at Monmouth. He'd won 2 in a row. His figure before that at Delaware on a wet track. He ran a 93 buyer in the win as we get back to High Oak. And we will see, will this horse respond to Irad Ortiz Jr.? Had that been a case ever in your career where it was a few times, maybe here or there, a horse just would only respond to you?
Oh, yeah, and the flip side of that you'd pick up a mount that looked really live and they just responded better to another rider, and particularly a horse that's gone through a traumatic experience like High Oak did with that fall in the Fountain of Youth. And it just feels like he regained his confidence. The fact that he rallied through traffic here with Katie Davis, I mean, this is a horse that, certainly had a little post-traumatic stress from that fall, and he was brave underneath her and finished inside of horses. So, listen, nobody is going to doubt Irad Ortiz Jr.'s ability, and people are going to look at that, wow, we get Irad here. But in some cases, and I agree wholeheartedly with Maggie, certain horses just need to be treated a little different. And Katie, one thing about it's got a very soft, light touch on her hands to go along with her ability. I mean, she has great ability as well.
And it just was this horse was not running to the point where I think connections were saying, is that it for High Oak? And then all of a sudden she was able to find the way to unlock the key to get him back to showing that talent. So it's a little interesting, little subplot here with High Oak.
No doubt. And listen, his races have been better. They've been good. But
he looks pretty good on the track.
Oh, he's always been just a gorgeous horse. I mean, as a 2-year-old, he stood out. You'd see him in the paddock, wow, look at this guy. And he's warming up terrific. He's well posted, no doubt. But his races still have to be a little bit faster to handle a couple of the likes that are in here. I mean,
yeah, even if he shows up and runs the best kind of race he's capable of, you're saying?
Yeah, I feel like he needs to improve a bit, don't you? I mean, listen, Cowan, Twisted Ride, I think, is really interesting. I think Twisted Ride, Durante, I think he's going to sit the trip. I think he's going to wind up setting up shop third on the outside of the 2, Durante, and the 8, Jeff Fafa.
High Oak, quite a looker. Will he respond to this man taking over as his new pilot? Let's go back down to Maggie.
This man, I like that, Greg. I landed on Twisted Ride too because I saw it the same way Mig did, and furthermore, just to put a sign, seal, deliver on it, he warmed up really well with Jose Ortiz aboard. So I'm gonna try to get my man Michael Moore home. But let's talk about Jeff Fafa. I don't know. That name really makes me laugh at the end of the day. Taking some money here for Rob Atras. It's not often we get to talk about horses that are shipping in from Assiniboia and Century Downs, but here we are. He is one that is just everything that his form would say he is. He's short, stout, quarter horse-like. He is quick, and he's built that way. looks as though he's thriving. I mean, he's dappled head to toe. He's really well muscled. They saddled him outside, and I guess he has a history of being a little bit of an obstreperous type, but he didn't really show it. They knew kind of what to do with him, and it worked well. So we'll see what he does here. I think he really gets a class test here and some other speed to deal with Durante. But let's talk about Provocateur, a horse that I really had high hopes for when he came back in August because he looked so good. He behaved himself. He's a horse that can get a little hot, a little bit in his head. And he wasn't that day. And then last time, I just don't think he looked very comfortable on the slop at all. So at least he gets a fast track, but he got pretty washy in the paddock, which I feel like he's reverting to his old ways a bit. And I thought for him, it was kind of a quick turnaround. I respect him. He scares me a little bit, and he's a big price, but I didn't like the fact that he kind of went back to being that horse that was a little bit on the nervous side, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. That did not look like a happy Jose Gomez. I'm not sure what he was saying there.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
A lot of hand motions on Cowan.
Yeah, a lot of animation, right?
Loading up. He beat Durante, but he likely did it because he had the much better trip of the two that day. It's going to be a much tougher task here coming up this afternoon. Sorry, Junior Alvarado.
Yeah.
No, Jose Gomez, yeah.
Yeah. Well, obviously this horse, the gate crew knows him, remove the rider, some that are obstinate, obstreperous about going into the gate. They'll take the rider off for safety reasons, put him in the gate. Now you see he's tailed. That's a horse that wants to rear up in the gate. Then he'll climb back aboard.
6-5 favorite. It has become Durante, Manny Franco for David Jacobson. Grade 3 Bold Ruler. And there's High Oak making the switch to Arad Ortiz Jr. Let's go upstairs to John Imbrial for the call.
And they're all in. And they're off. And Durante is sent right out for the early lead with Provocateur running in second. Cowan is next in third, and on the outside is Twisted Ride in fourth. Stage Left down at the rail runs in fifth, followed by Five Dreams in sixth. Then it's High Oak and Jeff Fafa. It is the favorite, Durante, who leads here by 3/4 of a length. Provocateur is second by a neck, and on the outside is Cowan in third through a quarter, 21 4/5 seconds. It is Durante who has his nose in front of Provocateur, and on the outside, Cowan. Now three of them right across the track with Stage Left just in behind, running in fourth. Then it's Twisted Ride in fifth. Farther back, it's Jeff Fafa, Five Dreams, and High Oak as they come into the stretch after a half in 44-4. And Durante has opened up the lead now. It's Durante in front by 3.5 lengths. Stage Left on the outside of Cowan. High Oak is putting in a late run here. And then Twisted Ride. It is Durante with the lead inside the 16th pole. And Durante has got it wrapped up. Durante and Manny Franco to win the Grade 3 Bold Ruler Stakes.
Durante the win, and it looked gift-wrapped when the other speed of the race did not break, the 8 Jeff Fafa.
Yeah, Jeff Fafa didn't break, and I thought that would be, the horse hounding him, but he had pressure. I mean, there was speed going on with Provocateur, the 5-horse Cowan, and he shrugged them off turning for home and kept finding this was an outstanding effort, Durante. Even though Jeff Fafa got left, he didn't get an easy ride of it on the lead. 21-4, 44-4.
Flying.
He was rolling the entire way and kept finding. So horse in really good form for David Jacobson, Manny Franco. And a nice effort from High Oak to get up for second. But no doubt about it, Durante, well, he didn't win by a nose. He won by daylight.
There's other horses, too, that did pressure him. That's not really what they want to do.
No, I think they got cast into a position when no one else went. Obviously Jeff Fafa not breaking, and it looked like it was his own doing. But now, look at Durante. Look at his head carriage. He's always a horse that runs with his head a little bit up in the air, but it's not where their head is. It's how their feet are moving, and his feet were moving fast.
109-3 for the 6 furlongs in blazing early fractions as we go back to the beginning of this race. The 8-horse expected to be the other primary speed. Blast early.
Just didn't react. Just did not break. Didn't look like he had any excuses. Just was slow away from the gate. And then you look forward, and there's the 2. Durante broke on the dime, you know. And listen, public in New York, and handicappers in New York are very sharp. And Durante wound up going off at 6-5. And I think that's a credit to just how sharp they are.
2-win day, Manny Franco. He is now tied with Jose Ortiz. Manny with a 2-win day, Jose a 4-win day. They each have 29 wins. Arad 1 back. It's Durante and the Bold Ruler.
Experience the adrenaline-pumping, suspense-filled action of the Sport of Kings no matter where you are with Naira Bets. It's fast, easy, and secure. Download the app today and start winning with our lucrative weekly promotions, thrilling handicapping contests, and a one-of-a-kind VIP rewards program. Don't just watch horse racing, be a part of the action with Naira Bets.
Disarm takes the Met win.
Antiva, they win the Bet Parks Pennsylvania Derbies.
Wicked Halo, who wins the Bremen Run Stakes. Nobody catching Society.
Cybernite has won the Haskell over Tava and Ghana in the Forgo.
Echo Zulu wins the Next-Gen Breeders' Cup Jubilee Fillies.
There's a big, bold, beautiful world waiting to be explored by you and your friends, of course. But not just any friends, the best of friends. The kind of friends who let you do you. Because in this world, it's positive vibes only. And when you get in the zone here, you stay a while. These aren't just good times, they're the best of times. And your time is now. So come explore. Resorts World.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races on our FS2 coverage. Countdown is officially underway until the trick-or-treating begins. Closing weekend here at Belmont at the Big A. And it's been treats for Manny Franco. 2-win afternoon. And now back in a tie for the lead for the riding title here at this meet with just 2 days and 1 race remaining.
And look at that. Manny Franco wins. Jose Ortiz Jr. second. Irad Ortiz Jr. second. Jose third. 3 graduates of the Jockey School in Puerto Rico.
And High Oak, credit, he ran again today. Didn't win. Ran a very good effort.
Ran terrific. Ran really well.
It's a 6-5 favorite in the Bold Ruler. Let's go to Maggie.
Here with winning trainer David Jacobson, and David Durante has certainly just become quite a showstopper, and he always feels like the last man standing. He goes out there, he sets these blazing fractions, and he still has something left in the tank.
Yeah, he's a special horse. You know, once in a while you get these, and when you have them, you have to cherish them.
And certainly kind of also striking while the iron's hot. He's in great form. He's certainly gone through the ranks and now is a Grade 3 winner.
Yeah, like hopefully there'll be we have a long winter ahead of us, and there'll be some more races, and either here in New York or out of town or both.
Think of the Fall Highway, something like that?
Right. Yep, absolutely.
Tell a little about your formula. We saw you away from training for a bit, but we've seen you now in the past year or so, and bringing these horses from California. What's kind of your method in selecting them, buying them privately, and bringing them here to the East Coast to the NYRA circuit?
Well, I went out to California before I retired, and I made a lot of friends out there and a lot of business partners, and a lot of connections, and I'm able to acquire some really nice horses. But not just in California, here in New York as well. Stage Left, who ran in this race, I bought here in New York, and he's turned out to be a real nice horse.
Also, it helps to have that California speed, which sometimes we lack here.
No, sometime, but not all the time.
You're being modest. Well, congratulations on an excellent job here with Durante. Now a grade 3 winner.
Yeah, feels good.
I'm sure it does, as David's done an excellent job with Durante. And I just love these fast horses, Greg. You gotta love that they just run flat to the boards every time they show up.
Yeah, and again, as Mick pointed out, give him credit. He took pressure, went so fast early, and just put that other speed away.
It's an impressive effort. My immediate thought when Jeff Fafa didn't break is, well, Durante's got the run of the race, but he had horses on him, and they went fast. Those were very legitimate, more than legitimate fractions.
So 2 5-to-1 shots begin this pick 6 carryover. $35 horse in the middle, and as a result of that, the 1, 3, 4, 6, 9, and 10 in this finale would result in a double pick 6 carryover into Saturday. This is the race that's going to close things out on this Friday card here. Mile and a 16th on the turf, and a New York bred maiden special weight where all eyes, I would expect, are going to be on the 8 slap in the face for Tony Dutrow.
Yeah, coming out of 2 efforts that just really look like standout efforts compared to the rest of the group that have proven form on turf.
Our coverage, it's going to end today at 5 Eastern time, but we're back later tonight with fantastic Breeders' Crown coverage in the harness game from Harris Hoosier Park at Keisha Clement. Part of that coverage coming up where all these races, $700,000 purses. Captain Albano, 7 for 8 lifetime. He'll be in that 2-year-old mile pace. Geocentric, we will see in the 2-year-old filly mile pace. She is undefeated, 9 for 9 in her career.
Wow, it's just so difficult to string together victories, 9 for 9. And I love all disciplines with horses, whether it's harness racing or jumpers or, riding horses, obviously flat racing, but that's a lot of fun to do, Greg. You ever sit behind one? Gotta get over the harness track next summer, I'll bring you.
Will you give me a lesson?
We'll get one of the drivers over to give you a lesson like they gave me a lesson. It is a blast to drive a horse.
Well, Geocentrica, we talked about, perfect record on the line. That's going to be in that 2-year-old filly pace. All these with that big purse, 700,000 plus. Late coverage tomorrow night as well as the Breeders' Crown continues on FS2. And it will be fun to watch. Confederate, one of the standouts you'll be seeing. 11 wins in 12 starts this year. Just incredible.
Wow. I love the consistency of these horses, and I love the durability of standard breds. You get a 2-year-old filly that's 9 for 9, right? Horses, thoroughbreds don't run that often, where harness horses, standard breds do. And I love the durability. I love their temperaments, and I got to get you over the harness track next summer. It is so much fun to drive.
Yeah, right across the street from Saratoga Racecourse. That coverage, again, FS2 coming up tonight, 9 Eastern start time for the Breeders' Crown. We're going to take a timeout. What a beautiful shot that is. Finale from New York City's racetrack with that view right out on the deck in front of us. We'll be back. Going to close things out on the turf in a New York bred maiden special weight when we come back.
The Run Happies are running, the Run Happies are selling, the Run Happies are winning. Eclipse champion Run Happy is showing a new dimension with winners on turf, dirt, and all weather. A record-breaking sprint champion, Run Happy is also showing winners at all distances.
The son of Run Happy, Nutella Fella, has won the hopeful.
One happy mama wins the Iowa sorority. Run Happy, price for value, and standing strong at Claiborne Farm.
RaceLens is the most in-depth product in horse racing with unique features found nowhere else. True odds, predictive analysis, and pace projection. RaceLens. It will change the way you follow horse racing and take your game to the next level.
The National Museum of Racing and Hall of Fame welcomed 20 racing stables to this partnership and syndicate night. Every stable mentioned protecting horses through aftercare when they leave the racetrack. Saratoga Stable showed off trophies and saddlecloths won by its famous winners of Triple Crown races, Funny Side, who won the Kentucky Derby and Preakness in 2003, and 'Tis the Law, who won the Belmont in 2020.
Because we have a great training team and advisors, Barclay Tagg, Robin Smullen. We feel, any time that we're buying a horse, they know what to do with a good horse.
Bond Racing Stable showed off its homebred yearlings on video and explained they offer horses to partners in 10% increments. They make the decisions for the horses, which will all be trained by James Bond.
I think if you really want to get into horse ownership, this is the best way to do it, so you learn what it's all about. It's fractional costs, a very risky business, but at least you're not in it alone.
West Point Thoroughbred showcases its champion racehorse Flightline as an example of the heights to which a partnership can take partners. At Dreammaker Stable, Tom Gallo promotes buying into New York breds, which can race and win an open company, but have the protection of running in races restricted to New York breds. Jeff Michalowski liked what he was hearing.
We hope to one day see some winners if we get involved.
And before you get involved, it's recommended you perform due diligence on any partnership offerings.
Back with you on live coverage of America's Day at the Races. For more info on the New York Thoroughbred Breeding and Development Fund, you can go to nybreds.com. We have a New York bred race closing things out. And on Sunday, it's New York Showcase Day with this lineup. The big one, that Empire Classic, worth $250,000. Seems like a wide open race. We'll see Drake's Passage back in action for Christophe Clement.
Great day of racing in every category covered. Basically, it's the Breeders' Cup for New York breds.
Yeah. Well, a New York bred who won a New York bred race earlier at Saratoga this summer, seeing pointed to the Breeders' Cup. That's a wine steward for Mike Maker, who just missed against Locked, who has been sensational. And off that Breeders' Futurity win, he might be the favorite.
Yeah, Locked was very good in that. Listen, wine steward earned his right? He's been consistent. He's shown he'll battle. He tries hard. And you can always come back to New York Bred Company. You have an opportunity to get in the Breeders' Cup, give your horse a shot at glory, if you will.
He's already won against Open Company. He's won in his 2 tries against New York Bred Company, and he beat everyone except Locked in that Grade 1 in the Breeders' Futurity for Mike Maker. So on to that Breeders' Cup Juvenile on Friday, November 3rd. We'll see how the New York bred fares, but looking forward to seeing this New York Bred Showcase Day on our Sunday coverage, and that will close out this meet at Belmont at the Big A. It seems like we're going to have some serious drama for the riding title coming up, including with the man who's riding this one, Fake Celebrity, Irad Ortiz Jr., who amazingly led just about gate to wire for the riding title here, finds himself behind his brother and Manny Franco. This is the horse that got beat by Lieutenant Mitchell, that was the last race of the meet at Saratoga, and that equaled Linda Rice, catching Chad Brown to tie for the training title in the last race of the meet.
Yeah, and listen, Fake Celebrity I thought was a little bit green on debut, was lugging in a bit, certainly could take a step forward.
With more, let's go to Maggie.
Oh my goodness, excuse me. As we'll check in with number 2, Fake Celebrity here for Chad Brown. As you guys were just mentioning, lugging in a bit late there in the game. Weirdly though, I don't see anything, corrective necessarily equipment on him here today. So running in the kind of the Chad Brown uniform, if you will. So we'll see what he does, because he looks sensational and he ran well enough, though it just felt as though he was green. So maybe that's why we're not seeing anything being changed on him from an equipment perspective, because he probably was just green. As we'll move on to 2 horses trying the turf for the first time. Number 6, Better Lucky Than Good. He's one that is very good looking, though tried to debut going a mile and a 16th first time out back in May at Belmont. So that's just hinting to me that he's probably a big kind of plotter type. Because I don't see an abundance of turf pedigree, nor do I see an abundance of a turf look to him. Though I will say that looking at Lucky's, they can run well on the turf. He looks fit despite the layoff. And like I said, he's a good looking type. So maybe they're just trying to find out where this horse belongs. As at number 7, he's also trying the turf for the first time, has run fast figures, albeit on the main track. And Clever Forever is a big son of Laoban, as both Todd Pletcher horses are from this sire. He actually looks as though he should handle the turf. And I think it's a positive move, and too, I like the distance being added to him as well here. Going the mile and a 16th. While Laobans are a bit better going long on the dirt, they can run on the turf. The Dam was a decent turf and synthetic runner, and one of the siblings, albeit it's been a fairly moderate productive family, they did win a turf race. So he actually looks the most convincing of any of these horses trying the turf for the first time, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. Yeah, the second Dam of this one, 2 for 3 on the turf in the U.S. One at Pimlico and Keeneland in the N1X and N2X conditions. So there is some pedigree there. At 5-1, I'm surprised you're seeing all this money, and maybe it's just early money on Fake Celebrity. Didn't take, for a Chad Brown horse on the turf at Saratoga, did not take a ton of money first time out, and was well back of Lieutenant Mitchell that day.
He was well back, and watching the replay over, he worked out a really good trip into the first turn when a couple of horses didn't corner well and really blew the first turn. He was able to get down to the inside, save the ground, pick his way through the field. I will say, going back and watching it over, the lugging in started early. It wasn't like he just lugged in green in the stretch. Even around the far turn, he was lugging in. And when Irad was able to kind of drop his head late, when he got some clearance towards the inside, that's when he really finished. So, I think it was a bit more problematic than just being green.
He's probably going to wind up being your second choice. The one who's just become the favorite, he probably will be your post-time favorite. Should be. That slap in the face, the 8. We'll talk more about him for Anthony Dutrow when we come back. Should he win, that would give Manny Franco a 3-win afternoon. Post-parade from the finale on this Friday card when we come back.
War Dancer, New York's leading turf sire again in 2023 with standouts like Barrage at Saratoga.
Here's Barrage with a final surge. Barrage got him.
Warsaichi dominant on the dirt at Finger Lakes.
Warsaichi has scampered well clear. Warsaichi all the way with the top spot.
And Danzig Queen on the tap of the surface at Woodbine.
And Danzig Queen will come away and win by a length.
Consistently producing winners on dirt, turf, and synthetic. War Dancer, proud to stand in New York.
On a perfect day, there is no finer place in all of sports.
Nerves, excitement, and anticipation.
Than beautiful, truly stunning. For the Breeders' Cup World Championships.
Harris Farms, proudly standing Smiling Tiger, a triple Grade 1 winner, defeating Breeders' Cup champions Dancing in Silks and Amazombie, a leading California sire with over $9.7 million in progeny earnings, with 94 winners in 2021 and graded stakes superstars like Spice Perfection.
Spice Perfection wins the Grade 1 La Brea.
And Tiger Dad. Smiling Tiger, a leading California sire, standing at Harris Farms. It pays to be Cal bred.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our live coverage, America's Day at the Races. It is the finale coming up on this Friday card from South Ozone Park, New York. You can play with NYRA Bets, the Breeders' Cup as well, and beyond. Go to NYRABets.com, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. That's the offer. $25 free bet, plus a $200 sign-up bonus. Punch in Cup 25. to receive that offer for new members. Again, at NYRABets.com. Finale, going to close things out. Mile and 16th on the turf. And there is the one who should be favored at post time and is the current favorite right now. Slap in the face. Anthony Dutrow trains 2 narrow defeats the last 2 starts. Does that make you question this horse at all, or do you think today's the day?
Well, listen, anytime a horse starts racking up seconds and you go, well, could they have gotten it done? I felt like this horse put in efforts and just got beat by horses that maybe had slightly better trips and horses that are legitimate. I mean, Laurel Valley, One Head Light, they both have kind of stepped up to the non-winners of a race other than condition and conducted themselves quite well.
Certainly the figure he earned in his last appears to be much better than anybody else in this field. If he can build off that at all, it's going to be very tough in here. That man looking for his 3rd win on this Friday card. Manny Franco tied for the lead in the riding standings with Jose Ortiz, who's had a 4-win day. But Manny, just quietly, as usual, goes about his business and having a terrific meet.
Yeah, he's not flashy about it. He doesn't, pound his chest. He just consistently goes out there and does his job incredibly well.
He's been aboard, slap in the face each of the last 2 starts as well. So familiarity with this 3-year-old son of Oscar Performance. His riders get a leg up. Jose Ortiz, you saw getting aboard the 5 Domination. And certainly it's been done. Not often. You see 5 win afternoons. Jose with the opportunity to do that on the 5.
A big number. You win 4, it's huge. You win 5, it feels like you've taken it to another level.
Here's Muggsy Fury, Katie Davis for Dad, kicking off the post parade.
Saw that feature earlier in the day. Muggsy Fury has actually improved incrementally. His last race was his best yet.
Fake Celebrity, start number 2 for the Chad Brown barn.
Yeah, finished right there, half a length apart with Muggsy Fury, but should improve as well. A little bit green.
Cheek piece off, Dolly's Bank.
Yeah, Dolly's Bank actually has run okay, kind of evenly in his starts. Excuse me.
Here's Egyptian Quest, 2 sprints and now stretching out.
Oh, we saw Ruben Silvera deliver a bit earlier on a long shot with that same move, stretching out.
Todd Pletcher with Domination. Can Jose get number 5 today?
Yeah, I'm with Maggie on this one. I just didn't see a tremendous amount of turf pedigree, but he does have a work over the turf course in Saratoga.
Christophe Clement, first time on the grass and start number 2 for Better Lucky Than Good.
Yeah, another one that has several workouts on the turf in Saratoga.
Pletcher with Clever Forever, getting on turf for the first time.
I thought this horse was interesting. There is a pretty strong turf pedigree on the female side of this family.
Slap in the face, deserving favorite.
Obvious. Has just run 2 very good races this year.
Speed with Kid Creasa.
Yeah, should be in front. Speed's always dangerous if you get things the right way.
Antonio, it's a big price on a horse who's been right there against Slap in the Face and a few times at this condition. It's been in the mix.
Not very, they've been in close proximity, not very far apart, but Tonio isn't well posted up.
5 minutes away on the race that's going to close out this Friday card as we get a look here at Clever Forever and the man who will be aboard Arcangelo in the Breeders' Cup Classic, Javier Castellano. We'll see how this one takes to the grass.
One of the big stories of this year is Javier Castellano's reemergence as one of the, premier riders in our country, and kind of turning back the clock, if you will, and just a great job by him and his agent PJ Campo. I like this horse a lot. The Grand Dam was, a nice turf runner, Cozine mare. There's a lot of strength of turf pedigree on the female side of this family, and this horse has already shown ability.
5-1 for the Pletcher barn, making the switch to the surface. There she is. 3-year-old son of Laban, kind of checking things out, taking it all in.
He saw a horse coming at him, the favorite, slap in the face. You see him take that step back. Some horses don't like other horses coming directly at them. They're smart. They want to avoid a collision. So he was like, whoa, I'll back up here. Kind of like you're walking on the sidewalk in Manhattan, and big guys walking. You might step out of the way a little bit, right?
Here's Chad Brown's Fake Celebrity, 7-2. opened as the favorite. And yeah, he did get bumped a little bit out of the gate. But as you said, after that, he did get a pretty good trip.
He really did work out a good trip and a good ride under Irad. And he was difficult. Watching the replay from about the 3.5 furlong pole into the far turn, he was trying to lug in. I mean, so much so that Irad went to the crop in his left hand around the turn. Not something you see riders do very often because you're afraid of horses spreading the turn or stepping out. But that's how much he was trying to lug in. It'll be interesting to see if with his second start he loses a little bit of that habit.
So Irad will be aboard there. Second-time starter that created so much drama in that finale of the meet at Saratoga, where Linda Rice's Lieutenant Mitchell closed out the meet with a win to tie Chad Brown. And Linda Rice, it seems like it's wrapped up for Chad Brown to have that streak come to an end for her. 5 straight titles. She had a winner today, but the horse got DQ'd, breaking through the gate. And with Chad Brown having a win earlier in the card, 4 wins with just 2 days remaining.
Well, there was 2 days remaining and 5 wins she needed, and she was able to pull it off, so I'm not going to count her out.
3 entered tomorrow. Yeah, stranger things have happened. Let's go back to Maggie.
And with regards to Fake Celebrity, like I said, there was no corrective bit on this horse or equipment. He's wearing about the most kind of gentlest snaffle that you can put on a horse. So I don't know. Sometimes they just one-off you and they don't do it in the mornings, and so therefore they say, okay, let's try again with this equipment, in hopes that he doesn't lug in again. Anyway, let's move on to number 8, Slap in the Face, who I do have respect for. He was on the wide trace with Laurel Valley, wiring the field that day. He has run in stops and starts. I just wish he looked stronger. I respect Tony Dutcher. I'm not going to be surprised when this guy jumps up and wins. I was just hoping for a little bit of a better impression in the paddock. As one that I kind of find interesting is number 4, Egyptian Quest, for Kate DeMasi, who ships him in here. Will try to stretch out. I like this horse stretching out physically based upon his replays. Just a long shot that I thought was a little bit intriguing, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Loading up on the race that's going to close out this Friday card. And the favorite, it is the 8 at 2-1. Slap in the Face, back-to-back narrow. Runner-up finishes as we see a rider hopping off there with a horse acting up in the
number
gate.
6, Better Lucky Than Good, reared up, and Dylan Davis got out of there. And it's the only thing you can do as a rider. You're in that confined space. When a horse gets up in the air that high, and especially when they're kind of fighting with the assistant starter, you got to get out of there. You don't want to get caught between them and the middle of the gate.
Dylan already back aboard, waiting on the 10 to load in, and we'll be set. We go upstairs. John Imbrial to close out the Friday card.
Domination with Jose Ortiz going for win number 5 today. They're in the gate, and Tonio and Jose Gomez will round out this 9th race finale. All set. And they're off. That was a bobbling beginning for number 9, Kid Creasa. From the inside, it's Muggsy Fury. Fake Celebrity is right there, along with Dolly's Bank. They're 1, 2, 3. Egyptian Quest is next in 4th. Down on the inside is Better Lucky Than Good, who's running in 5th. Far outside is Tonio in 6th. And between horses is Slap in the Face, who's advancing from 7th. Then Clever Forever next in 8th, followed by Kid Creasa, and Domination is the trailer in 10th. On the quarter, 1 and 23 and 3. Muggsy Fury steps away here to lead by 3.5 lengths, with Fake Celebrity second by 3.5. And Dolly's Bank is running in 3rd, followed at the rail by Egyptian Quest. In between horses is Slap in the Face, and on the outside is Tony O. And then it's another 2.5 lengths back to Better Lucky Than Good, along with Clever Forever, followed next by Domination. And way back in the field, way back is Kid Creasa. Half mile, 49 and 1. And they're closing in now on Muggsy Fury. The lead is 3/4 of a length. Fake Celebrity now makes a move on the outside. So it's Muggsy Fury and Fake Celebrity. They are heads apart. Dolly's Bank runs in 3rd. Egyptian Quest is down at the rail. slap in the face in between horses. Tonio on the far outside, then Clever Forever, and Better Lucky Than Good is looking for some racing room. Now Fake Celebrity comes away with the lead. It's Fake Celebrity in front by 2 with Slap in the Face. Now moving into second. On the outside is Better Lucky Than Good. Fake Celebrity has the lead as they come on for the finish, and Fake Celebrity is the winner. Better Lucky Than Good did get up to complete the exacta.
Fake Celebrity, Chad Brown, Irad Ortiz Jr., his first win on this card. We have now a 3-way tie for the riding title with 2 days to go in the meet.
It's just phenomenal, and once again, I can't overstate the product that the jockey school in Puerto Rico puts out, the Angel Cordero Jr. jockey school, I should say. Just tremendously talented riders, and what a trip Fake Celebrity worked out with Irad Ortiz. Muggsy Fury went to the lead under Katie Davis. He was able to save all the ground in the first turn, come out, and he was much more professional this time, Fake Celebrity. Really nice effort.
And we expected to see, being part of the pace, keep your eyes on the 9 here, Kid Crease and Trevor McCarthy. What happens here?
Yeah, he bellied down. He stumbled, kind of went to his knees for a stride or two, and so there went his opportunity to show speed. And then he looked like he was bobbling a bit, and sometimes horses hurt themselves when they do that. He wound up being essentially eased under Trevor McCarthy. Better Lucky Than Good. Nice effort from him after acting up in the gate to rally to be second. Slap in the face. Didn't appear to be much excuses. Keep an eye on the 9. Watch how he goes down on his knees right at the break. Right, I mean, literally went to his knees twice. And now he gets up, and you're going to see after they go a couple more strides, he's going to bobble a little bit. And the best thing a rider can do, the prudent thing, and right there he bobbled. Again, he bobbled, is to ease them at that point. You don't know what kind of damage they potentially could have done with a stumble like that when they actually land on their knees out of the gate.
2-6-8-5 finish. Fake Celebrity. Chad Brown, second winner on the day, 24th win of this meet, and that should pretty much wrap things up. But the riding title, this is going to be fun. Final 2 days of the meet. 3 riders, the Ortiz brothers and then Manny Franco, all with 29 victories heading into Saturday.
Love it. I love when you see good riders and at the top of their game. And, you know, what a good time to be at the top of your game, too, heading towards Breeders' Cup. You want to go in with that confidence level, that momentum, your timing, everything. You're seeing the ball, if you will.
Don't forget, we're back tonight. Breeders' Crown coverage from Hoosiers Harrah's Park. Acacia Clement will be part of that coverage. $700,000 purse for all of these Breeders' Crown races. Going to be fun and obviously terrific Saturday coming up. Mother Goose, the Awad. Take a look at the biggest price in this pick 6, 16-1. Ruben Silvera, Living Magic, rolling on by Ozara. Tactical analysis going out, a millionaire and a winner. What a ride from Jose Ortiz. So soft, allowing her to get to the front so easily. And then the bold ruler, Durante, with the victory. We'll see you tonight on that coverage from Harrah's Hoosier.